too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one, you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that I'm seeing in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
Maybe a moment to breathe, but Sky, oh my! Again, 25 and 14. But who other than Afro? Who other than Afro? Now 5, the London Royal Ravens. Well, Mack is killing everything in sight. It's pretty one in control. Mack gets it done. What the hell was that? There's the kills are lining up. Are FaZe gonna hold on? And it will be Atlanta FaZe. A frustrated type of moment. TJHaly takes down Gunless at 1v1. And it's right there.
Oh, it's a huge kill from T.
Shotzzy is so hard to kill. Where is his head? What in the name of God? Locking it down. And Capsidal finds the kills. Oh, baby.
Let's get into it. Cool and juicy. Let's go.
Coming up right now in the Call of Duty League, we have big games on both ends of the spectrum. Top teams Atlanta and London face off in our first match of the day.
But then we head to the bottom of the standings. Last place, Paris Legion, coming off 2 reverse sweep losses in a row, take on the struggling New York Subliners.
That'll also be our first look at the Subliners after the controversial roster change that put Clayster on the bench.
And we're going to break it all down for you. Your CDL pre-show headquarters starts now.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of week 2 in the Major II Qualifiers here in the Call of Duty League. That was a lot of twos, Allie, but we're gonna have some fun today because we don't have 2, we have 4 matches, and they're gonna be some bangers.
2 is actually happens to be my favorite number, but our first match of the day is actually going to be London Royal Ravens versus Atlanta FaZe, so we're starting bright and early.
Yeah, let's check out today's schedule. We have Atlanta FaZe versus the London Royal Ravens, the new look New York Subliners that everybody's excited to see versus the struggling Paris Legion, our game fuel marquee match, Florida Mutineers versus OpTic Texas. And then to round things out, it's Search and Destroy battle in Boston Breach versus the Toronto Ultra. But that first match, it's going to be an absolute battle. It's 2 of our top 3 teams, Atlanta and London.
Yeah, and I'm almost not feeling so confident because of the interview yesterday that they said, you know, OpTic and FaZe kind of are on their own level in those 2 teams, but I think London could definitely push Atlanta FaZe to the limit here.
Absolutely. I've seen a lot of people predicting London to win. You see Miles, you see Brycey, you're predicting them to win. So it's absolutely going to be a battle. But let's check out the Major II standings to see where some of these teams are stacking up against the competition, because as it stands right now, it's looking wild. I mean, the Royal Ravens are 3-0, Mutineers are 2-0. Nobody would have predicted that. Boston Breach also 2-0, but Texas OpTic haven't skipped a beat since they won their championship, sitting at 2-0 as well, Allie.
Haven't skipped a beat, and Atlanta FaZe haven't been able to get on their feet. 0-1 right now in Major II. You told me that about a month ago, I would have said you were an absolute liar.
Yeah, for real. And I mean, you're looking at Atlanta FaZe, like, they have some tough matches coming up. They have London Royal Ravens, they still have OpTic Texas. Yeah. We're living in a world where this team could potentially be in the losers bracket, which would be pandemonium at a major. Imagine round 1 having to go up against Atlanta FaZe. It would just be awful. But, you know, we got to talk about a team that's just been playing so well. We saw them yesterday, OpTic Texas. They lose the first map versus Seattle Surge, but throughout the rest of the series, they started to pop off, and it started with Scump in that Search and Destroy.
Absolutely did, and we always touch on the fact that Shotzzy starts off the series really slow, but then by map 2, 3, and 4, he slowly heats up more and more. It was actually Ender that seemed to be struggling a little bit when it came to the series yesterday, so hopefully we'll see the full OpTic Texas on all gears today.
Yeah, you know, when we talked to Scump in the interview, you know, he sort of spoke on it briefly where he was like, that first map, we were just in the mix. And that is what can happen versus a team like Seattle Surge. They play very aggressive when their guns are hot. You kind of just have to match it, especially if it's a map like Bocage. And for OpTic Texas, they just started off a little bit slow, but, you know, this team's ability to bounce back and get through series, I mean, they impress me every single time. And their Search and Destroy, if it can stay on point like that, this is a team that can continuously win championships. And you could see, here are some of the match metrics going into it. OpTic Texas control round 1 percentage 1, overall KD 2, and on the flip side of that, that's inverse Inverse for the Florida Mutineers, they've been playing fantastic as well. 6-0 map count, 2-0 match count. And I personally think it's because of Skies and Awakening. They've gotten back to that all-star form that we saw in MWL.
A team that I definitely don't think we expected to be in the 2-0 position heading into Major II. And it's really about them translating those engagements that we saw earlier where they couldn't close out the hard points even though they were out slaying, but now it seems they finally found out where everything can click, and the Search and Destroy is still struggling just a bit, but we've seen what they're capable to do on the back of Dave Patty.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. It's a team that plays very aggressive as well, sort of like how we talked about Seattle. But for Mutineers, a lot of individual plays early in the season is what caused them to lose. But it seems like their teamwork is really coming into their own. We could check out their team KDs right now because everybody individually is playing phenomenal. Awakening 1.23, 1.1 for Skies and Dave Patty. Vivid 0.94, which by no means is a bad stat line. He's extremely aggressive, like top 5 for engagements. This is a dangerous Florida team. And a lot of people would just count them out versus OpTic Texas. But on Bocage, on Tuscan, those are the maps that Florida is good at. And they're going to play OpTic on those.
You know what? I would count them out as well, but only because Florida has yet to be consistent for me. Yes, they're 2-0 right now, but they've been outslaying and outslaying and outslaying, but they struggle to close out maps sometimes. And against a team like OpTic Texas, you can't show any likes of weakness, especially when they're coming off to that Major 1 win.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about another spicy match that we have today. It's the New York Subliners versus the Paris Legion, and I gotta say it, it's the battle of last place. But for both these teams, there's been turmoil throughout the season. They've made some roster changes, and for New York Subliners, they put Clayster on the bench, which is a big move. I mean, you hate to see it, one of the best players of all time, but something had to be done. It was him or Crim, and they bring in PaulEhx.
Heartbreaking, but we all saw what PaulEhx was capable of doing when he subbed in for the London Royal Ravens. Now, it is a testament to how good London Royal Ravens' entire roster is, but PaulEhx took over. He had the highest KD and respawn 1.17 on the London Royal Ravens squad, and he was just subbing in. So I think all of us at home knew he was going to get scooped up immediately, and I think it was a pretty good choice on the side of New York Subliners.
Yeah, and you can see this tweet here, Paris Legion having some fun. The battle for last. Get your popcorn ready for this matchup. Play New York today at 4:30. Make sure you guys are ready for that. But also, some more bombs dropped on the timeline. Clayster released a statement video. You can go to his Twitter to check out the rest of it. But for right now, let's check out an excerpt of what he had to say.
I really do want to compete. I'm going to fight and scrap for every inch of this pro career that I have. I always have and I always will. I'm not ready to be done yet. So, with that being said, I am currently looking for other opportunities on other teams. I obviously don't think I'll get on one right now in the middle of the stage, but I'm hoping after the major an opportunity arises and a team wants to take a chance on me proving myself. I think that's really all I want in this situation is just an opportunity to prove myself and the worth that I bring to a team.
I got to say one thing about Clayster personally. I don't know if a team has ever dropped Clayster and been very successful after. He always gets his revenge and he always pops off. I think he still has gas left in the tank. Just speaking from personal experience, when a team is that broken to where you're losing so many hard points in a row and you can't win a match, it's typically not just one player's fault. It's just team composition. So I do believe he still has more gas in the tank, and he's has a hell of a resume. So I hope he finds a spot.
I agree. And even when we talked to him being on the New York Subliners roster, he was like, I'm putting in the work every single day. I'm grinding my butt off to make this squad work. And to see him get dropped again, it sucks, but we all know Clayster. He'll get back on his feet, of course. Yeah,
I think he's earned that grace at this point. But let's talk about his replacement, PaulEhx. This guy came into the league last year with the London Royal Ravens. He was absolutely frying. Somewhere got lost in the mix during roster mania. Didn't get a starting spot on a roster, but he had an opportunity to fill in for Gizmo, and he played outstanding across those two matches. Amazing hardpoint KD, and that is what New York needs, is a hardpoint resurgence.
Well, and now we have to talk about the point, though. Is he the missing key? Is he the aggression and the consistency that New York Subliners needed in a main AR? Because, again, when he filled in for the London Royal Ravens, he played the flex role. He played what Gizmo usually fills for this squad, and that's where he's most comfortable. But now he's getting moved to that main AR spot, and now you have to worry about maybe some headbutting coming in for the IGL side of things, moving into where usually a veteran gets placed.
Yeah, thinking about, this team, Crim and Clay, a lot of people said that they, might not be able to play with each other in 4v4, and, potentially there's something there. So PaulEhx coming in and sort of just letting Crim be the leader. Yeah. If PaulEhx can come in and just be a slayer and make those big swing moment kills like he does, and putting up stats like this, it should open the map up a little bit more for players like HyDra and Neptune to slay, right? And if they're slaying better than they were, the map should be easier. I mean, it's simple as that. This team was just not slaying, and they had no teamwork. So they're going to get better regardless of it if PaulEhx can do what he did when he was playing with London. So I'm very excited. You saw right there 1.17 KD.
Yeah.
This guy can be the difference maker. But let's talk a little bit about Paris now. Now, the Paris Legion, they've gotten reverse swept twice in a row, but what did we see in this last match that was good?
You know what? We saw Jimbo actually pull his gun out. That's what I'm going to say. Because the first matchup, his debut, it was a little shaky, got his nerves out. We were like, all right, well, he gets one more series to prove himself, and he certainly did yesterday. Even though they got reverse swept, come on, it was London Royal Ravens, the top 3 team right now. So we can't knock Paris too hard, but again, they have been struggling in respawns. They need to work on closing out these series.
Yeah, I mean, their control has just been abysmal. Like, sitting at 2-8. Like, if you're going up 2-0, just, you got to get better control, try to win one of those and close out the series. But, you know, there is something to take out of these series in a positive light for the Paris Legion, and it is that Temp and John have been phenomenal across their last 2 games. I mean, John in that series was just absolutely balling out. Let's check out some of the Paris stats just to see how they've been playing. And you can see right here, I mean, it's an improvement. Hardpoints 2-3, Search and Destroy 2-3, and 0-3 in control, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're going to, you know, be 50-50 in the other game modes, got to steal control here and there. But for Paris Legion, it's just about Jimbo keeping up that consistency.
I also think it's a little bit of Gravity, too. I feel like Gravity hasn't found his pace with this really aggressive squad just yet, because for me, at least, his engagements, I feel like, in his map presence has been really, really low. So I think maybe if he finds his kind of gelling with this squad, we'll see a little bit of a new Paris roster.
Yeah, and you know what, aLLeY? I'm not going to lie. I've been, like, clicking the avies of a lot of the fans that tweet me all the time. They just don't have any drip. But I have a solution for you guys. You can up your drip if you go to shop.callofdutyleague.com. You can go and get your favorite CDL team gear, especially if you're going to any of the majors this year. You're going to want to rock one of those hoodies. I just got my Minnesota Røkkr one today, and I'm hyped to wear it to the major.
I'm going to be honest, my Atlanta FaZe one goes really hard. It might be my favorite hoodie that I own.
All right, well, make sure you guys go check that out. Get yourself some drip. But on the other side of this break, we're going to be breaking down Atlanta versus the London Royal Ravens, and we're getting closer to that match, guys. So stick with us, and we'll see you on the other side.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time. Are we ready? Let's get this show on the road. Cellium fights 2 right off the rip. Makes it 3. Taken down 1-5-1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. The beefy way to pound. There's the next. Give him the last point through. Waiting for his demise. There it is. Look at the minimap base are in.
Welcome back to the pre-show, guys. I'm your host, Nameless, filling in for Velly. He's feeling a little bit under the weather today, but we're going to hold down the ship for him. This is aLLeY, and we're going to talk about Atlanta versus London. Now, this match is huge. It is so important for seeding. Looking at the Atlanta FaZe, if they lose this match, they're potentially going to be in a bad spot as they still have to play OpTic later in the league. But for Atlanta FaZe, this is a very tough match for them. Two top 3 teams. Atlanta FaZe coming off of a loss to Seattle, where they lost 2 search and destroys. This team has to step it up going into this one. A team where search and destroy has been their bread and butter for years. They've been trying to figure it out, aLLeY. It just hasn't been working.
And not only that, they've been struggling on rotating and respawn as well. Like, their first map, yeah, you can get away with that in Bocage, but on a map like Berlin, you cannot get away with just busting your head in through the hill.
Yeah, so let's talk about the game field keys to victory. What is Atlanta going to have to do to take down the London Royal Ravens, aLLeY?
Well, they're going to have to bring their A game for Desert Siege S&D. London is first in offensive win percentage and second in defensive win percentage in Desert Siege. I'm assuming that's going to be in the map lineup and developing your control offensive game. Atlanta is first in control defensive win percentage, 7th in offensive win percentage. So get a little bit more aggressive, push towards that B side and steal that offense round early. And coin flip winner has a massive advantage on game 3. London is 6-3 on Gavutu. Atlanta is 6-2 on Tuscan.
Oh, that coin flip's going to mean so much. London is sitting there just hoping they won that coin flip because that's going to be a massive map in the series. But for the London Royal Ravens, I mean, what we saw yesterday was a little bit of a rockier start, a little bit of a slower start. Maybe you can attribute that to Gizmo sort of getting warmed up once again. But once they set into that series, Gizmo looked fantastic.
And I'm honestly going to be watching Nasty today. He struggled a little bit in the respawns yesterday. We obviously saw his ace in the search and destroy and his dominance in game 5. If he comes out swinging in the hardpoint, I think this will be a much better matchup than we expect. Yeah,
London Royal Ravens hardpoint, man. I was not expecting this team to be such a nasty hardpoint team, but Afro for me has just been unbelievable. Sitting at a 1.11 KD, he's a route man. I mean, every time we're watching his triangle on the minimap, we're like, this guy's hitting routes, he's getting behind, getting big 2 pieces. So for the game field keys to victory, what is London going to have to do to take down Atlanta FaZe?
Well, send Bocage hardpoint to the veto bin. Atlanta is 6-0, 8-7 on non-Bocage maps, so just get rid of that. Do not allow that to slip by in the series. And win the rotational battle on Gavutu hardpoint. Atlanta is first in Gavutu hold percentage. London is third. London has been struggling on those rotations as of late once again. And take the Bocage S&D. Atlanta hasn't played it yet, but London is 2-0. So play to your strengths rather than their weaknesses.
Well said, aLLeY. Now, you know what time it is. It's everybody's favorite part of the show, the predictions. For all the Twitter haters out there, we're going to do it right now. So pick'ems, London versus Atlanta. Who are you picking?
I'm going to go with London.
Map count.
Why do you have to hit me with the map count?
You got to make it spicy.
3. I told you this earlier. I don't know if this is true. I'm going to go 3-2. I'm going to go 3-2. I know I said 3-1 earlier, but I think 3-2 is
okay, so it's going to be a banger nonetheless. I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. Still got second at the event. You know, they're trying to figure it out, but I think they closed this one out in a game 5. This team has way too much of a chip on their shoulder to continuously lose and potentially land in the loser's bracket. But that's it for me and aLLeY. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. We're going to kick this over to Miles and Chance and get this day started.
Thank you very much, team. Real excited to get this one underway. We are honestly starting the day off with like a magical series. We've got Ravens, we've got FaZe. It's going to be a banger. Chance, how are you, brother? You look great.
I'm doing great. I mean, I agree with Nameless's analysis earlier, just talking about the strength of schedule that Atlanta has. London already have 3 matches out of the way, 3 wins that they've been able to accrue. And like, it's not a guarantee. I know tiebreakers can definitely get weird, but like they should be able to start a winner's bracket without too much of a sweat. Atlanta, though, could be a problem because it's not just OpTic they have to deal with, but also Toronto and Florida after this series. And I mean, again, just starting off your stage 2, losing to Seattle, that can make things very problematic. And as far as the series go, London, they won the coin flip. I don't like that it's a part of the analysis, but here we are. You get the Gavutu control, so that is not a massive advantage, but certainly a nice thing for London to have for the game 3. Gavutu a hard point, another strong moment for London as well. And the Bocage, completely unknown for FaZe. We expect them to be good on this map, but we simply do not know. And of course, on the flip side, London 2-0, not too shabby. And if it goes all the way to that game 5, it's a rematch between these 2 teams. It went round 11 last time they played, but it was Ravens that came away with the dub. So make no mistake, Miles, I favor FaZe in this series. I will not bet against this team like in the short term, like at all. But that being said, as far as the match goes for London, it's pretty damn good.
It should be a truly wonderful contest to get things going here. Day 2, week 2 of stage 2, all the 2s. It's course 2022, and we're on board with Afro. And sadly, he doesn't have a 2 in his name, but he may be able to get a 2-piece if he gets in the ring in time. No, aBeZy there. Opening kills goes the way of FaZe. Time now ticking theirs as well. It's a nice opener indeed. Looking for Nasty now to hit that flanks and try to find a semblance of control here, and he will find that 2-0 right off the rip. Hardpoint now back in the hands of the Ravens for a brief few moments. Here come the reinforcements, and Chance is already off to the races.
And look, it is a little bit different off the opening break, but sort of the theme in my mind for this game is Ravens, they're discussing on this P1 hill. Now, granted, the opening break can be a little bit different, but this is where they sort of have the biggest edge against FaZe. And of course, later on, that P4 setup that FaZe has been able to get a couple times, that's where they could blow the game wide open. So just for the fact that you're kicking this off, Arcitys already on a 5 spree, and you have a lead after P1, Atlanta, they're in a good spot.
Nice spot to be in. 30 points and climbing now as P1 comes to a close over to the second. As Arcitys doing his homework from across the map, he's going to get himself 6 kills to nothing thus far. Simply approach towards the hard point. In he goes, gets the best of Afro there with the rat in hand. As again, hard point time ticking away for a brief few moments. FaZe right back on point. A beautiful opening here, Chance on Gavutu. Arcitys is lined up, got himself 7 in a row, makes it an 8. That's going to be Streaks, baby, on the menu now. We're eating good as Atlanta FaZe start the map off strong and continue to hold.
I mean, just with that start from Arcitys, though, if you're thinking like, you know, 50-50 shot for either of these teams winning going in, I'm up to like 80-20 for FaZe. They got the good spawns. They got the streaks when they need them. And if Arcitys has the hot hand, well, FaZe will be having a good time. So right now, Ravens, they got their work cut out for them. They have an atrocious spawn if they're trying to get over that break towards new. I mean, maybe good news, Zero trying to collect a bit of this scrap, but he can't even get that. Afro at least wins his one up towards ring, but he's got no help from his teammates. So, I mean, Ravens right now, they just have such a long way to go.
Yeah, still a long way to go indeed. FaZe now in control of the hard point over towards the next rotation. To the beach we go. Afro getting ready to get the party started here with a pineapple in hand. Nades are up and about. Cell, tags are in, damage dealt, now the approach. Tags are in, damage dealt, now the approach. Simp's going to be there. First line peeks out, finds one, dips out. Zero's up next, and you've got to deal with Simp once again. And finally, you will stop one half of the terrors over to Cell now on the hard point, left alone. Reinforcements flooding on through. 40 seconds remaining on the hard point. Atlanta FaZe locking it down brilliantly. Here comes aBeZy. The rest of the squad's in. Afro's finally got some purchase. Cut down again. Seemingly impossible to make your way in on towards this beach hard point, as you will see Atlanta FaZe continue to hold.
I gotta say though, this just feels like shades of the major, right? Like they had that one like series loss for FaZe, and then Arcitys was like, all right, never mind, that's fine, I will do it myself. And well, he's the main factor. They have such a big lead, and 80-point blowout for the moment that honestly go up to 90 before we get there, and players try to make an opportunity to break over towards new. You see aBeZy's gotten through. Arcity's coming from the flip side, but aBeZy, while he gets taken down, I was gonna say maybe makes that player one shot for Arcitys to get the help, but Ravens take care of business. Woo! Maybe are gonna try to turn the game around here, but obviously it is a big hole they're trying to dig themselves out of.
Well, one shovel of sand at a time here on Gavutu as they're doing what they can over on the next point. This could be the end of the run from Atlanta FaZe. Glide's going to be out trying to help the break here now from Arcitys. Here it comes. Afro's the target, lands it, cleans up one. 2 members of Ravens on the point. Here comes another push now from Atlanta FaZe. They should be having the purchase now to make this work out. Oh, but nice coverage from Zero. A 3 from the top tower as Zero now on a 5. Looking to get any more? No. Great work out of Simp to stop the spree in its tracks. You still have the members of the Ravens spawning close to that point, but Chance, the battle has come to a close. The time is still ticking, and if anything, FaZe have managed to make a wonderful bit of work on this point despite being on the backhand.
Yeah, FaZe loves setting up this spawn trap, and you see, by the way, great awareness on the mini-map as well. Number 5, he's turning around. They know that Afro got through, so they're keeping track of every single player, and Afro not even able to get his teammates those squad spawns. So you actually, they spawn in the back right next to him. Of all spawns to get, and well, now the squad spawns come through, so shout out to Gavutu for the mixiness of those spawns, but that is the opportunity that Ravens needed to get back into this game. It'll take a spawn and a half for them to get it, but they broke through on P5 and still slowly working on taking care of that lead.
And Simp and Nasty's been doing such an amazing job in terms of the kills department. Nasty now on point, gets brought down by Cell's nade. It's just non-stop. 30 seconds remaining on the point. You're going to see FaZe back in control of this one, and they are doing a masterful job of keeping the Ravens off point, maintaining the time as best they can themselves. Chance is an absolute clinic so far. Ravens back on the point. 20 seconds to be had. Dare I say, not an easy thing to hold.
No, not an easy thing to hold at all, but P5 is certainly where they need to get that turnaround. And a couple seconds as well, they should be able to get that scrap time. But Miles, P1 is the hill where Ravens had that big advantage, but you can see Atlanta, they're set up there first.
Indeed, Atlanta now with a decent lead set up over towards P1 here in the second set. Let's go for a listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
We're trying to get to the other side.
It's all good. Top boat. They're gonna push up our side.
I don't see him. Are you tank?
Nasty on a 5. He's the one that killed me top boating.
Yeah, I'm hitting it. Archer, help. I'll see him on boat. Tank got me.
Yo, he's our
In the tank is well, yeah.
After one charge side, I guess you too.
In the tank.
He killed me off time.
Okay, he's on a 3 or 4.
Yeah,
our tank.
He's on one shot.
We're so down. We're just seeing us down. Top tower.
He's on a 5 now.
I'm trying to wait for you guys. We gotta try. I'm hitting mid.
Let's go fast.
Their side, weak their side. The trail time in the corner. Last one guy. Yeah, right there.
I have no straight.
Let's use scrap.
IDP.
You tag in. We're missing Afro again. Probably a green. I spawned.
I'm holding bottom boat. They could be jumped out from in.
Yo, I didn't want new. One bottom boat. Alright, nice. Last one new for sure. I flipped.
Okay. I'm pitching short.
I'm fighting top fast, looking.
Yeah, go for it. I'm
sorry. Top 3 spot.
I'm short. Jump down on time. Help me.
Nice.
I'm getting
Jump down.
Punch him. You push. When you push, if you can.
Push down. I'm on a 5.
Good time.
I did.
Nice.
Clean comms out of FaZe. Arcitys on one hell of a spree right now. Another 6 for him. Let's dive in the other side of the pond and go for a quick listening now with the London Royal Ravens.
Listen, take time. I'll show me, bro. One second, bro. No, cliff.
I'm pushing metal.
Still left boat. aBeZy, very weak.
Pushing out. Yep, chill.
First try, Simp dead, one mid boat.
Tank again, Arcitys mid tank, guys. Arcitys mid tank. Mid tank, dead, get time.
3, let's go. Let's go.
Where?
Dead.
Chocolate me.
Get to the right. Get to one.
I'm gonna
I'll flash one with tank.
I'm trying to help you, Matt. I'm trying to help you here, Joe. I'll get you mid-stairs, okay, Joe?
Okay, I'm trying to share side. What's that side of me?
Oh, dead. One more old. You're only missing one new.
She's dead.
Hey, last guy old.
Mid-stairs. Is that him old?
Yeah, he's old. He killed me.
Focus on back here. Have time.
I have the back, but you can. I'll try hold everything.
I got you on mid, Joe.
Shoot me that side. I need help, Trey.
I can't really help you, bro.
Let's shoot that side. Simp is on us. All three.
Listen to aBeZy.
3.
Get telling me I need help.
You're good.
aBeZy's cutting from mid somewhere.
Okay,
there he is. Steady. I need a close push.
Most time gun, I'm fucking rotating already.
On the rock cell, I didn't hit him.
Chance will make it the comms. A valiant comeback attempt now from the Ravens, but it's just streaks on streaks from Arcitys.
I mean, yeah, there is no explanation other than the fact that Arcitys has been dominating as to why FaZe are winning this game. And even still, it is an interesting moment because there's always comeback potential if you can chain a couple of hills together. But Ravens now in a spot where they almost have to do what FaZe does on this P4 hill. They're going to want to have to try to set up that spawn trap. That way they can win the rotation in P5, but that is easier said than done. A long way to go, and Simp through the back might try to ruin the entire thing. Doesn't even block the spawns though on Gavutu. It's almost undoable, so at least Ravens get there early, but they also want to avoid being spawn trapped because this is where FaZe, they can run the show.
Yeah, they're going to do what they can and now breaking through the front, keep the members of the Ravens pinned on that left-hand side of the minimap. But here we go now from the front. It's going to be Afro, 12 and 18 for him so far in the matchup's been an absolute blinder versus Atlanta FaZe. Cell, he's going to get the opening kill. Gizmo push back. Arcitys once again a Titan here on Gavutu, and there it is. The noose is around the neck of the Ravens here. There's 30 seconds on this point. They are pinned in. This is not the spot they want to be in. Oh, it's getting ugly. It's 3 from aBeZy. There's 20 seconds remaining now, and they're going to keep them trapped in there. You're going to have number 5 is going to be Cell. At one point, it's going to gingerly tiptoe across mid-map, go through boat. Oh, no worries, mate. aBeZy's already spawned towards next. An unbelievable setup from Atlanta FaZe. Surely a map 1 win going their way in a moment.
Yeah, no, that is the Atlanta FaZe blunder. They love to set up on this hill. They just have to bully their way through the front. And again, I mean, that is as GG can get. 20 seconds left before FaZe wins this one. And just looking at the spawns that London has, I mean, it is a hike and a half across the map. And they don't have Marathon Pro, and they can't even get past the AR. Cellium taken down 2. Maybe a last-ditch effort of a hero play from Afro. And admittedly, they'd be able to make things mixy, but he gets taken down, and feels like almost an inevitability that FaZe will win this game. Arcitys simply too powerful to kick this series off.
It's a few moments for the win now as aBeZy battling atop the point. Last-ditch attempt now from the Ravens to stay alive here in GvU2, but it may be all for naught, as again, the might of Atlanta FaZe has surely come down like a full hammer atop their heads here in the opening map. Still, we're keeping the kills going. For now, chance it's all good. There's 10 seconds on the point remaining. I mean, it's going to have to be something unbelievable right now at the Ravens, but this map, dare I say it, is not quite over yet.
Well, no, that'll be taking care of business. Maybe a couple flankers. No, Miles. Unless Nasty pop 3, it is GG. And FaZe on the rotation, make sure they are nice and secure. I mean, it would have taken some wild stuff for London to get back through, but that is game 1, and that is Arcitys, just a masterclass to drag his team to the victory. I mean, 2 separate glide bombs that get earned at different sections of the game, and I mean, hey, they just had too big of a lead too early on, right? Like a 110 to like 20 stat line along those lines. It's a good map for Ravens, but right there for game number 1, just a better one for Arcitys.
Unbelievable. Warrior blood truly flows through the veins of Arcitys. That was a ridiculous opener again from him. 40 and 22. Massive amounts of damage across the board. He seemingly could not lose an individual gunfight. Surely he was full health. A true titan on GvU2. What an opener there from Atlanta FaZe, and what surely will be a long and wonderful series. But damn! I mean, really, Charles, look at the highlights across this one. It was all FaZe. It was all Arcitys.
And I also know a 40 bomb for GvU2. I'm not sure if that's the record, but that is definitely one of the finer performances we have seen on this map. And it really is, for me, shades of the Major. I remember Arcitys, he's normally that main AR because he's got the guys in front of him collecting all the kills, where he'll drop, you know, the 0.95, go even for the KD, and he will do his job and take those routes. But after in Major 1, when they lost their first series, he woke up the next day, chose violence, and just started taking over games. Well, here to kick off stage 2, Atlanta FaZe, they lose to Seattle, and it looks like Arcitys doing the exact same thing again, just making sure, hey, ain't no way in hell we're gonna lose 2 in a row. And I mean, that was the second 7th spree that he was just on, and I'm literally just lighting up the kill feed nonstop. And maybe the only opportunity for London to like try to get back into the game would have been that P4, but Atlanta FaZe also able to get that spawn trap set up going, and I mean, that is simply where they are at their best.
Truly. Across the highlights again, this is the final few moments of that opening hard point. Well, I think just like coming into maybe even the 3rd or 4th point, Cellium had like 3 kills. We couldn't do anything other than just, you know, like try to play the fundamentals, which he did, obviously empowering the rest of the squad to find their success. But man alive, what an opener it was for Atlanta FaZe. Again, a lot of picks either side, quite a divided analyst desk, and of course, a divided fans, I think, when it comes to who's going to walk away with a win. Either way, though, 251.94, the opening hardpoint in GvU2 is done. Røkkr, Search and Destroy will be our next map, of course, GvU2 Tuscan, and a Desert Siege for the showdown in the final map. We have to go the distance here, and I hope we do, frankly, mate. This could be a lot of fun, but Røkkr, Search and Destroy, coming up in a brief moment. But aBeZy runs away and might hit the restroom. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but here he is. He's back. He's ready to rock and roll. Looking at our top performers when it comes to Search and Destroy chance, both teams bound to have great statistics either side, but there is one who's certainly stronger than the other.
Well, yeah, Cellium, #1 overall S&D KD across the entire league. And that number, actually, he has taken quite a hit. He had like above a 2 for the longest time. So if anything, you could say that Cellium has slowed down a little bit, but completely absurd performance. And, you know, speaking of like Desert Siege, you wanted that. It went round 11 between these teams last time, but that is also a map where Cellium has the #1 overall KD, where he's getting like 31% of his team kills. So Cellium, absolutely a menace, a guy to pay attention to. And Nasty on the flip side, I think one of the guys leading the show on Røkkr for Ravens yesterday, where I mean, they just had hyper aggressive strats almost every single round, just flying at their opponent. I don't know if they'll be able to replicate that same level of success against FaZe, or if they will even attempt those same sort of strats. But I mean, hey, maybe somewhat of a comfort pick as far as this series go. Røkkr again for FaZe, we just haven't seen them on it in quite some time. It isn't their auto veto though. It's their main ban that they have, but they only done it like 45% of the time. So they've been letting it through for more than half their series. No team has been willing to pick it against them though. So Ravens the first one to give the old college try.
I mean, they'll man up and square up against one of the finest in the league, and I'm excited to see how it goes down. Of course, Røkkr, Search and Destroy on the horizon, friends, so we'll get to that in just a moment. But mate, an interesting opener. I think Ravens, we saw a unparalleled level of success on GvU2 when they had PaulEhx in the roster. Of course, Gizmo now back. We hope everything's well with his family. We hope everything's well with his health as well. But it's going to be interesting, as we touched upon this, you know, briefly, of course, when we saw them play last. Getting Gizmo back in the swing of things, he looks like he's having a ton of fun. But as far as the team's, chemistry getting really back into the literal fight is a difficult thing to do, and especially at this level, especially with, this tight schedule that we're running right now with the league, you don't have a tremendous amount of time to get that practice in and get things going, as fast as you like. Other teams, of course, not having to take a break, not having to have any sort of like hiccups, they can just continue to keep going, business as usual. But do you really think it's a big deal chance, Ravens starting to have to get, hit the runway running and try to catch flight again?
Well, certainly not easy. And again, you listed a bunch of confounding factors that absolutely have a play. And I think just to add to it, the fact that now he has to shoot against an Arcitys that apparently has that hot hand, absolutely. This team will constantly have their work cut out for him. And I think you're right in Gizmo being sort of that like main focal point for the team, because obviously the ARs on the flip side are frying, especially on some of these maps that they have. We got double Gavutu in this series. It can be a struggle point. And even for the map for Tuscan, I think funnily enough, Arcitys has like a top 5 KD in the game on that map, Tuscan hardpoint. Gizmo on the flip side, I think he's like bottom 6. So he's been struggling in that regard. And obviously he's had a couple pop-off moments, especially yesterday, the 5 spree he went on to sort of seal the deal and end the game to get his team that win. But certainly he is the individual that I have my eyes on in this series.
We'll see. Almost ready to get into Bookage, friends. Hobby issues, you know the deal. Everyone on FaZe looking very calm and collected indeed. Cellium, slow start in that Gavutu, didn't necessarily have to find a lot of kills. Not a lot of kills to find when Arcitys was truly feasting upon his opponents, and the rest of the team just having to play their roles very well. And that's one thing that FaZe does do fantastically. Again, the nature of the roster, the nature of the beast. 4 incredibly talented individual players at any given moment can take over the map. If everyone else plays their role, you are looking at a very, very formidable opponent. Get your cameras ready, boys. Here we go into Bookage. Another search and destroy here. Map number 2 in our first series of the day. It is bound to be a fun one, Chance. Here we go.
It'll be just interesting to see exactly what strats Ravens are going to try to cook up, right? Because we saw a lot of Astro, Nasty, and Gizmo, all 3 of them just running amok inside of Grandma's, making it as mixy as possible. And they were having themselves a grand old time as Zero just got to post up and be sort of that island player, even on a small map like this. So they want to go for those confident strats. We'll see what Atlanta is prepared for. Ravens hyper aggressive down river, but look at the homework. It is done. Arcitys and Simp there to take literally all of them down. GG, round 1 in the books. And that is a strat Ravens did yesterday on defense more than one time. I think FaZe might have been prepared.
LOL WTF, I think springs to mind, but it's all smiles from aBeZy. They must be feeling very clever, feeling very proud of themselves to have done the homework that well and having seen it execute so perfectly. Strat play number 1 from the Ravens fails. Shoes on the other foot now, and then FaZe got by 1 round. Let's see what they now bring on defense. Ravens bombs in hand. Here we go, right into the fray. Will it be another aggressive hit? And it does look to be a bit of a speedy one over towards B. Gizmo on your screen. Nasty with the bomb in hand, and they've been slowed down somewhat.
And I think Simp maybe the player with the most pressure on him right now. That looks like the coordination of the nades. I think that might be slightly off the mark, and Simp able to stay alive. So they're just going to be wrapping out even with the pressure on Simp, but they are turning their attention to Grandma's, and well, aBeZy there for the first blood, but he does get traded.
Looking for the breach now right through the middle of the map, and it's going to be at least 1 trade either side, so it makes it a 3v3. Arcitys now on the prowl, looking to maybe catch a player out. Checks a corner, should be able to get the bomb carry as well. Does. Ooh, Zero's last player left alive now. 1v3. He's out in a completely different section of the map, so for now, he may be able to slowly but surely creep his way forward. Cellium posted up towards the back. You know he's going to be there. For Zero now, the waiting game is on. 1v3 against a team like this, no easy feat. But we'll give him a shot. There's the first few shots. The FaZe reshuffle. An impossible task it was. Atlanta FaZe 2-0.
Hey, just good work inside of Grandma's, right? We know that's how London like to sort of play it, get aggressive, but Arcitys there with just fantastic timing, right? He finds that one opening and honestly plays it a little bit slow, but that's because slow is the way to perfectly play it. So Arcitys there to make the big play. You had Cellium over towards the back just to watch the wide angle, and he's that first player to spot out Zero. So taking care of business, nothing too crazy. And I think Cellium, we talk about how good his KD is. He is very much a player in Search and Destroy that will play like very specific spots and just do it better than everybody else.
Everyone else has to sort of take notes from the get-go. Ravens once again on defense. This time again, it's going to be a first blood going the way of FaZe. Not quite as decisive as the last round, which was basically a first down, all down. But aBeZy's managed to make his way through the back. Now the back lines of the Ravens are starting to fumble. They're falling to pieces. The B-bomb site wide open. Here comes the plant from Arcitys. Can Simp find another one and make it 5-0? He's hot on the heels of Afro for now. This 2v4 continues, Chance.
Well, I mean, again, you just have all the coverage, right? You got a player up in the tower. You try to slip through. Even after they take Arcitys down, if they take Arcitys down, you saw aBeZy there in the background, flying from the top rope. Too good of a setup, too clean. And in a 4v2, Atlanta FaZe not going to make a mistake there. And I think really that entire round off the back of aBeZy, right? Flies in, gets the first blood, hits a nice little route through a tunnel, reflanks 0, finds the next one for free. And I mean, Atlanta FaZe, we haven't seen them on this map, at least not for Search and Troy very often. I don't know if this is surprising to anyone, but they look good.
They do look good. And we ain't talking about fresh haircuts or the drip or nothing. Don't forget, Call of Duty League shop. Get yourself a hoodie. Ali was going on about the FaZe ones. I'm not going to lie. They're pretty nice. They're pretty nice. A lot of truth sayers here on the league today. Here we go. aBeZy, though. He's close on the bomb site. Gives him a right through the window, right into his jaws. Chomps him alive. Feasts. Oh, God damn it. aBeZy with 2. Afro's toast as well. Simp's on a 5 now. Nasty in the 1v4. This is an unbelievable performance out of FaZe. No prisoners once again. Atlanta FaZe taking him to task on Bocage.
Miles, we are 4 rounds in, and there are 3 players on the Ravens that currently have a donut. They have 1 combined kill as a team, and it was a trade on aBeZy after aBeZy still managed to get the first blood. This is the Tiny Tear. I will do my push-ups. Just putting in the work. Quite a few first bloods, a clinical and easy game. He picks up the 2-piece. And I mean, again, this was seemingly on paper, best case scenario as far as the map set goes for London, try to get away with the victory until you look at the scoreboard and it just, I mean, pain is all I see.
There is no option now. The air being forced out of the lungs of the Ravens. Nasty though, a first blood.
Their second kill.
A different look indeed. Will this be the start of something special? Afro finding himself a second as well. Oh, the clearing of top barn, not complete yet, but the trade's on point. Arcitys now. In a very different look in this 1v3, and he is truly pinned. And here come the Ravens. They get on the board.
There you go. Nice little strat, like triple hitting out over towards like the field / P2 side of the map. And smiles maybe a little bit just to get that breathing room to get the ball rolling. I mean, potentially this is just how Bocage S&D plays, right? We saw yesterday Ravens, they went up 5-0 and then they lost 3 in a row. So maybe a map of runs as that momentum can shift quickly. So Ravens maybe trying to fight back in it. And at the very least, getting a couple players off that donut cam is always nice. Admittedly, Gizmo still there.
Happens on the cage. An aggressive hit now from the Ravens. Straight through the middle of the map. You've got all corners covered now from Atlanta FaZe. Simp with the first blood. Nasty straight onto the bomb site. Quick plant now. Atlanta FaZe with a reshuffle for a brief moment. Gizmo stays on the donut as the kills now come to a close. It's going to be a 2v3 situation now. Ravens, no, in the post-plant position. All falls to Nasty now. With Atlanta FaZe, 3 players up. Looking to get on the bomb, and Nasty may be able to check this. Simp's going for the quick defuse. Great spot. That's going to be 1 down for now. On the 4 spree. Here come FaZe. Cellium with the kill. It is over.
Not even close. Again, just a perfect retake, perfect setup, and Simp is making moves. I mean, funnily enough, we've seen actually Arcitys been the guy rocking the MP40, Simple Blade back out with the automaton. And obviously, it's not like we ever have that information going into the series, but it's a little bit different. And what we saw Simp do that round, finds the first blood, has a nice angle. I think he picked the guy top barn. It might have been gate, but he also saw a couple players pushing through that mid alley. He goes for a very fast rat back and catches a player trying to go up top grandma. So aggression is the key, even on the defensive end. And FaZe right there, just a little bit quicker.
Map point, Atlanta FaZe. 1 more round's all they need. Ravens defense, a different look has to be seen this time as this FaZe all steam ahead through mid-map. They've blown the doors wide open in Grandma's. aBeZy's hurt. 16 HP as the lethals and tacticals now finally come to a close, and it is explosions all over the place here. Glide bomb now invested from Simp. No one put cold-blooded on. It hits the backside of Granny's. Doesn't do a whole lot though. Now the Ravens able to maybe make a move, but you know, under the cover of the glide bomb, they made the hit towards the bomb site. Arcitys with the MP40 in that close angle. Afro on the other side. You take your time, you take your chances. Here we go. Waiting for the slide. Waiting for his teammates to show up. War gets 1. There's the trades coming through. Chance once again. It's a 2v2.
2v2, but aBeZy's flying. Oh, nice angle from Zero just to catch the top of his head, but you gotta read the flank. Zero's here like a book, and he leaves him one shot. But Simp is able to get away, but I heard bullets ring out, so Simp got spotted on the cross. He's trapped in the back, and he tries to make the move, and I think that was nasty there to catch him. Whatever the case may be, just getting Simp weak in that back line. Nice plays from Trey Zero to make things easy. And it was actually Gizmo, excuse me, able to get towards that tank, but I mean, that's efficient work. If it's not for Zero in that gunfight, getting a couple shots in, I mean, Simp could have easily just gone towards out, would have been a little bit safer, but nice little round, as dicey as it got. A couple little things going their way off the back of Trey Zero, but they're not out of this game yet.
Good job again from the Ravens to stay alive. How many more lives does that cat have? Heavy stack on the A defense now out of aBeZy. He's going to be the first blood again. Simp's there to pick it up. Gizmo looking to find anything here. Is nasty with that bomb is trapped. Truly in a corner here. Not moving, not making any noise. He's now the one man up, and this is it. It is over for the Ravens here in Bocage. Where does he go? There are members of FaZe in every single possible spot here. He manages to catch one. Another 1v3. Can Nasty do this? He's been a highlight reel at times. But this has to be something truly special, and special is not what you're getting on this Saturday, friends. Unless, of course, you're Atlanta FaZe 2-0 up in the series.
Well, I mean, this is simply a statement game, is what it looks like. Now flexing the map full, just like, in case you haven't seen our Bocage S&D, just so you know, it's as good as any other map that this team has in their repertoire. Even for that final round, I imagine the comms for the Ravens were like, how the hell did aBeZy get behind us? And by the time you could talk about aBeZy, Simp is right there, not behind him, but off to the side. And I mean, just a swarm, a trap, a devastating performance. I mean, at least a couple players on the Ravens able to get away from the donut that they had, but not a good stat line. 4 players negative for the Ravens, a dominant performance for Atlanta. And that's with Simp using the automaton pretty much from start to finish, on top of the fact that aBeZy reigning as the first Blood King.
Unbelievable work out of FaZe from start to finish. 11-3 in the end there from Simp. Again, looking at the scoreline thus far in the series, Lordy, let me tell you, it might turn around here. We may see a Ravens map win, but it's just been a back-breaking experience. I wonder how much more mental resolve they've got in terms of the, the game plan. This is going to be so hard to come back from for the Ravens. FaZe chance. We also, I mean, I joked about it at the start of stage 2, saying that we should see Atlanta FaZe 2.0 here, because after they take a loss, typically FaZe come back stronger than ever. This is it. We're starting to see the makings of truly something special. Before you get your point out, let's just go to a break, baby. We got Gavutu Control on the other side of it. Sorry, man.
All right, John.
Came for, been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my process pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Atlanta FaZe running the show here in our opening series of the day, and it has been an absolute treat for the FaZe fans. For the Ravens fans, not so much. That Bocage Search and Destroy was an absolute bloodbath. Chance, how we doing, mate? Again, looking across the board. Controls coming up next. It's not going to be an easy one for either team, but man, FaZe right now, a little too something special.
It does seem to be. We might be staring down the barrel of a 3-0 from Atlanta FaZe. Again, they like sort of experimented with the maps a little bit from Seattle, right? We've only seen them play Berlin Hardpoint twice. Against Seattle was the second time. So this is a team that in the pick and bans, they're willing to take a few risks. And I think even today we saw that. Maybe the Bocage S&D was a bit of a risk, but they've taken care of business, right? Like one of the main factors for London's success on the Gavutu Hardpoint is that P1 hill. Arcitys did everything by himself. What we saw from London on Bocage S&D yesterday, one thing they like to do on defense, try to like bully out that riverside, let Afro make plays. Literally right from round one, Atlanta FaZe completely shut that down. Now we go to a Gavutu control where obviously a great map from London. They won the coin flip, so they picked it. But one of the main reasons they have success on the map is when Zero gets pushed up to B on offense, he'll do it like straight away. He will solo cap this point. He will spend all the time in the world over in that area. And I think that's one of the main things that London has really been able to sort of bank on. At this point, I kind of expect Atlanta FaZe just to shut that down completely. Like that has been the theme of the day so far. So, I mean, I'll be looking through that once again, but obviously you can see at least for the map records, I mean, it's a favorite map for Ravens, technically.
Well, we can take the stats and technicalities, throw them right out the window because Atlanta FaZe, the form right now is a little too something. Something crazy, something strong, something terrifying. Gizmo is completely unaware. Oh, okay, aBeZy does get stunned. I thought he was going to be shot in the back there, guaranteed. But off the rip now, it's a little slower hit from both teams. Zero keeps that backside of B all clean. Front side of A now sweet and safe as well. And this is a nice look out of the Ravens right off. We'll see if they can hold it all together. Cellium now preeming up. Gives, ooh, nice shots from once again. Now to Simp, the automaton in hand, looking like a natural.
And just look at where they're going off spawn, by the way. Atlanta FaZe, as soon as they spawn up, they are just double stacking ring. That's the name of the game. Try to shut Zero down, and Arcity's there to take care of business. And if you just don't allow them to do this, especially if you get to set up the spawn trap, I don't know where London have success. And now the spawn trap well and truly in. Maybe just about. You still get aBeZy in that sort of prime position where you can just funnel these players towards the cliffside time and time again. And hey, maybe Gizmo picking up a big 2. Trying to open things up for the team, but obviously aBeZy behind enemy lines.
2-man stack now on top of 8. Fast cap in this one for London. That's going to be the first segment gone. Second's on its way out now, but aBeZy in from behind. This is going to really ruffle the feathers of the Ravens now. Still keeping the capture alive. 37 seconds on the clock. If aBeZy can get a kill, no, he cannot. As the Ravens make safe A.
Hey, look at this. Again, Simp's back in this exact same spot. aBeZy's done it. Arcitys has done it. They are literally taking turns. This is like a chain system that they have. Ignore the A side of the map, funnel out towards B, get that P1 control, and get someone pushed out. Like, they don't care which player it is with that setup, but FaZe clearly have a very specific game plan in mind. Even number 5, Cellium trying to push up just a little bit, but maybe gets caught off guard, and maybe a moment for Gizmo to take that P1 control, and somewhat of an opening for Ravens just to get that B approach started.
You still have to worry about aBeZy. He makes it to top ring. He finally taken care of, and now we have a 2-man hit through that P1 side of the map, through top ring. Cellium's going to be the lone defender now with a little bit of help from Arcitys over his shoulder. Nades are good. Shots are good. Ravens make it through. Zero unable to get any more out of that play. And already Atlanta FaZe on defense looking to fan out and take the middle of the map. We stop the clock at 1 minute on the dot, and it is only Nasty capturing B.
And I think FaZe might be sort of waiting to try to get P1 control as well. That's what we see aBeZy number 7 doing. Or maybe they're going for the full rat back, but keep in mind, number 4, he's going for the full flank, and it is a standoff inside the hill. Neither player taking the bait. Nasty makes that first move, gets the timing, and Ravens, they get all the kills.
They get the trades as well. So Zero's coverage from Deep Beach is going to keep the play alive, still keeping the capture going. Halfway through the second segment of B, now we go. aBeZy looking to get involved, can't get it done. Sliding forward, covering fire from all across the beach right now as the Ravens, one segment at a time, capture B. They've got one more to hold here. This is huge. Looking for the 2-man stack potentially as Gizmo looking to drive the dagger. Slowly but surely, they're getting the job done. FaZe may just chalk this one up and call it, and I think they will. With the remaining 4 lives, the Ravens have pulled out something brilliant here. Despite the opening efforts from FaZe, they take the first round.
Completely nutty, man. I mean, Ravens best like offensive team on this map in the game, or at the very least, like just their approach towards B. They have one opportunity really to make it happen, or not even one opportunity, but just as soon as they get there, they never let it go. As soon as they get the clearance, get a man on point, they play it perfectly. They run them over in lives. And I think for me, the moment of the round is just Cellium. When he was on the rock, pushed out past P1, where he was just looking behind him, up towards ring, and sort of gives away a free kill. And as soon as they lost that control, they never got it back. But FaZe, an 8% win rate on this map for attacking round. They're trying to be a little bit fancy. It's a B hit off the rip.
They're wearing their fancy socks and they're in, baby. They've made it all the way to be fast. Now, they still have some pressure towards A, so if this play doesn't quite work out, you always have that to fall back on. But here we go. Counterattack now from the Ravens. Trying to clear out the point. aBeZy's going to be there. That's the tags. Not an easy thing to do, even with FMJ. 0 now. With a covering fire, Afro goes in, cleans point. Nasty's there with a two-piece. A, though, now for FaZe. That's the focal point of attack. Oh, and it's been done. Taken care of by Gizmo. Here comes the pressure from the Ravens.
I think, honestly, a mistake from FaZe just not to, like, quad stack that. Like, if you're going to go for B, you better make it happen. But they only send 3, end up getting picked apart. And now you just have 0 map control. Maybe try to funnel in through Beach. But, I mean, you're already down, what? I think it was maybe 10, 12 lives after round 1. I mean, you need some sort of a miracle in this round to try to make the comeback, and they're being forced over towards the beach side of the map. But you see number 1 and number 2 on your minimap. Zero and Nasty working together. They got the crossfire set up if FaZe even want to attempt to go to B.
Here we go. Still, slowly but surely through the middle of the map. We now, Tyracle is going to be Arcitys. 30 seconds on the clock. Stops it. Dead in its tracks. They've taken care of the Ravens members now over towards A, so that's it. You've got 1 member defending the B side. The 3 players now over towards A should be able to get this capture done. It's going to be slow. It's going to be steady as aBeZy keeps the line held there over by A. Or sorry, over by B. That ring side of the map, all safe and sound. And he's doing a bit of a do-si-do here with Nasty. Box now open up. FaZe have to get back on it. They lose the ring control. They've got to now try to make something happen fast. And it's on Simp to try to keep the play alive while his teammates get on the point.
London can flood, though. London can flood, and that's a big win from Afro on his way in. And now if you're Arcitys, too many things you need to worry about. They can come in through the hole in the wall, just start the contest. They can't challenge from tank anymore, but you see the contest for a moment. aBeZy's trying to do a dance just to stay alive, but Ravens have 2 players on the boat. It is still, the clock is stopped. That's because Cellium, he's over by B, doing his best 0 impression and dancing with them. Staying alive, regens up, gets the beat down, and FaZe still an opportunity to win this round.
The pistol whip. Oh, Nasty finally landing it with the shots there and the nade from 0 to clean him up. 1 minute 19 on the clock, though, as we say goodbye to A. 0 trying to make the middle of the map all his. Nasty over by B. Big shots. Not enough to take care of Simp as well. Here comes 0 now to try to get rid of that pressure towards ringside. Atlanta FaZe flooding through both sides of the map as well. So you take care of 1 player, you got a couple more to deal with. But the life count, relatively even hit chance. We've got an interesting hit towards B for sure.
And I love the way Zero's playing it too. Just incredibly patient. Doesn't throw away his life. Waits for the gunfights to come to him. And meanwhile, Afro in a tough spot because Sim's got him pinned down. And well, he is going to fall. And now for Gizmo and Zero, the pressure's on. Zero gets 2 off the cross whenever you need him to deliver. He's able to pull up, and even Cellium towards the middle of the map is going to fall. 35 seconds left, but right now for Ravens, looking pretty clean on defense.
They're doing a good job. That's 30 seconds remaining, and it's 10 lives either side. Big wins on the boat side there. Once again from Afro. That's with the right hand over towards boat. Keeps it all safe. Here comes the pressure now from FaZe through beach side. aBeZy automaton in hand. Cut down Nasty. Once again, the Ravens coverage so strong here. 50 seconds remaining. Oh, Afro's on the flank. That's going to be the first. Trying to now dig the dagger deeper into the back of Atlanta FaZe, and that is going to be it. Surely no one gets closer. Big kill out of Afro. That's going to be mid-map covered. The round is done. The life count still in the hands of the Ravens. And wow, Atlanta FaZe, it took a lot to get there, but in the end, just not enough. They go down 0-2 here in control.
Yeah, and again, I was sort of expecting FaZe maybe to have something cooked up on Gavutu, but as interesting as their opening break was, I just don't know if I like the fact that they only send 3 that direction. I think they left someone like over towards the boat. And I understand you never want to like completely give up map control, because if you end up falling and stuck in a spawn trap, it's as brutal gets in Vanguard. But at the same time, I mean, you throw that like sort of idea out for the opening break, have no success, and well, Atlanta FaZe still with only an 8% win rate on their attacking rounds. London, though, much better, one of the best in the league. They send 4 this direction. A couple trades early on, but still working on that slow approach towards B. But obviously, you lose that P1 control, makes it impossible as Arcitys able to deliver and picks them apart.
Can Arcitys hold it for... Whoa! Yeah, he can. A massive win from him. Ringside safe. Boat side safe. And here comes the pincer. Desperately now trying to fight out their spawn is going to be the Ravens. Atlanta FaZe, slowly but surely, encroaching closer towards what should be a defensive round victory for them. The kills now working out in their favor. 22 lives Ravens, 27 lives Atlanta FaZe as they continue to close their hands around the neck of the Ravens, pinned in their spawn. No one's getting out without at least a couple of shots, at least a couple of tags, and even then, information's being passed out, man. Nasty wins a good one. That's one side of the map open. Can they make their way through boat? No. aBeZy is there, and aBeZy is lined them up. How many more can he get? Answer is none. Chance, but the time is not on the side of the Ravens.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make a difference for them, though, right? There is zero motivation for them to put any pressure on the map. They can purely play team deathmatch, and they might be down 5 in this round, but I think the previous 2, I mean, they're still going to be up, what? I mean, almost off the back of Afro alone because he's +7, but pretty clean across the board. Have a 9 or 10 life advantage. Doesn't matter if you get bullied out in this round. They still overall have that advantage. And the pressure and the onus still on Atlanta FaZe. Need to convert in offensive rounds, and honestly need to do it in somewhat of a dominant fashion, or else they're going to be looking at back-to-back offenses that they need to win.
Again, for now, we haven't quite made the full change over towards segment captures being the decider for game or round 5. So at this moment in time, Ravens winning that offensive round. They have the segment win, they have the kills in their favor, and now Atlanta FaZe, last-ditch attempt here in the control map to try to turn things around. Arcitys going deep beach all the way. Sees a little zero way off in the distance. Nades are up. 3 members of the Ravens on defense over towards A. Zero's all alone, and he's soon to be in a lot of trouble as the damage is coming through. Chance Ravens have won the battle over towards boat. Big win out of Zero alone without the help of his comrades, and now he's going to keep the boat safe. Keep the beach safe. Gizmo's got ring coverage as well. Ravens spring right back to life.
Yeah, just hopeless from Atlanta FaZe in that moment. You have to win the gunfight against Zero inside the hill, and maybe took a little bit too long to even go for the setup, because as soon as Ravens swarmed back on in, well, now you see the map control that they have and the setup across the board. Lift covered, you got a player out beach, and I mean, welcome to the blender. Maybe a couple big ones get one, and Zero gets taken down, so hey, they open it up, but still only 30 seconds on the clock. Cellium, the front man for the team.
It's a full open lane now. They make their way all the way towards B. Less than 30 seconds to get this job done. Live count trickling out. Cell cut down. Up to Simp next. Can he make something special happen? The Wonder Kid finds his first kill. Arcitys gets another one. This could be the opening they need to get on a B. No! Zero's there once again. Another 2-piece for him as Trey Morris laying down the shots for the Automaton. You still have this open lane to deal with now for FaZe. They can keep funneling towards B. Less than 10 seconds to go. You've got to get on the point, boys. No, Zero locks him down once again. And that is it. 5.7 on the clock towards A. Finally, Cellium makes his way forward. You still have Ravens defenders here, though. It's going to be nasty in position. And now you're lining up. You're off the point for a second. Back on at 3.9. Chance FaZe. Last-ditch attempt. It's not over yet.
Very kind of you to say it's not over yet. I mean, this is as chalk this chalk gets. Even if they can cap this 8 point, I mean, hey, that's great, but not enough time in my mind on the clock. You only got 13 lives left, and they have to be perfect in a situation where Zero has been untouchable over towards B. I mean, offense, defense, doesn't matter. That is genuinely Zero's home. Nasty up top, able to pick up a big 2, and that'll take care of business. Gavutu control, Ravens 2 clean, and Miles, I know that game might have been, 12, 13 minutes. The only moment that mattered is when Atlanta FaZe had the setup. When Cellium's on the rock, they had a player P1, and they had someone over on B on defense, and, well, they just got ran over. You give up the control for a moment for the Ravens to, work that B site. They're just perfect in that regard. You get one offensive round win. That's pretty much all you need. So one moment of a game for a game that lasted 10 minutes long, and Ravens able to secure that one without breaking a sweat.
Ravens run the show on Gavutu control, and there it is. You were not wrong, brother. I mean, Chance, there's always hope. Come on, mate. There's always hope.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Not on this map.
Yeah, maybe not on Gav. Hey, we've seen it happen at the majors. But highlights across the board. Very, very strong showing from the Ravens again. Across the kills department. Offensive rounds looking very clean indeed. The A-B captures were theirs as well. I mean, FaZe are a team that truly learn from their mistakes, and they learn from their losses. So for FaZe fans out there, you're looking at control and Gavutu now, and you're like, all right, cool. Well, it was like this. We saw a moment where it was definitely going to work out. A couple of nice hits maybe didn't amount to too much, but hey, give them time. They will crack the code on this one. They will download the exact strat they need. But it was strong showings out of the Ravens there on Gavutu.
I mean, it's almost just the same sort of storyline for Ravens that we saw yesterday. Just unbelievable team when it comes to this B site on both offense and defense. And they really are just incredibly efficient, as once they actually get players towards B, they never let it go. There's always someone in P1 that's like able to watch over your back. Afro is timing his flanks perfectly when he needs to come to help for like the mid cut, and they really are just a well-oiled machine. And in spite of the fact that they're one of the best teams on offense on that map, I think they still only have like a 34% offensive win rate. So I think that's just the way Gavutu goes, especially when it comes down to kills. It's just the way the map is going to be influenced. So standard stuff there for the Ravens, trying to bounce back in this series. But this is the bigger problem. When we talked about how the maps and modes look great for them, it's because the first two maps, I thought they had a pretty good chance. The Tuscan is looking real rough, though, because, again, as stated before, this is a map Arcitys loves to play on. Top 5 KD on this map, and Gizmo on the flip side, he is bottom 6 on Tuscan hardpoint. Now, obviously, Ravens, if they get to the Desert Siege, they're not going to shy away from it. Undefeated on the map. Played against FaZe, beat him in the round 11, but Tuscan hardpoint, that's a lot of pressure to have to take Atlanta down.
We'll see. And if you're saying Arcitys has got a strong KD on this map anyway, looking how he's playing today, I mean, I'd be saying your prayers if I were the Ravens fans. But we will see, again, as anything can and will happen here in the Call of Duty League, as we are almost ready to get into our Tuscan hardpoint. Next up here in the series, we're going a little bit longer than a lot of fans thought we would after that Gavutu control. Chance, what do you think it is right now about FaZe, man? I mean, those first two maps were so nasty. Where does the success come from?
Well, obviously they're just disgustingly talented players from top to bottom. Great teamwork, great coaching staff. Like FaZe have everything they could ever possibly want. I would say as far as, I mean, even by the way, for grand finals, I mean, they've been in almost every single grand finals for like the past 3 years. Like if you want to ever win a tournament or a major in the CDL, you have to be able to beat FaZe. That's the rule, because they will be in that final matchup. So, I mean, again, for London right now, that's a pretty big problem to solve, or maybe the next hurdle for them to accomplish. But I mean, across the board, the only quote unquote weaknesses you could say this team has is like very specific things, right? Gavutu control, they haven't quite figured out. Berlin hardpoint, they haven't quite figured out. But outside of like some specific maps, it's not even like they're bad at any of them. Like even the Bocage, we haven't seen them play. They come out and just completely ran the show. So there's like specific themes or things that this team needs to tweak, and they will be right back on top.
It'd be a scary prospect again if Ravens can somehow find a new form and a newfound success here and win this Tuscan, force, of course, the Desert Siege Game 5 and take a win. That puts Atlanta FaZe down 0-2 thus far in the road to the major. And talked about it on the desk today. What the hell happens if Atlanta FaZe start in the lower bracket? What happens then? Anyway, quick back over towards this series. Top performance in the hard point, not including map number 1, pals, and it's Cellium, the 1.26 overall. He's nasty. Nasty.
I mean, absolutely. Cellium, I think, was in early contention for MVP. I think if they had won the first major, he probably would have gotten the nod in that direction. But as far as this series go, it has been Arcitys, right? The only bit of life they really had in the Gavutu control was off of his back, and certainly in game number 1, I mean, he flipped the switch and completely took over. So definitely look out for him as well on the Tuscan hardpoint. Said it quite a few times, right? Top 5 KD on this map. He is very happy to play. And he'll probably be the top church guy, because we know Cellium, well, he's going to go play on the heady on the right side of the map.
Here we go into Tuscan. Already, we're going to see Arcitys with the straight wall hacks, man. Like, he just
doesn't need to see. He doesn't need to see.
Doesn't need it. He's like, yeah, he's going to be there. Over was the hard point, an opening contest. Ravens with the 10 seconds. Zero's trying to hold him down. Cellium from what affectionately has been dubbed the Cellium. This is he's in it. That's the Cellium spot, and he's going to do what he can from there. 30 seconds remaining here on first. Already the kills going the way of FaZe. A little bit of back and forth. Mostly, though, Atlanta FaZe running the show. We're going to look towards rotations already, because P1's already done, friends, and it's looking good for Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, you're in Arcitys. By the way, Spawn killing them with an MP40 all up in their business. And, well, that is quite the way for FaZe to start. They are on the bad side in terms of getting to P1 first, but the good side when it comes to holding their spawn.
Oh God.
You go into P2 with a lead. This is as good as it gets for Atlanta. Look how far away the Ravens players are for the moment to even think about contesting this hill. And I mean, they're trying to flank around the back, but I know what Cellium's thinking about, a flank of his own. Hello, 1, maybe number 2, but he does get dropped. But even still, 15 seconds have gone by. FaZe remain untouched in the hard point.
Ravens still spawning in the back. They should be able to get to the point a little quick, but aBeZy finding one. He's looking for another one here by L, and you know he's gonna get it. Wow, FaZe once again locking it down. Church side all covered now. Simp with the shots coming through, and it's gonna be 25 remaining here on column P2. Oh my lordy. Simp getting it done once again. aBeZy's now on a 5 spree. Atlanta FaZe starting to heat up.
Well, let's see what Atlanta FaZe has, though, cooked up for the rotation. And, well, aBeZy there to be that intro on the flip side, right? He's on a 6 spree, by the way, so maybe this is how you break this hill and get Gizmo taken care of in the back. Just drop a glide bomb on his head, but unfortunately, he gets dropped, and you see Gizmo from the Godheady in the back able to pick up 2. So this is the moment for Ravens to try to get back into this game. You get the setup on Fountain, the tried and true money hill, and for the moment, Atlanta nowhere near trying to even make this break.
Yeah, there's a big opening now. As you can see that mini-map, it's that top side of the screen. That's where FaZe are coming from. And here come the nades up over the top. Zero's going to answer one back. The salvos continue. Nasty trying to keep the middle of the map safe. He does for now. Here comes the push. Gizmo now changing positions. aBeZy trying to make his way through front. Here comes the lineup. aBeZy, Simp on the left-hand side. All the FaZe getting ready to go. Afro, nades in hand, trying to hold this one down. No one's on the point, though. You've managed to keep it safe for the time being. Time not accumulating. Afro can't win it. Simp's going to keep the point going. There's Nasty now trying to lock this one down alone. 20 seconds remaining. Can the Ravens get the time? It is not bloody likely. Here come FaZe.
Massey in the hill, though. He needs to pick up a couple big ones because, honestly, as far as that hill goes for Atlanta, not that bad. I know Ravens certainly get the edge, get about 30 seconds, but you saw, I think aBeZy made the play in towards Vines. He stripped away about 7 or 8 seconds there. You even strip away that scrap time, so decently played without being able to get that break for Atlanta. Now they have to do the same thing again. The break over towards Church. Simp with that intro kill.
Wow, he's got the intro. He's got the backup as well. Now through front side of the Church, the pinch is on, and there we go, friends. The complete wipe. The cleanup crew is there. FaZe locking it down. Now aBeZy straight into the middle of the map. You think you're safe? Never. When aBeZy is on the map, everything is difficult. 103 now and climbing to the 51 of the Ravens. Church was taken from them. Stripped immediately now as Arcitys through the back. Gizmo finding one. Pinches on pinches. Can we find anything, though, for the Ravens? Through the back line we go. No, the beatdown from Gizmo can get one. Whoa, he gets 2. I don't know how he did that. Still keeping the fight alive. 20 seconds remaining on Church, but Chance, you know the drill. No way to FaZe let this time go uncontested. They're going to fight every second, and they truly are getting it done here on Tuscan.
Yeah, finals time to go their way just to sort of maintain that lead. That does give a rotation up to the Ravens, though, so maybe an opportunity if Gizmo's picking up kills like that. Afro's had a couple nice ones as well to try to find their way back into this game, but I'm looking at the minimap and already see long routes taken. I don't know if number 5 Cellium got spotted in the death cam, but now they got 2 players coming in from well. So Zero in the hill trying to deal with the right side. He picks up a big 2. Now the pressure's coming from the bottom, but it looks like his teammates are delivering for the moment. They get the clearance. They get the first 20 seconds in the setup as well. Ravens, a little bit of fight in them. Honestly, looking good on B5.
Even with a lot of fight, it's not easy to break FaZe here on Tuscan. Nasty lining them up, keep B5 safe. Shots from Cell now as they break on through. Here comes the pinch from Zero. Oh baby, 1, maybe 2. There it is. Clean wipes coming through. 3 for Zero. That's going to be 6 in a row. Big stuff out of him. P5 remains in the hands of the Ravens. There's 20 seconds still to go here. As FaZe, they're going to take another crack at it. And here they come. Barely able to get into the time. Just pass to you, Chance. It is non-stop here on Tuscan.
I love that play call, by the way, from FaZe. I'm assuming they were keeping track of the potential streaks from Zero, but honestly, they just want to fight for the scrap because this is a hill you can afford to fight for it. So they sent 3. I don't think Zero was prepared at all. So no glide bomb, and Ravens to get that early rotation because they bullied out P5, but Simp, now we can think about the flank, and look at what this is doing to the arrows. Number 1 on the minimap has to turn to watch the flank because of Simp, and that leaves the guy in the hill by himself for the clearance on the point. Atlanta FaZe, clean and easy breaks, 30-point lead, and now they're trying to run it up.
What is this from Simp? This is classic Chris Lair, as he is absolutely frying his way through these members of the Ravens. Stunned up, doesn't seem to matter. Shots are all there as the pressure now from the Ravens trying to get back into this one. Zero can't get it through the front. Afro cut down on the point. It now falls to Nasty. He's dead. Middle of the map. Gizmo's gone. Atlanta FaZe starting to turn to white hot now as they have turned Tuscan on its head.
Have it their way, Miles, absolutely, and they even get the scrap time. I mean, how many hills? Like, straight from Fountain, it was the same at P5, and even here on P1, if they know they're losing their rotation, they're making damn sure they get that scrap, and, well, that gives them a 60-point lead. They've been clean on a couple of these breaks. They're trying to take their time and set up for a new one. You see the idea, a couple players through P5, 2 through top Church, and they found that opening. Now Simp can hit TJHaly.
Straight on it, contesting the point, immediately sliding through, no problem whatsoever. The coverage now is FaZe, seemingly unstoppable, but big wins out on Nasty. They're up close and personal there, as Gizmo getting now onto the point as well. Ooh, but Arcitys back and forth we go. It's an incredibly dangerous dance of death now, as Atlanta FaZe going toe-to-toe with the Ravens here on P2 in the next set. Zero can win it. Big shots again. aBeZy, though, back at it. There is no chance for anyone in this game to go any more than one kill at a time, as the trades upon trades come to a close. Ravens with a brief moment of hardpoint time.
I mean, think about it though, right? You get that early rotation to this hill and they just got what, maybe 10, 15 seconds, and FaZe is still putting on the pressure for the scrap, which they get while they're winning that rotation. So one of the only moments of respite for Ravens to try to get back into this game. I mean, they just get bullied out of the hill once again. And if you don't have that rotation to Fountain, I know Ravens have a reputation of being one of the best breaking teams in the game, but this setup right now, it is not looking good. They're being funneled through P5, and FaZe are just sitting there waiting for the push. But hey, a couple players go down. Ravens win the first set of gunfights. They got to do the exact same thing again.
Let's put their skills as the breakers now to the test. FaZe with the setup. They've got a pinch now on point. This could be good if the Ravens' timings works out, and it is not good. It is not good at all. It's all down. Ravens wiped off the map. Another chance at it, though, with 30 seconds here, and that was a brilliant hold by FaZe.
And they're just doing all the little things right. I mean, we could talk more about it at the end of this game, but there might be a few things on like the entirety of the map set that FaZe needs to do well, but there's also a couple small things that they do better than anybody else. But for the moment, Ravens actually able to maybe not collect all the scrap time because all of FaZe is here to unfortunately shoot Zero in the back, but going to a Churchill. Last time Ravens, they got broken instantly. This time Gizmo finding a couple of openers and trying to stay alive and buy his teammates time in the hold. So far, so good.
They get the break a little too late, but now over to Church once again. We saw FaZe break through this one with ease, seemingly like a hot knife through butter. Gizmo at the back, at least one had teammates covering. Miss Afro, side Church door now. Here comes the fight, and it's going to be nice tags again. Afro gets himself 3 out of this one. You finally get to hold the line down, but Cell breaks on through, gets 2. God, he's disgusting. 30 seconds now remaining on the point. Simp flying into the guns of Nasty. It is non-stop action here on Tuscan. Afro checking every possible corner. Too many nooks and crannies and crevices here on Tuscan. He has to check them all. Hard point time once again in the hands of the Ravens. But FaZe over the 200-point mark now. Chance, it is the business end of the hard point. Ravens have got to go big.
Well, Ravens get more time on this hill, or at least seemingly FaZe again is what's just they're fighting for the scrap, and at least Nasty able to get that kill so they can get the scrap. But now it comes down to that rotation battle. Arcitys here first, but a player down low should get traded. He's taken care of. Simp the next man up, looking for number 2, but Zero able to take him down by 40. Ravens still trying to fight in this game, but you see that swarm Atlanta, they are flying fast.
They're trying Cell now through the front line. They're going to get a couple of kills, tags in, hopping, diving, dodging, nades, you name it. 3 players now from FaZe on point, nades now from Ravens. Back at it again, the volleys come through, and it's Gizmo on point. Shots are good as Arcitys now. Deep breath, wait for the reinforcements, and here comes aBeZy now through the front. Can't get any more out of it. Trades are all good. FaZe win the fight. That's going to be FaZe in the point.
They just keeping control of it too. I mean, all the kills going their way. A couple players down low. Up top, the Ravens trying to take one more push. The battle for scrap once again in Cellium there to deliver. I'm honestly surprised that this game is as close as it has been, because it's looking like FaZe have just been in control from start to finish. Final 10 seconds on the old hill going their way on the rotation though. aBeZy's gonna fall. Simp might be able to try to time this out, but he gets spotted. Zero's there, but Simp, eyes in the back of his head, at least makes that read. But this is the scenario FaZe, 13 seconds away. They win this series. Ravens have to be perfect from here on out, and the pressure coming in through mid.
Afro lands 2. They line up for him. Holding hands gets him in trouble. 3 dead now for FaZe. Ravens buy themselves a little bit of time. Now watching up for the spawns. Good reads. Great awareness there from Afro. Nasty, he's going to be up first. Can you hold out another push now? Ravens, this is going to be huge. Now the trades coming through middle of the map. The pressure swelling from Atlanta FaZe as they make their way to the point. Next 30 seconds going to be huge as Afro is going wild. He does manage to get the killing spree. I don't think streaks are on the cards. He's brought down Chance. Rotation already for FaZe. Zero's got to get it. He can't get it. That could be the map.
Yeah, if Ravens just get everything except for the spawns. Important gunfight on the flip side. I think Afro saw him. Simp didn't get the intel, and that is Call of Duty timing at its finest. Afro found the opening and wins the gunfight.
Ravens still in this, but Afro still the pressure on. aBeZy looking to hunt him down.
aBeZy has to win this 1v1, and he does. You can nail a coffin there. That's it. Surely the final few seconds come through. Column, the last hard point here on the map. Nasty desperately trying to make his way forward. The clock ticking. Nades are out and about. 2 members of FaZe on point. Here comes the hit from Afro. No hope in hell. Atlanta FaZe. An incredibly hard-fought series, and it was a good sign of life at the end from the Ravens, but that is Atlanta FaZe back. Man alive, what a showing from them, and it's heated. The Ravens is heated. It's a lot of back and forth, and a series that I think a lot of fans thought would have been closer, but at the end of the day, 3-1, the final score. What a delightful start to Saturday.
Yeah, and that was a ton of frustration for London Royal Ravens as well, because I don't know exactly what the moment was or what that argument was about. It could have been the fact that I don't know if they were expecting to give up those back spawns when Zero actually wins the gunfight in church. So I don't know if someone just had poor positioning that was blocking the spawns, or if they were just hoping Afro would win more gunfights in the back. But saltiness for sure. I'm impressed Ravens even made that close, because it seemed like every single hill, especially in the first half, like FaZe are picking up the scrap time. They're bullying them out when they lose the rotation. When they get the rotation, they're getting near full 60s. But that might have just been the case of too big of a lead for FaZe to let go. Cellium and aBeZy, obviously nice performances. And I don't know, just a clean game towards, or not a clean game. That is the incorrect word, but a clean series for the rough final game.
Unbelievable displays out of Atlanta FaZe once again, as certainly they put on a clinic here on Tuscan, but they're looking across the highlights here, and man, we saw some good stuff. This 2-piece out of Gizmo, dude, that was wild, and big wins again. So hard to hold those points. The break's good for both teams, but I think one of the things that really set FaZe apart this series for me, and the hard points especially, was they get the breaks, not necessarily all the time, but they kept London off of the hills. They don't let Ravens get any hard point time truly. They would not let anything go by, and every second contested, whether it was literally in point or with their guns at a distance, keeping the Ravens' feet out of it. I just thought that was such a big difference maker, especially on Gavutu as well. Clinical stuff out of FaZe. Ravens back to the drawing board.
I think literally outside of the first 2 hills, Atlanta FaZe kind of played the Ravens game of like, we're kind of on the back foot, like having to go and break these hills, but just incredibly consistent about actually breaking in or making the contest or stripping away the time, whatever the case may be. So Atlanta FaZe maybe taking a page, maybe an unwanted one out of their opponent's book, but still have a very clean series. The Gavutu hardpoint was on point. And something I wanted to bring up of like, we saw the opening break, right? Of you have Arcitys literally just pushed up all the way inside their spawn. There's like a few key things that Atlanta FaZe does better than everybody. I think holding P4 on Gavutu is another example of like the main factor why they won map 1. But I mean, there's the look at the series. Atlanta FaZe does a couple things right on map 1, get the victory, does everything right for the Bocage SND, and obviously Gavutu control, still one of the weaker points for Atlanta, but I mean, outside of that, they'll take that 3-1 victory.
That Bocage Search and Destroy, though, man, that was as Gizmo just tweeted seconds ago. They tore us a new one on that map, and yes, they did. Lordy, what a crazy series that was. Great start to the Saturday. How we doing, Desk? We feeling good? Feeling a bit spicy after that one? I'll tell you what, we're in for a great day. Gonna be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I mean, that series was incredible. Personally, I thought I was going to go to Game 5. I thought London was going to be able to edge it up there, but they weren't able to. And I really like the discussion that you guys just had, talking about what FaZe does better than a lot of teams. Yeah. I really think that FaZe, they play so fast, right? But it's fast in the right way. Like, they are so quick to push out the cuts, like and they have a plan on every single hill. Like, the P3 into P4 on Gavutu is just beautiful every single time. And they executed it properly with the spawn trap both times, getting ready for P5.
I think FaZe is one of those teams that adapts very quickly to another team's play style, where I feel like that's what sets them and OpTic kind of apart from the rest of the teams.
Well, it's time for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. We have none other than Arcitys. Let's talk to him for a little bit. First of all, congrats on the win, my brother. And I got 2 questions for you right off the bat. What'd you have for breakfast today? Because you were frying. And what have you been doing to individually improve? Because that was the best I've seen you play in quite some time.
I think ever since like the first 2 matches of LAN, I've just been on a different level, because like I obviously like picking up Preston helped me a lot, because I always go to him to ask, and like if he's on another team or like he's not a sub, he's not gonna help me at all, because like, or he would, but it's just not good, it's not competitive, so I won't ask him. But like he just helps me with my gameplay, and like I've been taking notes, learning. Obviously we're trying to play a different game style now, and it's kind of working, but like, see at those mixy maps, like Tuscan right there, it'll get a little mixy, but we're still learning. So
also, I need to know what you had for breakfast, because when I go and play ranked, like I need to be feeling like that, because you were beaming.
Ranked play good.
All right, there we go. Perfect.
Those guys are ass. I'm kidding. Please don't.
Okay, well, I hope I never have to queue up against you, but I do have to ask about that Bocage S&D. It seems we haven't seen y'all play that yet in the league. Is it teams just banning it against you guys, or is it something you weren't too comfortable with? Because you 6-2
we banned it somehow.
London.
We're banning it just because, like, it was just like, it's just such a mixy map, and like, it took us like a while. Then we got like PaulEhx been helping us. So we've been trying to like make strats on every map, but like that one like recently has felt the most comfortable during scrims at least. So right there it just showed, and like obviously everyone says Bocage is very like tough to play, but I don't think we've lost it. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've lost it in a while.
That was the only time you guys have played Bocage S&D.
No, I'm talking about Bocage in general.
Oh, okay.
In general,
Just
yeah,
in general,
I don't think we've lost.
Yeah.
Well, you guys played absolutely phenomenal. Is there anything you want to say to the Atlanta FaZe fans out there and the people supporting the chat?
We love you guys. Hopefully we have an event soon because I was getting booed. I want to cry after that first major. So hopefully we get you guys soon, and aBeZy sucks.
All right, well, good luck going forward in the rest of the matches. Thanks for chatting with us, Alec. All right, man. Alec was putting on a show, and he's got the scuff play of the game as well. So let's check it out. I mean, what he was doing on that.
On the Gavutu, man, he was just having it. I was just like, oh, okay, RC's doing well. Oh, now he's like double positive, and like everybody else, like Cell, I'm pretty sure is negative. aBeZy and Simp were even across the board, and I was like, damn, Alec's art carrying right now.
Yeah, no, even when he pulled out the SMG, like he was just popping off, especially on that Tuscan. But I mean, we saw Simp on Tuscan as well, picking up some big kills. But let's check out the scuff play of the game and see what Arcitys was up to. I believe it's going to be that three-piece that he had. Yeah, right off the bat. And Chance did a great job like highlighting what FaZe does so well. They're so quick to push out the cuts to make it tough for the team to get any control of the map. When they get in a position of power, you're going to have to work for it. You have to win a tough gunfight to get back there. But you can see right here, the stutter step slide. Like, who says Arcitys can't use a sub?
Nobody, dude. Absolutely no one says that three-piece with MP40. If your AR shooting like that, I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, if you guys want to look like Atlanta FaZe on the map, make sure you go to shop.callofdutyleague.com. You can get yourself some Atlanta FaZe gear or whatever team you support. If you're going to Major II, make sure you go check out that website, get some merch so you can be dripped out, man. Because like I said, I've been looking at you guys, and you guys got to step it up. So shop.callofdutyleague.com to go ahead and get your merch. But that's going to do it for the post show for that. On the other side of this, we're going to be talking about Paris versus the new look New York Subliners. I'm excited to see if they can bounce back with PaulEhx. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. We got another banger for you guys. Paris versus New York. I'm Nameless. That's aLLeY. We're having a lot of fun today. And honestly, this matchup is very exciting because New York, they made that roster change. They got PaulEhx coming in, and they're hoping for a honeymoon time.
Absolutely, and even though it's the bottom two teams going at it, it still should be a fairly close matchup going New York versus Paris. Paris with their new roster having Jimbo on it, and New York adding on PaulEhx. So all eyes are going to be on New York Subliners and what he can do for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, they need to win hardpoint. Their hardpoint record is 0-13. That might be the worst hardpoint loss streak we've ever seen in professional Call of Duty. I mean, that's just downright abysmal. They have to slay more. You know, they've had a couple close calls on Gavu too. But aLLeY, what are the game fuel keys to victory for the New York Subliners?
Well, the honeymoon effect. Paulo went 2-0 with London last weekend with a 1.06 KD. We saw that 1.17 KD in hardpoint alone. So they definitely need that stat buff, and big opportunity for Neptune versus a weak opponent. He's 0.73 KD this season. This is now a time where he has to show up. It was the previous roster that he struggled on and ended up getting dropped on. He gets put back on, and now they put PaulEhx in that flex role. He needs to step it up big time and lock down the control. NYSL is 7th in round win percentage. Paris is on a 7-game losing streak, so they need to capitalize on a team that's already down.
Yeah, you know, I think for New York, like going into this one, they shouldn't try to be extremely structured. It's just not going to work. You have PaulEhx coming in, Neptune, who recently came back in. Yeah. You got to let them go out and just do their thing, right? Like, I've been on teams before like that, especially during honeymoon time. Like, got to go out and play your game, let people slay. These guys play the game all day long. They generally know what they want to do on the map, and, you know, let that new team good luck come into play here. But moving on to the Paris Legion, this is a team that's gotten reverse swept back-to-back times. They cannot win control. The other game modes have been decent. They've been 50-50 there. What's been going wrong with the Paris Legion, aLLeY?
They just haven't been able to close it out for some reason. Temp and John have been frying, and the big question mark for me right now actually happens to be in Gravity. I believe he has a 0.86 KD this season so far, and we know what he's capable of. We've seen him in Challenger Scene. We've seen him behind players like Simp and aBeZy, so it's not that the squad is too aggressive. I think he just needs to find his pacing.
Yeah, and for the game fuel keys to victory, I mean, I'm sure it's going to have something about control, but John also needs to continue the hot slaying. 1.18 KD yesterday versus London. You know, when Jimbo was able to, you know, win his ones, push up and be that aggressive player and not just get cut down in bad spots individual, it allowed John to pop off. So he's got to continue that. Jimbo to build off of a solid series. 0.91 KD versus London, led the lobby and engagements by 17. Something tells me he's going to lead the lobby and engagements again. It's just the way he plays. And then need more from Gravity and control, as you mentioned. 0.86 KD on this season. His first series we saw, especially on land, like played good, but since then, he's just been a little stagnant. We haven't seen him really come into his zone, and you know, when Temp and John are playing like that, your Maniar has to capitalize. So hoping he can have a bounce back series here versus the New York Subliners.
And I have to say, for Jimbo, he just has to win his ones. Like you said, John and Temp are going to be the aggressors for this squad. They're going to be the high slayers. You don't need 3 of them across the board just getting those high engagements, or else we'll see a Florida situation where they're just getting high engagement kills. They're out slaying, but they're losing the respawns. So hopefully Paris can find their pacing heading into against the team New York Subliners, who is already struggling.
Absolutely. Now, you know what time it is. It's Pick'em's time. We're going to start with you here. Who do you got in this series, New York or Paris?
I got New York. I'm vibing with PaulEhx right now. I'm vibing with the squad. It looked like there were smiles all around in the player cams. I'm going to go with New York.
So they're going to win a hard point.
I think they're going to win a hard point. I think this is the time. Or they could pull Toronto Ultra and go 2-3-5. All
right, we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to go with Paris Legion. They've been going up 2 on a lot of these series, and New York is a pretty weak opponent, and they just made a roster change. So Paul's got his work cut out for him, but I'm going Paris 3-1 fashion.
I respect that.
All right, well, let's throw it over to Lando and Studdy as they take it away. Enjoy the series, fellas.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, it is going to be a fun series. I know the labels, right, Jay? It's the labels on the battle for last, right? Who's going to actually win this series? Who's gonna advance? What's going on?
Can't hear you.
What's happening? You can't hear me?
Discord.
I'm not muted.
There you go. There you go, pal. There you go.
My bad. My bad, Jay. I think the stream could hear what I was saying, but Jay, it's the battle for last. Like I said, the series is already starting off in somewhat of a chalked way, but we'll see what happens. Who can walk away with this dub?
I have no idea, man. This is going to be an insane series. Obviously, the battle for last place to whoever is the loser of this series. Obviously, New York, they're coming off of some roster moves. PaulEhx making his way on the roster after such a great debut with the Ravens, going 2-0 last week. He's going to come in for Clayster, going up against a Paris Legion squad, though, who have been struggling in the last couple of series. Like, they played Minnesota, they go up 2-0, then they get reverse sweep. Yesterday, they played London, they go up 2-0, they get reverse sweep. So that tells me right off the rip that the thing that they need to work on has to be control, because that is the swing win in this series, and hopefully they can answer early into this one and not allow New York to come out and win their very first hardpoint.
Yeah, can it be today? Is Bocage, of course. Could it be this map that gives New York their very first hardpoint win? We actually did have our stats team look into it, and it is officially the worst hardpoint streak in CDL history. They've officially broken it with 13 after LAG's 12 loss spree and hardpoint back in Cold War. But can it be today, Jay, with the new additions? How excited are you for the debut of PaulEhx here for the Subliners?
I'm super excited to see PaulEhx on NYSL, because one thing that he brought to London, all he had to do was just fill the role for Gizmo, and that just comes with the kills. When you're that flex player, just picking up kill after kill, and that's something that NYSL have been struggling with. I'm pretty sure they're not positive in hardpoints in general. Everybody's sitting underneath a 1.0 KD. Like Nameless said on the desk, the honeymoon period needs to be now, and hopefully PaulEhx answers early.
Yeah, and we'll see what he can do. As we said, for the Subliners team, a few new additions, right? Neptune gets brought back into the team ahead of that Florida series where they get 3-0'd. It has been pretty much down in the dumps if you are an NYSL fan, but like we said, today could be their day. And I don't know, Jay, we're talking about hardpoint losses and you know, the streak that they've been on. A win today, it could happen, considering that Paris are also the 11th place team in hardpoint. If it's going to be versus anybody, it could be versus the Legion.
Yeah, and especially on this map, number one, neither one of these teams see a lot of success. I'm pretty sure on the side of Paris Legion, they're sitting at 1-4. For NYSL, they are 0-3, but they are starting off this game hot as Neptune is able to find 2 in the feed. 25 seconds remaining on this P2 hardpoint. You have to start thinking about those rotations and look at HyDra. Already sitting at 8-4. He finds another 2 piece off the rotation, almost finds 3, but still getting a lot of time in favor of NYSL.
Yeah, it is a solid start for the NYSL crew. Only 8 seconds left, and one guy who also is going to be in the topic of conversation is the rookie. Only his 3rd or 4th series for the Paris Legion, Jimbo. A slow start in his very first 2 matches, but played much better in the game versus the London Royal Ravens. As we said, Paris off of back-to-back reverse sweep losses. We'll see if that hot start can continue as they look to get back in this game. The spawns, without a doubt, are going to be in their favor for next, but it's Neptune. Nice little 180. Shuts down John as he is in the constant fight for these spawns. The break nearly from the front. NYSL doing a solid job at making their way in toward the bottom side of the hard point, but right on cue, Jimbo answers with a double.
Yeah, Paris keep control of the spawns. Once they eliminated that player in Neptune, that was the only line of defense that they had to control from the backside. So now remaining 20 seconds left on this P3 hardpoint. NYSL able to break in through the front. They're putting so much pressure because they're not really worried about flipping these spawns. There's no one on the side of Paris Legion across the map. So if you can get this junk time, you will secure these spawns for that P4 in your favor if you're NYSL.
Yeah, one of the, you know, stickier spawns that we've got here in Vanguard. You could call it a number of them, and Back Grandma's remains exactly the same, continuing to force this one out. As we said, the Subliners' aggression only looks to try and continue as they are prepared now for Barn. You want to call a Money Hill on Bocage, be my guest, but it very well could be this one, as it is a 3-for-1 trade off the start for Legion as they try to make their way on in as well. It was NYSL so aggressive inside of the spawns, but it's Neptune answering back off of what was a nice little moment for Legion. They get wiped off the board, and now is the time for New York to try and set on up.
Yeah, New York are trying to set up. Maybe not. 3 down. Last player here is going to be PaulEhx. He takes down 1, but eventually Paris are able to secure the point. 20 seconds remaining on this P4 hard point. You have to start thinking about that rotation, though. Number 7, which is going to be Temp, has a huge one-on-one versus HyDra. He's not going to be able to win it. But here comes HyDra. He at least finds 2. Paris are doing a great job of just contesting this P4 hardpoint as they're still secure on the backside. You see number 8 and number 7, Temp and Jimbo off the rotation.
Yeah, and that just goes to show, right, what this Legion team now really has with this roster. Some really talented players coming in from the challengers over these last few weeks, bringing in Gravity, bringing in Jimbo. Great little moment there as they hold off New York on what looked to be a fantastic hardpoint setup over at Barn as the trades will continue. Now at our final hill, the first set of rotations, it is NYSL answering and winning the overall team fight. They've now got spawns. Rather, Paris do have spawns, at least preferred for the last 30 seconds. John tries to make his way inside a middle. He gets dropped. Lead changes back and forth, but it's New York who gets 4 down again.
So right now, New York just have him trapped in this back L wall area, just basically spawning him out all the way towards that back tree. Neptune, he was doing a great job of just putting on the pressure, allowing his teammates to get this hill uncontested. As New York do have the lead by 8 points, Crimsix is beaming. They find out Crimson lacking. He's a need to run this man AR for quite some time, sitting at 18 and 12, leading the slaying department alongside HyDra with 18 kills. Now we find ourselves on the second rotation of these hard points. New York have the spawns.
Yep, the first set of rotations. It's HyDra and Crimsix leading the way right now for the Subliners. Is HyDra toward the top side of Grandma's over in the attic, doing a great job at taking down a few, trying to make things easier for his teammates inside of the point. But as we reflect, take a look at that score, current 2-point game. Let's step aside and go to the comms. Let's go to a listen with NYSL.
I'm smoking.
I'm waiting till you spawn.
I'm trying to pick your up. Stay down, son.
I can't hold it. I'm absolutely right now.
Yo, one's beat hut. B+, needed. Yeah, 10 C+.
John, one shot.
Yeah, you got me for now.
Four. Yep. Everyone get a nade on hill. Get a nade. Get a nade.
Nading over right now. Nading.
Watch him
He's gonna be pushed out, okay?
Yeah, watch him plat. Weak on time.
Stop on me. Stop. Dead.
Nice job. Top gate.
On gate dead.
Yo, P2, midfield.
Yo, midfield. He's out there, mid going on the truck.
On that tank. Yep, he's still there.
Okay, look for me.
John, one shot. He's pushing
Okay,
low Z.
2 bottom barn. 2 pushing low bottom barn.
Already. Don't like crib. You're alone.
I spawn close to you.
One's still gonna be low Z, guys. Yeah, John low Z. Z dead.
I sit on the back.
Yo, back barn, one shot.
Dead.
Nice.
Yo, side down.
I don't see him.
Nice. Alright, push out.
I'm playing bottom barn.
Nice. I'll pick up low left.
Yo, front take.
Time, go. Go.
Front take dead.
It might be going around, dude.
No, that's good. Yo, one's left. Two left.
Give me a second behind him.
Stop left right now. Yeah, I have your Z.
No, there's 3 there. 1
I have
two.
Z.
One in a hole.
All low on you. All plat.
He's acing me, John.
One low,
Acing me.
low left.
He's going hole right now, John. We're bottom bar.
Low left. Be careful,
John.
John. He's gonna get angle on you.
Hold dead.
Yeah, take your time.
He's on the tank.
He pitched back burn. Dead.
Nice. On the low tank. I spawned right. One's gonna be behind you.
Porter, stay down.
He's weak, Jimbo. One shot on the tank.
Yeah, he's on the tank. I'll kill him.
Okay.
Nice, get that
You
time.
push out. Flat right now, Donnie's absolute flat.
One's low left. I got the guy behind
Nice,
low
flat,
left.
guys.
I'm one shot.
Oh my god,
Good
nice,
fucking
good
shit.
shit on. I died on
But one
Røkkr.
street,
I'll get the strap.
street. He's getting P5. Yeah, another one. Ace and D. Yeah, take your time, Parker.
Ace near right now. Temp.
Okay, I'm watching.
Go kitch. AC, go kitch.
One's bench, Sean.
No, back
bench,
left.
Jimbo.
Donnie dead.
Go to back left.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Kitch right now.
Okay, kitch and one's going top house, I think. I think Brown
Okay.
Yeah, I'm already right.
You see him.
Kitchen.
He's tower.
Dude, one shot kitchen. Gravity.
I'm pitching tunnel.
I'm pulling out stuff for this.
I got native front.
Nice, kitchen dead. Nice, let's fight this
I'm
shit.
playing for spawners.
Close to me. Dead.
Back left, one shot, John. One shot back left, John.
Yeah, he's tower.
I got nade.
I'm playing for the tower.
Tower. Yep. Tower.
Dead.
I spawned here.
John,
John's
Back window dead.
nice, good
Nice, he's in time. Kitch. One shot, Kitch.
Nice little check-in there with the New York Subliners as they currently find themselves up 20 and with current control over the last 20 seconds of our hard point at bottom. Grandma's Jay, a young team, some new additions, and on a map like Bocage, those comms can be tested. How did you feel that NYSL sounded with all the new additions on the team?
Yeah, those comms are definitely a little bit mixy, but you can just tell, like, there's a whole new energy in the side of NYSL. Vibes are flowing. Neptune, he sounds like he's playing at the highest level. Like, his energy is absurd right now. He's just flying around, putting himself in great positions, picking up 2 pieces left and right. But you can just tell, it feels like there's a whole new NYSL roster, and so far, it's been showing. They were able to break into that P3 hard point. First go around, they didn't get a chance to, as Paris were able to hold down the back. They break in. Now they have a 30-point lead. Now it's time to start thinking about this P4.
It is indeed. Nice shots coming in from Gravity as they look to try to alleviate some of the pressure over toward the plat side. As trades continue to go back and forth, it is Paris with a moment to breathe. A nice nade there on the Crimsix as John, a great player yesterday in that series versus the Ravens, The veteran trying to establish some of that presence right now, but it's HyDra, the young gun on the back, that will help break open this hard point. Spawn still going to be close there for the Legion, so that will at least allow for a trade and maybe open things up for this final 10. But a great play right there from the French Phenom as we prepare for the rotation. And right now, it is Paris there early.
And Paris are winning every single gunfight as well. There's only going to be one player pushed up far enough, which is going to be PaulEhx. He's trying to work his way in through tunnel. He's the player on the side of NYSL that can try to flip these spawns if he can find this kill towards the back, but his teammates actually shoot over him. He picks up that kill on John, helps HyDra take down Jimbo, so now New York are able to break in. If you're PaulEhx, you want to try to play your life, but he gives it up to Tom Gravity. So now NYSL have control, but you see HyDra, he's trying to play for better positioning.
Oh, Neptune as well tries to go for the flank. 3-for-1 trade for the moment as the last player for Paris decides to dip on into the sewers. Let me try to get another perspective at this as Crim continues to fight for the kills in the back. Paris looked to try to jump back on into the hill, but right there is where they jump into the jaws of Neptune, now at 3 in a row, and continues to secure the seconds. Again, Paris, while they are winning some of these fights, they are not getting a solid look at this hard point. Up by 30 seconds. New York, they feel it. They feel like something has changed. Some momentum has started to shift, but the game is not done just yet as Crim now enters to 35 kills. A great slime performance from the GOAT, from the veteran on this New York team. A lot of pressure on his shoulders as he eventually does get taken down. Paris currently with mid-map pressure, with control, and potentially now with spawns.
Yeah, so right now, Paris is doing a great job of just keeping control in the back, but look at number 3. HyDra does spawn towards lower trenches. He wins that gunfight onto Gravity, so he's going to have a huge one-on-one going up against Jimbo. Jimbo does take him down. Such a big kill for Paris Legion to secure these spawns. You're not going to fight off a lot of time off this P1 hardpoint, but keep in mind, that clock might come into play. 50 seconds remaining in this game. NYSL are trying to win their very first hardpoint of the season.
It feels intense. It feels like we're in the middle of a grand final, for God's sake, Jay. Can they do it? Your boys. You're a biased caster for the Subliners, but it's all good. Subliners doing everything they can. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think everybody wants to see New York at least win a hard point at some point soon. But can it be today? Paris trying to keep that streak alive and walk away with an early victory in this series, much like they've done recently. It's Paul going off in the barn, and it's HyDra again applying the pressure on the back. PaulEhx, much like Spidey and his announcement, keeping New York safe. 25 seconds left, could now be the time. 26 as well left on the game clock. It is looking like it could be a W for NYSL as HyDra explodes for 5 in a row. Now make it 6. Incredible plays out of NYSL. Is now the time.
I think it's time. I think it's time. NYSL, they're going to be able to do it. Crim finds the 2 kills to close it out.
There
2 NYSL players step up. 40 bomb out of HyDra, 40 bomb out of Crim. They finally win a hard point.
The curse has been broken. The game has been cemented. The Subliners have officially won a hard point in Vanguard. Unbelievable stuff. You can't write these things, Jay. Incredible, incredible work out of New York. You and I came to each other at the start of this cast, and we said it feels like it could be the day. It could be the time. Paris did all they could, but how about the double 40 bombs out of HyDra and Crim?
Man, if they playing like that, this is the NYSL I was expecting to see in the beginning of the year. They were in control of that game from start to finish. Besides that P3 hardpoint, you thought Paris Legion, the way that they were able to hold down that Grandma's Hill for the first go around of rotations, they basically had like 40 to 50 seconds. But NYSL, they made the adjustments on the second time around. Neptune, instead of challenging from the left side tanks, he works his way through back tower on the right side, and then eventually they find a couple kills. They were able to flip those spawns and get at least a good chunk of time there. That was the turning point of the game for me. NYSL finally win their very first hardpoint of the entire season. That's got to be frustrating on the Paris Legion side, even though they're not really a good hardpoint team either. But when you're playing against a fairly new team, you want to be able to close out some of these maps.
Yeah, and Jimbo does top things out at 40 deaths, the most in the game. Something to keep in mind as the rest of this series does progress, as the New York Subliners finding themselves in unfamiliar territory, up 1-0 in a series for the first time here in the CDL for Vanguard. Incredible stuff out of New York, but as you said, Jay, just a number of different moments. But I mean, like I said, it comes down to that really final hard point where Paul goes big, HyDra starts to go on sprees, and how about this 5-6 kill in a row that HyDra is able to put on in bottom grandmas?
Dude, I thought he was gonna get all 4. I thought once he laid down right here, it was a perfect play. Such an old school play to hit him with the drop shot. It almost jumped. I would have jumped out of my chair. It would have been so intense, man. But gotta be happy on the side of NYSL. Finally, they see some success in the hard points. But now you're going into a search and destroy on the siege, where they haven't really played it a lot. They're sitting at 0-1. The one time they did lose it was to the London Royal Ravens. On the opposite side for Paris, they're sitting at 1-2. So for Paris to get into this series, this is a map that they need to take, because if you're looking at that control, that has not been Paris's best map. Tusky's control, they have yet to win it. They are 0-5 in the season. So this has to be the answer for Paris to get into the series for me.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And do you know who chose Bocage? Was it Paris?
Yeah, Paris chose Bocage.
It was Paris. Okay, so that kind of puts things in perspective. So they lose their opening hardpoint choice. As you said, for New York, you just never really know what hardpoint they're going to choose, Jay. I know Crim had that tweet like a while ago where it's like 200 IQ. We keep losing hardpoint. Nobody knows what to veto against us. Paris? Maybe they missed their chance. Maybe that was the opportunity, the little thing that made the overall difference. No, it wasn't the double 40 bombs. It wasn't the new additions. It was the fact that Paris just had no idea what to play. We'll ride with that story for the meantime. But Desert Siege, Search, Destroy, now going to be up next in this series. As we said, not a common one for the Subliners side. Is there a reason why you think that NYSL are bringing this one out, Jay?
Oh, well, you got a brand new team. You might as well go into the bag of tricks and just pick them all out, man.
Okay.
So to come into this Desert Siege, just based off of what I remember the last time they played it, they went up against London. Crim got a majority of the first bloods, but then Afro immediately answers. When you add a player like PaulEhx, this is a guy who's obviously teamed with London. He was all throughout Challengers, just learning Search and Destroy. So this might be good on the side of NYSL because they don't play this map a lot, but PaulEhx might be able to bring some different kind of strategies for them to see success.
Yeah, without a doubt, partner, we're going to take a look at our top performers in Search Destroy so far throughout the season. It has been Crimsix leading the way for the New York camp. Meanwhile, on the other side, it is the rookie who also could be considered a veteran of the scene, good old Tom Gravity, leading the way for Paris at a 1.12 KD. And one thing too to mention, Jay, on top of all of these stats, 1 KD that we're not going to see on this screen, obviously because it is the debut game for that man you see in the top left of your screen. PaulEhx, I believe his best stats were in Search to Destroy for the Ravens, posted a 1.17 in the few games that he got to play with that team. Granted, doesn't have like the most explosive performance in the Bocage, but as we said, partner, man, he was getting in the mix. He was common like crazy, but this mode really could be the one where he starts to stand out.
Yeah, this is what I'm expecting PaulEhx to really show why he deserves to be in this NYSL team. Because before he was into this team, NYSL, they were really struggling with S&D. They're sitting at 3-6, basically underneath that 500 mark. It hasn't been good for these guys. They've been struggling tremendously. Doesn't matter if they get the first blood, somehow, some way. 4v2s always end up in 2v2s or 1v1 situations. With a player like PaulEhx, like I said, going to bring all that new strategy to the table. Hopefully that allows these NYSL players to get a little bit more confident in Search and Destroy. Crimsix still has to be that aggressor going for those first bloods, but we need better mid-game adjustments, better mid-round adjustments. You cannot allow 4v2 situations to happen.
I'm just imagining the coaching staff, a lot of New York fans out there just being like, wait, what? We actually won a hard point? I don't have to fall asleep and hope that this game, this nightmare only continues. No, the nightmare is over. NYSL up 1-0 now coming into this Desert Siege. Everybody just focuses up. Now it's a series. Now it's a good one. And so far, as we said, Desert Siege, been one that Paris have found themselves on plenty of times. We'll see if they can rely on S&D, as it has been their best game mode by definition so far throughout the season. And hey, this is really a mode for a team like Paris that we want to see them strive on. Going down 0-1 in series could be a common trend for them throughout the remainder of the season. And it just puts a more heavy emphasis on those Search Destroys to be on point, as it will be John laying down that objective early to start off our opening round.
So now it's going to be a 4v4 retake. I'm pretty sure Tep does spot that player on the right side, but Crim hitting some great shots to at least back him down from that position. Should open up this B-bomb for his teammates, but Jimbo is in a great spot. He does get taken down, so he immediately hops the bomb. Someone's got to check it.
Oh, and John, he gets the call, right? He gets the call that someone is right on the bomb tip, nowhere near. And how about New York? Just like that, HyDra can't even believe what just took place. They get the call, right? I believe in that moment, right? It's John who gets the information that he has to go for the instant kill. He gets red on out. Great plays from HyDra and Neptune in close quarters.
That round all comes down to Crimsix backing down Temp. Once he backs down Temp from that gun area, it allows his teammates to eventually get pushed up on that bomb. Once they take down Jimbo, Jimbo was basically the only line of defense right there for the Paris Legion to show that they weren't on that bomb. Once he drops, NYSL know that they have basically the entire left side cut off. We can just hop this bomb, watch them come down the steps. Clean round coming in. Neptune picks up 3.
Nice start there for Neptune. Now he's had a shaky performance in all modes, Search Destroy to be specific, but he was really one of the top players in Cold War. Actually, at Search Destroy, I believe sat around or at least close to the top 10 KDs in the game. He and PaulEhx in that category, as PaulEhx potentially decides to make his way in toward the top side of Palace, but as he does that, he runs right into the barrel of Jimbo. 2 early ones there for Paris, as now it's time to try to find a pick if you're New York. It is down to the young SMG duo, Neptune and HyDra. Played big in the opening round, and we'll see if they can do it here in round number 2.
35 seconds left. If you are NYSL, you want to try to play for a pick. But Temp is going to spot Neptune. Can HyDra potentially save his life? As the clock is starting to dwindle down. Paris are not giving them anything to work with. Temp does get spotted. Temp does win a huge one-on-one versus HyDra. Eventually, they find that last kill onto Neptune. They shut down the streaks. 4 up, 4 down. Paris Legion with a clean round to tie it up one piece.
Yeah, clean start. Or rather, first round for Legion as they're able to get on the board. But you saw it off the start, Jay. Like, in the moment, Neptune and HyDra, they're like, okay, if we go to the left, we're pretty much open for dying. If we go to the right, we're pretty much open for dying over at the tracks. There's only so much you can do through their teammates' fall, and they're left to stay somewhat stagnant. Good replying around there out of Paris, as we'll get to see what they've got up their sleeves. Now on their second look at the attack, and it is good old Donnie Temp with the sniper off the start. Gets a little bit of information, but that's really about it, as HyDra and Neptune continuing to be an issue on this side of the map. They are dominating right now over at Market, as NYSL find their first blood and they back on up.
Yeah, they're just running around like an army of 2, and that's good work from them. Just back down, play the man advantage, force Paris to try to work this plant. See, HyDra works his way all the way back towards that train side. He's actually going to be aggressive towards A. So HyDra doesn't want to get picked apart. He's going to be able to find the second kill as well. Makes it a 4v2. Lines it up onto John as well. That's going to be 2 on the round for HyDra. 1v4, all left up to Temp. He's eventually going to get taken down. And that's just a clean round from the SMGs out of NYSL. It all starts off with Neptune and HyDra. Dynamic duo, that army of 2, they work their way up B steps, they find that first blood, but then the rest falls into HyDra's hands. He repositions himself all the way towards back trains, gets great timing to find 2 kills, force it to a 4v1 before Neptune is able to jump back into the play. And this is the NYSL SMG duo that I was expecting to see at the beginning of the year. They finally look like they put it together.
Jay, are you crying?
A little bit, man. I'm a little sad.
I could have swore I saw a little tear rolling down your eyes.
Makes me happy.
It absolutely does. HyDra and Neptune working so well together. Great job in that round as they'll clean up all 4 collectively. Back on board is HyDra looking to pull out the sniper. And we'll provide some great cover fire for Neptune to lay down this objective. Now it's time for Jimbo to run. Time for Jimbo to sprint. At least assists for 1, and he'll instantly hop on the defuse. It is John and Temp with some great support fire, but it's still the angle from HyDra as he and Crim reply back with 3 in 3 seconds. It is all on the Temp. 25 seconds. And how about that round from HyDra? Catches out 3-2 with the sniper. And what looked like a dire situation for New York. Out of the ashes they rise, and out of the ashes it is the French phenom delivering.
And I was worried at the beginning of the map of them getting 4v2, but hey, you can take a 2v4 clutch whenever you want. HyDra puts himself in a great position with that sniper and has himself a nice little angle to eliminate that player on bomb. Once he finds that kill, Crim finds a second, and then HyDra finds a third, immediately a 2v1. He closes out with 3 kills on the round on a 6-3, 1 off of picking up that glide bomb. And look how aggressive he is towards the middle of the map. He finds out it's Jimbo with the first blood, and now they have the man advantage once again.
And that's instantly going to make Paris slow things down. Do not want to get picked as they'll look to toss utility either which way. It's a volley of nades tossed out throughout this A side of the map, and Crimsix Oh, just does not spot John there. We'll set up HyDra, though, for the 8 spree. Already has secured the glide bomb for the future of this search and destroy. And a great play for him to back on up as well. 2 players still left on up and get some unfortunate timing. Rounds the corner, but it's Paul who actually delivers with the sniper versus gravity. Now it's all on to Temp. A 1 versus 3 finds the first, but Neptune will greet him with the pistol. New York can do no wrong. HyDra with the snipe in the last round, and this time it is Paul with an influential pick. Subliners, excellent S&D.
They're looking very diffy right now. Letting you know, Lando, this is a different Subliners that we've seen all year. You can just tell, man. They're playing so consistent right now. HyDra, he does exactly what he needs to do. Once he gets that first blood, he puts himself in a position to just stay alive. We have the man advantage. You do not want to give up your life for free. Crimsix goes out for the challenge. He finds a trade, and then eventually they find the last 2 players to close it out. Now they're back on attack, and this is where this glide bomb can get used at any moment. But the pressure's coming in from Paris towards that lower B bomb. They find the first kill, immediately turn into a 3v3.
3v3, as there will come in the streak, instantly putting gravity in a 1 versus 3 situation and still cannot win the fight. HyDra looking between the box, catches the angle. And how about New York again? It just feels like that early first blood where Jimbo jumps on out. If he's able to stay alive, maybe advance through that piece of cover, things could have been different from Paris, but you just talked about the streak, already having that in your back pocket, and the rich continue to get richer as NYSL now up big in this Desert Siege search destroy. And who knows, Jay, this is what happens when you win a hard point. You carry the momentum into the S&D.
Yeah, they haven't had this feeling all year. This is a totally different NYSL roster. And so far, they're looking pretty damn good as Neptune finds that first blood once again. He's got his duo on HyDra there to at least assist him, as he does find 2. Makes it to a 1v2 immediately as Crim's gonna go for the challenge. What an ego challenge coming in out of Crimbot to close out the last round. You see the camera. NYSL, they are just vibing on a whole different level. Finally up 2-0 in this series. 1 map away from not being dead last in our CDL standings.
Crimsix looking like Afro right there, man. He is feeling good. My goodness, what a turn of events for the New York Subliners. A Bocage hardpoint win on top of a 6-1 search and destroy victory over the Paris Legion. Gravity drops the donut on the other side. It is HyDra who enters into double-digit range. Some excellent sprees there with the snipe. Some great plays with the SMG as well. And as you said, buddy, HyDra and Neptune working together. 18 combined just through 7 rounds. Perfect play so far out of New York. As we said, they're winning hard points, which is uncommon. It's their 2nd time ever playing Desert Siege, and now they're walking away with W's here too. Incredible stuff as New York now up 2-0 in the series. We've got Tuscan Control up next, Jay.
Yeah, Tuscan Control. This is exactly what New York want, man. They didn't get the chance. No, they did win the coin flip. They got the chance to at least get rid of Gavutu because that's the only map that Paris Legion have seen success on in Control. Now they're up 2-0 in this series with a brand new team going into a Tuscan Control where Paris is sitting at 0-5. So if I'm NYSL, vibes are through the roof, momentum is through the roof. You were able to win your very first hard point of the series and then dominate a team in Search and Destroy, which Paris Legion, that was their best game mode. 6-1. Yeah. I think the swing round had to be, though, that 2v4 and 1-3. Because, you know, it's a difference between going up 4-1 to 3-2. Yeah. Once Paris Legion lost that, it was basically chalked up in the air. They just have to fight back now, not try to close out. They have to complete the reverse sweep.
Absolutely, man. Arcitys can't even believe it either. Incredible stuff. Incredible performance so far out of New York. Is it going to be a 3-0 sweep for the Subliners off of the roster change, or can it be a team like Paris Legion to spoil the party? They know what reverse sweeps are like. Can they have the opportunity to deliver one themselves? When we come back after the break, folks, it is time for Tuscan Control.
Too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what has been a very, very interesting series as the Subliners. The hardpoint streak is over. If you're just joining us, you missed a banger of a start to this bad boy as NYSL find themselves up 2-0 versus the Paris Legion. A lot of that is in part to the man in the center of the screen. Good old HyDra, the French phenom, is going to be featured in our scuff play of the game. Jay, a man who knows the sniper well, give me a grade on this clutch from HyDra.
Yeah, the first kill was pretty easy, but the second one, the catch in midair, that one's a little bit more difficult. HyDra made that one look easy. Definitely a little bit more skilled with the sniper than I was. Then he eventually closes out, picking up that third kill onto Temp. Like right there, like I said, I think that was the swing round of the S&D. To go up potentially up 4-1 or go down 3-2 for the side of Paris Legion, that's what they needed to try to build some early momentum, because they started off that S&D with that aggressive B attack, but then once that bomb carrier goes down, New York were able to instant hop it. So they needed something to get that momentum back on their side. Unfortunately, HyDra just shuts down the party, and New York find themselves up 2-0 in this series.
They do indeed. Take a look at our top performers in control. It's HyDra for one side and Temp from the other. Jay, be real with me for a moment, all right? As an avid New Yorker, okay, give it to me in your most New York way possible. Is this going to be a 3-0? If so, how do the Subliners do it? How's it going to happen?
I think it's definitely a 3-0. Just the way the New York are playing right now, they got that New York mentality, the New York heart that's just flowing out of this entire team. I think that the submachine guns right now, they're hot. Neptune, you see smiles on his face. I haven't seen a smile since that kickoff in the beginning of the year. So he's just feeling the vibes. The vibes on the entire NYSL is there. And hopefully Neptune and HyDra can continue their army of two to close out this series in a 3-0.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Is it the time for New York? Or will it be the opportunity for Paris? As we said, a team that's very experienced with these reverse sweeps. However, majority of the time, it has been them going up 2-0 and then dropping in back-to-back games. The Subliners hot and heavy into this control. A 3-0 answer, make it 4-0, as they can do no wrong. Anybody yet to drop as they continue to let that A progress flow. HyDra instantly hopping over toward B. Paris, what's going on? Somebody's gonna pick up a kill. Somebody's gonna pick up a kill. HyDra already off with 3 in a row. The Subliners say, screw the A point. We're going right for that B zone. We're going right for the heart, right for the spawns. HyDra will stay back here as Paris a moment to maybe alleviate some of this pressure, but they know that the Frenchman has got to be somewhere in the backside of the spawns. Still alive, still hanging out as 2 players sit firmly in that A zone for New York. HyDra gets dealt with, but it will be the A zone captured. Another minute added to the clock.
New York currently up by 5 lives. They have a lot of mid-map control. They just do not have P5. Tom Gravity, he is going to get spotted by HyDra. He's gonna put a step on it, trying to go for the challenge, able to take him out of that position. So now this opens up P5. This allows NYSL to start pushing from the front as they are attacking from the back. Jimbo takes down Neptune, but now Crim in a great position to cause some problems. He gets taken down. Great shots coming in from Jimbo to regain map control on the side of Paris. Now it forces NYSL to hit a pretty long route through that field side.
PaulEhx, some Spidey-like jumps. Fortunately, not able to land it. Coming into command center, and so get dealt with from the bottom side. Jimbo in the instant trade as back and forth we go. The plat now going to be the primary focal point for New York. Temp aware of such as HyDra tries to make his way on the flank. Everybody gets dealt with. Another little wipe done for Paris off of what was a very commanding start for NYSL. Just another sign of the way the defense works on Tuscan and Gavutsu alike. Obviously Tuscan, a lot easier to do such, but with that, 3 strong as the Subliners, because of those spawns, do fire their way right into B, their first official look at it after capturing the A point and gravity. Now with 3 in a row, final player pushed up is going to be Paul. Left between a tricky situation, and he gets dealt with.
Paris are doing a great job at just keeping control of top plat. Right now, NYSL, they are just flooding. No one's trying to hit a route through bottom church. No one's trying to go through bottom field. So Paris Legion, they're just putting all their focus on the front, but HyDra, he's able to drop down from top plat and find all 3. So now this is the opening that NYSL we're looking for. Up by 2 lives, they finally get on B point. HyDra is not missing. So far, 9-4 on a 4 spree. NYSL finished that first segment, but temping Tom Gravity are able to find 2 kills and at least release some of that pressure for now.
HyDra still inside of the zone. Jimbo, as aggressive as ever, decides to run on in, and that's gonna be 5 in a row now for HyDra. Met with some adversity as Paris now brought down to 3 lives off of the spree. Nearly makes it 7 in a row. But again, with New York having this life advantage, as all of the pieces begin to fall, it is all on to Tom Gravity, a 1 versus 5. It would take a miracle to hold off the side of NYSL. A very hungry team slides into the objective, and that will be it. NYSL answer on the opening attack, and once again, it is HyDra leading the way.
HyDra's the best player on this team, without a doubt. Ever since this team was formed, he has been MVP levels. The fact that he was able to break through top plat single-handedly, finds all 3 kills, which gives the opening to NYSL to start pushing up from the front, start pushing up aggressively towards bottom church. And eventually, with him staying alive for as long as he did, he allows his teammates to eventually go on that flank as PaulEhx found that last 2 piece to close out the round. NYSL win the first offense, but now they have to hold on defense. And John with a good opening kill to HyDra. Early pressure on B for Paris.
Take a look at the reaction. Subliners instantly send 2 through well. Quickly on the flank they go as Neptune nearly takes down his own teammate, for God's sake. But they will look to try and clear things out, and a job well done. Temp unfortunately takes himself down. And so with that, Jimbo, the farthest pushed up player, most likely dead to rights. Of course, it comes to the hands of HyDra off of the headshot. It's Paris, an unsuccessful push over at that B zone. You got to respect the play as they will find 4 and technically 5 in a row if you count the team kill. Some space now over at the A zone as they call on John to get to work.
So far, Paris, they're putting a lot of pressure, but NYSL able to find 2 kills. Relieve that pressure towards bottom church, and now this allows your teammates to start getting pushed toward P5 once they find this kill onto Gravity. As A segment is going to be completed on the side of Paris Legion, they extend this time by a minute. So they're currently down 5 lives. Based off of that first round, NYSL are up 6. Paris Legion, they just want to take their time working their way around field, trying to find an opening.
Trying to find the opening. John once again called upon, but dealt with. He and Jimbo, the front line for this Paris team, both fall in a moment's notice. But Gravity and Temp right on cue. Minute 30 on the clock. Lives still sit somewhat evenly. And really with a minute and 30 left, if you're Paris, it's just a matter of constant team fights, right, Jay? Just trying to work your way through this Subliners camp and hope to find a few down in a row. And this could be their opportunity, but once again, Jimbo trying to lead the way. It could have been a 3-0 spree for the Paris end as they will get their chance and get their opportunity. It may not be Jimbo, but it is going to be John. He and Temp combined for all 4 as they get their first look, their first real attempt. Now over at that B zone, John finds himself on 5 in a row. The teammates continue to win the fights. And my goodness, John having some amazing plays. Continue to go down. His teammates doing everything they can to really add on to what is an exclamation point so far in this round number 2. 12 versus 9 in lives, and John is taking Crim off the heady. Does earn the glide bomb at least for the future. 11v6 in lives. John in gravity in the back of the spawn for Paris.
John picks up that glide. He's not missing right now on an 8 spree. Temp finds that kill onto Crim. Temp finds Sue, so no more spawns in favor of NYSL. John has just taken over this later round to potentially win this for Paris. NYSL still have 2 players up. John is reading this beautifully onto HyDra. He picks up the kill as well. Last player up is gonna be Crimsix, and would look like to be a great defensive hold on the side of NYSL. Exactly what HyDra did in the first round. John said, I could do it better. He closes it out on a 9 spree to take the offensive round for Paris Legion, and he has a glide bomb to work with going down the line.
John said, yeah, I used to do that as well. And in fact, I still can do those same likes of plays. An excellent spree there for John, as it has been the SMGs setting the tone in our 2 attacking rounds. 1 for New York, and now 1 put up on the board for Paris. And as we said, Jay, they need a spark, right? They need a spark, not just in this series, but the Des touched on it earlier. 0-3 in control so far throughout Major 2. They have lost their last 7 controls. On top of that, the Legion have got to be able to rely on a mode like this one, as they will take the reins now of this defensive end coming in around number 3. Neptune positioning himself toward the field as HyDra looks to get Mixy again. Oh my, I was gonna say, if he finds that kill, I think I might just leave, Jay.
Well, he does not find that kill, as Paris Legion are able to find all 4. So now this is NYSL trying to fight out of the spawn. Paris Legion, I'm pretty sure they're in the lead right now when it comes to kills. Just in case it does go to that round number 5. As you see NYSL, Neptune trying to make his way in towards bottom church. He gets taken down, and they just don't have any map control right now. Paris are so far pushed up on the map, they're forcing NYSL to just scatter, trying to get to B, trying to get to A. But Jimbo finds 2, Gravity finds another one. NYSL basically trapped in their spawn.
And John, he gets taken down there from HyDra. I was gonna say, Temp still sits on that 6 spree. So it could be double streaks, possibly for Paris, and they will get both. John with 1, and now Temp will earn the other. And if they can grab a round along with it, it would just be the icing on top. Great little moment right now for Legion, and really New York may decide to chalk this one up, maybe make a last-ditch effort. Temp now enters into 8 in a row range. He and John trading off of highlight reel type of moments as New York eventually, and not easily, funnel their way into the A zone. Is it going to be the break once more for Paris, or could now be the time, as it's Jimbo on the flank, but he gets dealt with, and John says now is the time to bring in the streak. An interesting call. He at least finds 1 with it, but it's still the A zone captured, Jay.
Yeah, I feel like that was definitely unnecessary out of John. Like, there's 9 seconds left. Like, you're up by 7 lives. There's no need to use that glide bomb, because when you're up 7 on the defensive side, you know how easy it is to hold down this B point. As the Paris Legion, they have so much positioning. They're forcing all of NYSL to try to attack the back. John picks up that player towards the middle of the map, but HyDra and PaulEhx, they're actually able to break through that backside. But now, once PaulEhx drops, it's all on HyDra. He's eventually gonna get sniffed out, but with 35 seconds left, HyDra has to be the playmaker. He gets shut down, and this should be a round in favor of Paris.
Looks to be that way. Up big in lives, and the big majority of that is because of Temp. Young Kyrie on 10 in a row. It was John with like a 9 or 10 spree in the last round, and Temp, who has been the main slayer for this Paris team, getting his flowers, getting the spotlight, as he has had an unbelievable title so far throughout Vanguard. And a lot of love from the proceed, as that'll be 11. Does fade away, but at the very least, we felt the impact. We know that it will be Donnie Temp who writes his signature on this round number 3, and now gives Paris the advantage. They've got a glide bomb still to work with, despite the one that gets called in from John, Jay.
Yeah, Paris basically have defense in round number 5, just in case they end up losing this offensive round here. but everything in their favor so far throughout this game number 3. Temp on a 10 spree, make it 11 actually, and then John on a 9. Both pick up glide bombs. Obviously, John wastes his right there towards the very end of that defensive round. But still, you're in the driver's seat right now if you're Paris Legion. You're playing so well on this touchscreen control. You're trying to end that losing streak of 7 control losses in a row, because they're putting a lot of pressure towards the bottom of the map. They're not even going to commit towards A. They're going straight through B. I love this play coming in from Paris.
Yeah, we've seen teams like OpTic Texas do this previously. A nice little call as Neptune, once again, snuggling up in a few different positions, hides away inside the middle, as it will be one player actually at that B zone. So all these fights are going down. Temp continues to go off, now at 23 and 13. John as well still happens to be alive. John, Jimbo, Temp continuing to see success as they have started off this round and in a hot way. 2 players enter in from the alleyway, as now could be John's opportunity to go off again. Some great progress made earlier on in this round, as they are halfway to that B zone and they don't want to give it up. They want to continue to apply the pressure here.
NYSL can't figure out a way to get into this point. They try to hit down TJHaly. They try to wrap back to their spawn, but Paris Legion do such a great job with the break off to close out this B point initially, and they still have this glide bomb to work with. The entire kill feed is white until PaulEhx finally picks up 1 kill in the feed. But so much pressure coming in from Paris Legion. John finds another, Temp finds another, Temp finds 2 on another 5 spree. Temp is not ready for this series to be done. He's trying to force the map 4.
My goodness, Temp is temping right now. I have no idea what that means, but it says it on his jersey. He is absolutely going off. Here comes the glide bomb. Finds one on to Crim, as they will refocus now toward A. Final few seconds, final few kills. Gravity drops, and it could be a moment for New York, but just a sliver of progress left as Jimbo wins his 1, wins his 2, and wins his 3. A 3 spree to close it out for Paris. And how about the return? How about the answer? Out of Legion, down 2-0. It is a day of streaks ending. New York ends their 13-game losing spree in Hardpoint, and Paris, they just end their 7-game losing spree in Control and have bought themselves a ticket back in this series.
And that's just good work coming in from Paris Legion, because if you remember the Control that they played yesterday versus London, it was a Kabuto, it was an absolute smoke show. But after that first round in this Control map, Paris just basically looked unbeatable, man. They were just on pace to just pick up every single kill. They had so much map control, and when you're able to put up the slaying numbers that John and Temp were, both put up 29 kills, both go on a 9 and 11 spree, which is insane stats in a mode like Control, where right now currently it relies heavily on kills. Paris Legion, they stepped up tremendously to keep themselves in this series. Everybody goes positive on the side of Paris, everybody negative on the side of NYSL. We are going to a map 4. Paris Legion, they said, hey, we usually go up 2-0, but we know a little bit of something about trying to complete the reverse sweep on our end. They're not done yet. We got a Berlin Hardpoint coming up next.
Yeah, man. I know Coach Theory is pretty excited about that W. The team really been struggling here. We talked about it's been really a lack of consistency across the board for Paris. It feels like it's really the Temp show. Sometimes John can show up, but it is a full team effort this time around. And really, buddy, it starts off with that spree from John. He leads the way, totally takes over in the first round victory for Paris. And well, Temp, he maybe adds on to that spree a little bit more.
Yeah, they were just taking over this game, man. When John, they come out and win their very first offense, John puts on so much pressure towards B, and to keep in mind, he single-handedly broke it the same way HyDra did. He finds 3 kills, gets pushed up to the back of the base, and eventually finds himself on a 9-3 before he gets taken down, picks up that glide bomb. And then in their very next defensive round, Temp just does the same thing. He held down top church the entire time, did not allow anyone to overextend to P5 to try to get to B. He's just allowing his SMGs to put so much pressure on the map that NYSL were never able to get out of their spawn. Paris Legion dominated that map number 3. We're going to a map number 4 where neither one of these teams really like it, but Paris Legion like this a little bit more. On the side of NYSL, they are sitting at 0-2 on this map. For Paris Legion is sitting at 2-4, and we saw it yesterday what they were able to do in that very first map versus London, have an insane comeback to close out that Berlin Hardpoint. And this is where it gets a little scary for me though, Lando, because like when you build a brand new roster on a map like Berlin, this is where the fundamentals need to be there. You need to make sure that you're holding down these power spawns, holding down the pack P3, and just putting yourself in the best position, because Paris Legion go up against a tough team in London and they were able to walk away with this. So NYSL, they need to make sure that their rotations are on point.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And that's a great call that you make, right? A younger team, a team that's still trying to figure out strategies. As you see HyDra, you see Crimsix getting very much involved in that discussion. And you can kind of see, as we said, it took everything from New York, but they do get the hardpoint victory. But it is versus, I guess you could say, the second worst hardpoint team in the game in Paris, but the stats do not look good. I have no idea how Paris are 5-14, but are last in everything, and New York, who are 1-13, technically have played better hardpoint. I don't get that, Jay.
That's insane. That's insane. Obviously, we have the two worst teams in the mode. So one of these guys are going to be able to walk away with a hardpoint win. Obviously, NYSL entering early into the series, winning their very first hardpoint of this entire season so far. But if you're Paris Legion, let me tell you, like, if I'm on that squad right now, confidence is through the roof. We just want to control. Like, we've been on a 7-game losing streak in this mode, and we destroyed them as well. So the guns are starting to look a little hotter on the side of Paris Legion. They just need to make sure that they keep the fundamentals in play. Because like I said, on the side of NYSL, when you think about a brand new roster, they usually have a ton of mistakes when you think about those fundamentals. Paris Legion need to capitalize here and force it to that game 5.
Yep, you do indeed. Quite a few young players in this series. As we said, it is a battle for technically last place in the CDL, but it has been a banger. A lot of implications on this match as we head to Berlin hardpoint. Can it be back-to-back dubs for New York in hardpoint as they broke the streak in that game number 1? Can they do it again? And the one thing, I know we talked about it already, Jay, but Paris, they did allow for that comeback for London to get back into that game. They did close it out by 3 on Berlin yesterday versus the Ravens, but two players who we just saw go off in that control were primary slayers in that game versus the Ravens. John went 32 and 23. Simp went 37 and 23. We'll see if they can continue to remain hot on a map that they looked excellent on yesterday, but already off the rip, it is the flanks out of the French phenom. It is Neptune, it is Paul, everybody getting mixy. They flip the spawns at a moment's notice, and it is New York with 12 unanswered points to start.
12 unanswered, but NYSL accidentally flipped those spawns, like you said. So Paris Legion, they start spawning out towards top plat. They're immediately able to get the break. But New York have a couple players here. They're able to flip the spawns right on back. Now with 20 seconds left, you have to start thinking about that rotation towards P2. So number 7 on your mini map, if you're Paris Legion, you might want to start going towards the left side of the map, but they're putting a lot of pressure, not trying to allow NYSL to pick up all this junk time.
Oh, what a nice little timing right there from HyDra. Catches somebody out. Now sets up for the 1v1. John's able to take it, as it will be a solid start for NYSL at P1. Despite all the spawn flips, it is now on the rotation as Neptune takes 3 down. How about the plays out of Neptune? A proving series for him. Everybody's talked about how his spot potentially could be on the line, but delivering on this roto for NYSL. 50-9 as Neptune with the up close plays. He and Paul enter into 7 kills in a row range, and Neptune continues to fire away. Up close and personal finally gets dropped, and it's a sigh of relief for Paris as they finally get into library.
Yeah, and hopefully Jimbo can pick up his first kill of this entire map, because he's having a slow start. Don't want to be Agent Bond out here in a hard point to start this game. Due to try to force the game 5, he finally picks up that first kill onto PaulEhx, putting on a lot of pressure towards his street side. He's able to sneak his way in through fire and find that kill onto Crim. So now, even though NYSL are controlling the back spawns for the time being, a lot of pressure from Paris Legion.
Oh, Jimbo is moving around everywhere. Nobody can keep up with this guy. He's like soap. You can't even hold on to him. Great play. Coming out of Jimbo for the moment. Fortunately, he does get taken down. So with that, he was the farthest pushed up player for Paris as they try to prioritize spawns over at the street. Keep in mind, Gravity continues to make his way on up there. Paul dealing with damage inside of the hill. Great hold on there for New York. John at least is able to tag one away. Traded out as New York handle business. 30 very valuable points still left inside of fire. As Jimbo sneaks his way on through. Again, Paris continue to be pesky, as that will be 4 instantly hit in the feed. A break successful for Legion. New York still with close spawns.
Yeah, New York in the back, but this is the best case scenario for Paris Legion because they will have those spawns for that P4 hardpoint, and they're getting all this junk time, finding kill after kill. Temp is able to find that final kill onto Neptune, and with him picking up that kill, look at the spawns. They actually do flip, so it's been a good work from Paris to go on this nice little 17 streak that they're on, but they give up the big picture, and NYSL have spawns now set up for this P4.
We'll see if New York can get a solid hold here. It's often the conversation on Berlin P4. Trains a difficult one from time to time in regards to rotations, in regards to how the spawns work. As in the opening little gunfights, Jimbo gets dealt with. Was set up for a little bit of a play, but as he drops, that'll be some great time now for New York. They're ready to soak it up as they'll enter into the 100-point range. And that's a nice little double there for Neptune, lined up perfectly. Now on 4 in a row as he continues to hang out inside of Trains. New York call for him to make the push, and maybe even preparing for P5 as Paris have to chalk this. 13 seconds left. We'll see what the strategy looks like for them. Having their score doubled, Legion instantly put in somewhat of a difficult situation. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound right now with Paris.
In our fire. Nice, one guy on hill. I'm helping you hill, Brian.
Heard you. I'm pushing up
you.
I see this guy. One shot window.
I'm pushing Clayster. Nice. That biz, left side hill, he's showering.
Nice, one shot. One was top 3 too.
Heard you. I'm
gotta help P1 side now. P1 on already. P1 Paul.
Oh, Doc's got me.
I don't see Paul P1. I'm to turn the fuck up, boys. Come on, let's get this shit. P1 window. I'm waiting. Paul weak as fuck. P1. Dead. Paul weak as fuck. I don't see him on hill. Nice, good shit, good shit, good shit. We got time. Left side hill, left side hill.
One's hitting me, hall.
Left side window, hit him with an
coming hall with you.
Draw me.
Still left side hill.
I be push.
He's still left side hill, guys.
One stairs, okay?
He's outer.
Still left side hill.
He's outer, still there. Weak Crim.
I stunned him.
I'm pushing.
I stunned him left side. Paul in P2. Paul.
Time on you. Nice. Outer.
Paul in P2. Oh, that's nice.
Last guy outer.
No,
we need one. We gotta go new. They kill new. Quick. One shot. He's in lights, one shot. He's in lights, one shot. I stunned the guy cat. They're both one shot, man.
Secret. Outer.
Alright, I'm pinching them.
One's dub on you. Dub killed me, HyDra.
One's top 3.
Dub dead.
Alright,
oh my god. There's 2 there. He's our window crouched in it. Net.
Or fire, Crim. Holding her fire.
I'm trying to wrap. I hit him in hill with an 8.
Fire.
Nice, good shit. I'm coming down with you, John.
One's lights.
Lights, one shot, HyDra. I'm stun-nading it for you.
I'm pushing it.
Nep on hill, one
HyDra,
shot, right door hurt.
One P5 and one right door.
Yeah, lights, 2 lights. He jumped up back to mid door.
Well, a little check in there with the Paris Legion. I gotta say, Jay, a team that's been heavily criticized for their communication. Not a great little moment there. It sounds like a team that's down by 130 points for sure.
Yeah, that definitely sounded a little bit frustrated. You can just hear Temp once again on that P5 hill, like he's still left side. Neptune was able to just get at least 45 seconds on P5, and they chained it to this P1. That's why you see NYSL with such a lead that they have. This is the best hard point that I've seen out of this squad as they find another 3. Last player here is going to be Temp. They win another rotation. Neptune, he's been playing out of his mind. I don't know if it's the haircut or not. The flow is on point as he's shooting so straight right now. New York break that 200-point mark.
Yeah, man, he's got a new level of confidence right now. As he and PaulEhx, great work out of the newcomers on NYSL. I mean, technically, you want to call Neptune a newcomer. I guess by definition, he is. The feed continues to favor the New York end, up 216 to 76. And I don't like to write things off too early, Jay, but I don't think it's just going to be one hard point victory. I think it's going to be 2.
Yeah, it's shot.
PaulEhx looking to try and deliver. Jay said it's shot and looks to be that way. Mama X, proud of her baby boy as she looks to deliver. New York, their first dub in Major 2. And on top of that, maybe 2 hard point victories as well. Final seconds begin to tick on in. New York is there. New York prepared. Last player alive is going to be John and Gravity to try to hold this one off. Paul continues to fry. 5 more seconds left. Paris doing everything they can to fight. Everything they can to fight as Jimbo's at least able to find a few. 3-for-1 trade in favor of Paris, but it's not going to matter. New York will answer back off of the changes, off of the roster moves, and they will deliver not just one, but 2 hardpoint victories on top of their first dub in Major II. About time, but it will be New York's day.
And man, big shout out to PaulEhx. I'm pretty sure now in the CDL league so far, he's sitting at 3-0 undefeated. This guy is an absolute menace. But wow, NYSL just came in with a totally different vibe, totally different energy today versus the Paris Legion. They start off on that map number 1 with the Bocod. You start off with this brand new squad getting real mixy, just getting used to the comms. That was beautiful out of them for them to close that out. And then they dominate that search and destroy with PaulEhx barely not even having to do anything. Neptune and HyDra really just took over as that army of 2. And then in net control, they let it go. Paris Legion, they just ran away with it. Dominant performance out of John and Temp. But for New York to come in here and make a statement like this on a map like Berlin, like I said before the map even started, it requires a lot of teamwork, a lot of fundamental play. Yeah. And NYSL today, they look like a totally different team. The kill feed was bright yellow a majority of the time. Like I said, Neptune was simply not missing bullets. And if this is the NYSL we're gonna get, I know this is the honeymoon stage, but this is one hell of a turnaround right now for the NYSL.
Yeah, like who knows the long-term effects, but at the very least, it is a solid job done. You can rest assured, if you're a New York fan, that at least get the W today versus Paris Legion. And like we said, man, there's a lot of things to be excited about. I mean, obviously the control is the one woe that you have to deal with, but in the maps that New York won, they were convincing. Like it was a 250 to like 170, 180 victory in the Bocage, a 6-1 on Desert Siege, and a 100-point club here on Berlin. I mean, these are top caliber team-like numbers versus a roster like Paris, who has really tested the last few teams that they faced. And tell you what, man, Neptune going off the way that he is, at least on this hard point, I gotta say, that's probably the best performance on a map that he has had this season.
I think this entire series, just the way that he played, man, you could just tell that he was feeling it. He was feeling on a whole different level. The confidence was there. Like I said, the haircut was on point. You could just tell him and HyDra were just vibing from start to finish of this series. And when you have that energy behind you, when you're such a young player, that's going to be able to push you through the roof, man. Like he was on point when it came to just picking up those 2 pieces on rotation. He was always finding himself in a great position, but then he eventually closes out picking up that glide bomb. And that's something that we haven't seen at a Neptune all season long, man. Gotta tip the hat to him, because for everything that guy's been through on the roster, off the roster, he's still getting the job done in this series for finally NYSL to not be dead last in the CDL standings.
That's right. As we talked about, it's the battle for last in New York. They're not 12. They're 11. This Paris, unfortunately, will enter into 0-4 range. Obviously, time will tell for New York, as they've still got 2 more matches to go. Let's bring back in the desk. Guys, it's not just 1 hardpoint victory for New York. It is 2 that gets the job done. How about the performance out of this new team?
Dude, they look absolutely incredible, and I could see Jay with the ear-to-ear grin. New York, there might be some hope for New York, and I'm honestly mad that I didn't hear any bing-bongs throughout that series, brother.
Next time.
It's all good.
Next time.
It's all right. Next time. All right. I wasn't expecting that, you know?
We got to see it come out. You got to put your Timbs on next time. But, aLLeY, that was a hell of a performance out of the New York Subliners. Like, 2 hard points, the rotations are on point, and honestly, everybody fried. Even Crim on that map won 5K damage almost.
I can't even, honestly, even though they won 2 hard points, and that's like the biggest standout from this series, for me, I was really paying attention to the search and destroy, because it felt like the SMG duo of HyDra and Neptune really fell into place. Neptune was getting 3 pieces, HyDra was getting 3 pieces. He had the sniper pulled out hitting his insane shots. It just felt like a whole different roster.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune was playing so well. I mean, this team just seemed to click. Do you think it's more of the honeymoon period or what? Because for me, the plays, they were making good plays. The breaks were on point. It looked like the communication was flowing. Looked like a brand new team.
I think it was a big vibe reset. I think when they made that first initial drop, everybody mentally was kind of chalked, and now they bring Paul into the roster. They feel more confident in their play style, and so I think it was just team chem overall and team mentality.
Yeah, it feels like PaulEhx is more in the mix with the squad. Like he was able to hold down positions in the hill. 2 minutes and 40 seconds in that that's what I'm alluding to, is like that first map, he had 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the hill, and it's allowing players like Neptune to really go around and get those pinches, flank around and get those kills to just alleviate pressure on the map, and they're able to just put Paris in a box when it came to hardpoint. Switching over over to Paris a little bit, still a lot to be desired from this squad. If you had there's one major takeaway for you from this Paris team, what was going wrong for them?
When we did that listen-in, man, they sound defeated. They sound like a team down 100 points, like the casters had said over the game. And there's only so much Temp can do to try and regain when everybody's basically given up.
Yeah, you know, the control was good, though. We saw some great offensive pushes. We've seen John streaking, picking up some kills. And it was just like a crazy series. Like, New York's finally winning hard points. Paris is finally winning controls. So I feel like with every series that we see with Paris, there is at least one positive takeaway going forward.
I love the positivity on the desk right now. I'm just like, I don't know, John's either above average or he's below average. I feel like you don't really get an in-between when it comes to him, but I like the positivity that you're bringing to the desk right now.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at this New York team, though, I mean, it is versus Paris, right?
Yeah,
so they still have a lot of work to do, but the good sign for them is they were 0-13 in hardpoint going into this series. They take 2 of them and have a dominant Berlin. If they can continue that, we can maybe see them rise up the ranks, because now they're sitting at, what, 20 CDL points? But yeah, it's going to have to be control as well. The control wasn't great for them.
You know what? They were at the ground bottom, but it's only up from here, right?
Absolutely. We're going to have the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight here in a bit. We're just going to talk a little bit about our next matches as well. We have Florida versus OpTic coming up in our Game Fuel marquee match. That one's sure to be an absolute banger. I've seen everybody's predicting the OpTic to win, but there is a chance Florida comes out hot.
There's absolutely a chance. I mean, the slaying on the side of Florida has been insane overall, but these are 2 teams, 2-0 so far in Major 2. But OpTic, I mean, they've been looking basically unstoppable, especially in control.
Well, this is an interesting series because Florida, they've gotten away with playing Bocage and Tuscan in almost every series for the hardpoint and for the control. And going into this one, I'm pretty sure OpTic's going to let them play those maps as well. You know, when we go to break, I'll confirm that and see what the maps actually are. But if they do decide to play Florida on those maps, they've been extremely comfortable there. Although OpTic has been dominant there, they'll be kind of leaning into the strengths of Florida as well, so that could get interesting.
Well, OpTic, we talked to Shotzzy, and he said, you know, he likes testing maps. They like pushing their limits to expand their map pool, and I think that's something really important with a game like Vanguard that has such a small map pool. You need to be good at every map across the board, because if you're only good at 1 or 2, there's a lot of teams that are going to abuse you for that. I think OpTic Texas has realized that, and they're trying to get better across the board.
Well, with that win, I think New York has moved up the standings, so let's check out the standings and where teams currently sit here in Major II qualifiers, because we have Major II right around the corner in a couple of weeks, and you got to be top 8 to start in winners bracket. So for right now, New York Subliners sitting at 1-2. They still have 2 games left, so they can put themselves in a very good spot if they win out. But looking down there, Paris Legion 0-4, 2 reverse sweeps. That's tough. And then LA Thieves. This is a team that a lot thought were championship caliber at Major 1. Haven't been able to put it together so far, Ellie.
Yeah, no, 0-2 for LA Thieves is a little mind-blowing for me. Paris Legion across the board is pretty predictable. Minnesota Røkkr sitting at 1-2 on the other side of the bracket. That's got to be painful, especially heading into Major 2. That's not what you want to see from the team hosting the event.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams improve right now, right? And it's seeming like we have some championship caliber teams, like FaZe looking like they're getting better once again. London still, you know, it's up in there. Atlanta FaZe is a tough matchup, but London, they have looked great. OpTic Texas look fantastic. And Toronto Ultra, who's 1-0, we've only seen them play 1 match so far in the Major 2 qualifiers. So I'm really excited to see how they developed and how scrims have been going for them, because they played tonight versus a Boston Breach team who's also been improving. What are your thoughts about the Toronto Ultras so far?
I feel like it's been very silent since we've last seen them, so I don't really know how well they've improved in their respawn thus far, because remember, they were winning 2-3-5s. That is how they made their way to top 4, so that speaks to the caliber and the talent on this roster, but they need to start cleaning up those hard points as we get later on into the season.
All right, guys, we've been chit-chatting, talking about stuff, because Crim probably had to go outside and take a quick break after that win. You guys know what he's doing in chat, but let's bring the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. What up, Porter? You won 2 hard points. How are you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling great. Looks like you finally reached into your wardrobe and wait, no, why don't full screen me? Go back to Nameless's leather jacket.
Like that.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
Vin Diesel
what you driving, man? Ducati?
No, I'm driving a Jeep Wrangler right now. Willie's Sedition, green, army green.
That's a motorcycle jacket. See that?
You know what? Like I could use a motorcycle. You can get me one if you place well at champs this year. That'd be a nice gift. For all the years that I've known you and competed against you, could you do that?
It doesn't look like he's gotten the burst fade recently either. I'm going to be honest with you.
Where's the next question?
All right. So we want to ask you about PaulEhx, and PaulEhx has been he played great in that series. Comes in for Clayster. You look like a brand new squad. Like, what did he bring to the team?
Yep. Well, Paul's a beast. All right. I mean, the S&D strats, man. Guys, like, I'm getting 2 on Siege. He's got the wait. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think he called a single strap because he never played that map. But yeah, no, Paul's an animal, and pretty much like our whole team is just sort of evolved, and we're now on like the same page. Before, like I really think the whole reason, like the players are fine, but the reason for our losses was just like, you know, a couple people thought we should play one way, the other people thought we should play the other way, and it was like. It was just a bad situation because no one was willing to give. And, you know, now it's like everyone's on the same page and we're, you know, actually playing as a team, as a unit. And on this game, it's like, you know, we're in month 4 or 5. And this is like, you know, the 2 days of scrims we had before this was the, like, to us, this feels like week 1. This feels like what it always should have been.
Yeah.
So.
Well, moving forward now, I guess now that you have this win under your belt, you have 2 hard points now. What is your main focus as a team to heading into next week?
Well, Paul needs to make sure his controller's overclocked.
Hey, I have a video on
huge
YouTube
one.
you can watch for that.
Yeah. Nameless actually has the video on YouTube. By the way, Paco uses that all the time. Go to
Thank you.
Type in Nameless overclock controller. It's in description.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have me shooting like HyDra, though. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to have to do that, and then they'll continue.
He's already shooting so straight, I'm scared to see him with an overclocked.
But, Crim, we haven't been able to interview you in so long because you guys just haven't been winning.
Nice
so
one.
it feels nice. Yeah, a little jab there. But is there anything you want to say to the New York fans? I mean, it's been turmoil over the last couple of months. You guys get a win.
New York fans, listen. Should I go hard on this, Paco? I am vengeance. I am Batman.
All right, that's going to do it for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Much love, Porter. Crimsix, absolute legend.
I am Fat Man.
And congratulations on the win.
It's plausible. Wait, Ant, before we go, you can see me as Batman, right?
Hell no.
Dude, I'm pale.
Robert Pattinson is handsome. You're just like kind of mid. Wait, but if you were Batman, you remember the old Grim? You remember the old Batman movies where they had the nipple, like the Batman suit with the nipples?
Dude, he's gone. He's gone.
Oh, he actually left.
Dude actually rage quitted.
All right. Well, what an interview. Okay.
Yeah.
Allie,
all right. Yeah.
Let's go regain composure. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna be talking about Florida versus OpTic Texas, and I think it's gonna be a lot closer than what people think. So we'll see you guys on the other side of this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Inside there, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scumpy finds one, second as well. Here comes the push, pressure now from here. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzi's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I'm your host, Nameless, filling in for Velly. He's feeling under the weather today, so make sure you guys go show him some love on Twitter or whatever social media app you have. I'm here alongside aLLeY. 2 matches in today. We've had some bangers, some people changing their storylines through the year. We got another one coming up. We got Florida versus OpTic Texas, the team coming off a championship win.
Absolutely, and they are 2-0 so far, starting into stage 2. OpTic Texas have basically looked undefeated, especially when it comes to control. Now, the map layout thus far also tends to favor them just a little bit. They are 8-1 on Tuscan control, and you can bet that there is one in this series, Nameless.
Yep, but Tuscan control, don't count the Florida Mutineers out. They're 5-1 on that map. They've been playing great in control, so this is going to be a banger of a series. But let's get into the game fuel keys to victory for OpTic Texas. aLLeY, what are they going to have to do?
Lockdown Tuscan hardpoint. OpTic are 6-0. Florida are 1-2. And I do believe there is a Tuscan hardpoint in this series. So, excuse me, there is not a Tuscan hardpoint in this series, unfortunately, for OpTic. But play Gavutu control if you have the option. Florida is first in round win percentage on Tuscan, 5-1 record, 11th on Gavutu, and win the Berlin S&D battle. OpTic is 5-2, third in round win percentage, and Florida is 2-0, first in round win percentage. So Florida, stats-wise, actually on paper looks like they could really push OpTic to the limit.
Well, it's Tuscan control, so it's going to be a battle. Both these teams are nasty on that map. You can see the team right here. I mean, these guys, they've just been lighting it up, man, getting better with every single match. But let's talk a little bit about the Florida Mutineers, a team that has been frying as of late. We're going to get into the game fuel keys to victory for the Florida Mutineers. These guys are 6-0 map count so far in Major II Qualifiers. So what are they going to be, aLLeY?
Well, opportunity to step up a tier. Their 6-0 map count last 2 series, can only ask for anything more beyond that, and Bow Cage hardpoint is a must-win. Florida is 5-2, OpTic 4-2. Florida is 1-3 on non-Bow Cage hardpoint, so Bow Cage is obviously their strongest in their map pool, and Awakening continue to lead the SMG dominance. 1.23 KD this season. Number 2 SMG is Afro at 1.09, so he is leading the SMGs on this Florida squad, and we've seen what he's been capable of doing. I'm actually going to be looking at Vivid and his high engagements to really elevate the squad.
Yeah, I believe map 1 was Bow Cage, which they're also very good at that map as well. So that is a map we've seen Vivid go crazy on. Obviously, I had that bet with him, and he just continuously impresses me. But the game fuel feature, or the Mountain Dew featured player for this series is going to be Awakening. You just highlighted his stats, a 1.23. The guy has just been tearing it up, man. You can see right here his stats this season. Look at that. He hasn't missed a beat. He's gotten so much better.
First, second, third. He does have that 1.0 in Search and Destroy, where actually Florida probably will struggle a lot with in this series. But again, these are 2 teams where the control is really going to be the deciding factor.
Well, we've talked enough. I'm sure everybody is ready for this match to be underway. So without further ado, Miles and Chance, take it away.
Thank you very much, team. This should be a real fun one. Now, I'm going to warn everyone, this might be a tri-cast. Come on up. Come on up. Don't embarrass me. We're live right now. You've been doing this all day. How embarrassing. Animals and children never work with them. This is going to be a tri-cast. I've got a very, very loud 4-legged friend in the room with me, and I cannot do anything about it, friends. I'm sorry, but it is going to be a banger nonetheless. Stats are all out there. Chances, a heat check series for sure. On paper, like, lay it on us, brother. This could go a little different than a lot of fans think.
If this was a best of 9 series, I would bet the house on OpTic, no questions asked. The fact that it's a best of 5, Florida is like the team that, like, map-wise perfectly matches up with OpTic. Obviously, this is what they were talking about on the desk, but like, this is everything that sort of Florida likes to play. They don't mind the Kabuto hard point. They love themselves some Bocage. And even as far as like the control goes, like OpTic right now have the title, best control team in the game, but on Tuscan, Florida have been on point as well. They actually have the better round win percentage, so very much a square up. Obviously, it is your champions. We expect OpTic to get this win, or at least they are favored, but Florida are a terrifying team to play against.
Yep, we'll see how terrifying they can be, of course. Our Mountain Dew marquee match now getting ready to swing Bocage wide open, as we have done in the past. Florida with a nice opening kills, time going their way. Gate, the first hard point, not an easy one to break, hold, you name it. But everyone's learning, you know, tricks and methods to hold onto this as long as they possibly can. So far, so good for both teams. 30 seconds remaining on this one, and we're all vying for control of the top side of the map. Chance is just the way it is. Skies is checking on one side of the map. There's no one over there. All of the players over towards the middle, and it's going to be Vivid and Dave Paddy picking up them kills. 20 seconds remaining. OpTic with spawns for next.
And keep in mind, this is a map for OpTic, right? Obviously, they're a great team at it, but they do have 2 losses. They got bullied out by FaZe, and they got beat yesterday by Seattle when Seattle massively outslayed them. Now, it was a close game despite like the slaying performance, but for the Mutineers, I mean, they have a 1.14 KD on this map, tied for best in the game in the KD department, so they can absolutely slay. But for the moment, OpTic have that edge. They got those spawns as well, and they got Scump in the middle of the map, at least for a moment. And obviously, he can just call it to his teammates. Hey, man, Vivid's going to be around back barn, or maybe Vivid could just find that opening and make the play.
He's trying to make it happen. Scump right back into the respawn, finds at least one more. 40 seconds here remaining on P2. An unfortunate stun, but that's going to be fine, because here comes the remaining members of the Mutineers flying on through. Our Mountain Dew featured player Awakening. An absolute titan he has been throughout the Cold War season. He has been doing what he can here on Vanguard, and honestly, the stats back it up. Can he hold on the point now? Trying to get his team involved, but the pinch is on. Massive work out of OpTic Texas there. A clean kill feed going their way.
And a nice little rotation for OpTic as well. You see Scump causing problems. They do take the time to hunt him down, but you see number 6 on the minimap, iLLeY should be just free and secure to get his team those spawns, at least to be set up for the Grandma's Hill. And hey, found a few seconds going by way of Florida. Only about a 15-point game, but certainly OpTic in a decent spot. Florida going to be working on that break, and looks like for the moment be pushing through that AS&D side of the map.
Trying to make their way through on Skies now, looking to make the entrance towards the backside of Granny's. Players from OpTic almost everywhere, and he snuck on in. Dashy, got to check them corners, but he's behind you. Big stuff out of Skies. He can stay alive here. This is huge. Another big win on a Shotzzy. Oh my God, Skies! How did that happen? The ghost of Grandma's sees the Skies went on a force break.
Yeah, I don't know what Scump was looking at there. That is just awkward when you just sort of walk past each other. But hey, Florida needed a break, and Florida absolutely got it. Sky's on a 4, but he is 1 HP, but maybe that's all he needs. That's a 5 spree for him, and maybe now thinking about a little bit of that glide bomb action as he is just milking all of this hill time. Double challenge coming through, but he stays alive, looking for the glide and gets it. Mr. Bueno popping off on the Grandma's Hill, and I mean, in all honesty, they're down by, what, 15, 20 seconds going to this one. That was as good of a Grandma's Hill as you were ever going to see. And Sky's there to collect all of that time.
He's still going, dude. He's still going. I don't know how we managed to lose that one, but Scumpy wins 2. Ooh, my word. What a bocage we've got on our hands already. Going over towards Barn now. OpTic full setup. They got control, and Scump looking to be the man to cut these players off. Awakening with a great read over to Shotzzy, top side of the barn. Looking to catch as many of these players as they can. You can see the setup right now from OpTic. Huge stuff out of iLLeY there on the steps, brought down immediately. Trades coming through. It's Dave Paddy, it's Vivid, it's Scump in the middle. Once again, Vivid king of the engagements here on Bocage, managing to get one more, makes it 3 right out of spawn, right into the point.
Vivid popping 3 on the feed, and this is a moment, right? It's not by a massive amount at the moment, but right now Mutineers are outslaying the opposition. Almost everybody positive except for Vivid, so they're up maybe 5 or 6 kills, which again, a minuscule margin, but Florida, they've only been outslayed on this map a single time, and it was by the thinnest of margins, so obviously always going to be putting work in the slaying category. And as far as that rotation goes as well, Florida, they get there first, they get a person, or now make it 2, posted up back tower. They get the clearance, they get that set up towards Røkkr, and Awakening, his opportunity to be that roaming slayer, try to be the cutoff man.
Yep, our Mountain Dew featured player, 12 and 8 so far, I believe. Overall, he's having a great time. Still on board with Skies. Hard point still ticking his way. Good looks again out of the Florida Mutineers right off the rip here. OpTic, a team though that again we've seen it a few times in the past, able to win despite being outslayed so heavily, and it's Awakening again, that 5 spree working out for him. Dave Paddy clearing out the back, over to Awakening, into the point. Dashy wins it. Time still going in favor now of OpTic. 30 seconds remaining. Skies now looking to get the break. Still got himself them streaks. In he goes. Can't get any more out of it. OpTic retain control.
And any break on Røkkr is a happy one at that, because again, P2 and this hill are pretty much the only money hills you can really orchestrate. Admittedly, it's Bocage. Occasionally you could sneak one through, even on a, well, grandma's like we saw Florida earlier, but that could have been a tough spot for OpTic to be in. They dealt with it. They made amends, so to speak, and funnily enough, they even had that lead after the first set of rotations. Admittedly, by the thinnest of margins, or maybe not at all. Florida take it away in the final second, so I'm not complaining.
Oh, an exciting start here to our series. Bocage continues to impress, bewilder, and terrify folks. Let's go for a very quick listen in with the Florida Mutineers and see how they sound.
Coming on, he's going to sparkling. Michael play.
I think he did.
A-plot going, front A-plot, like L. Only barrels. He's in wine, or he's in the A-plot, come. A-plot set dead. I'm getting top white, nothing river up. I got top bar. I didn't name on hill. Top bar, Dashy. And barrels, going bottom white. Bottom white. No, yeah, everyone's gate. Barn door. Hold door. I'll see Mack. Top white. Only one. I think he's playing back on the smoke ceiling. Line. Yep. Nice. Hill. I'm going top white. T4. One hill or jump place left. One's on. T4 absolute ender. I didn't twice. They're all wrapping right now. We can shoot this if we need to. No, C1 in low L. I'm in her right now. Be careful low L. I'm in her right now. Low L. Nice. Up here. I'm in the. Seth, go middle. Cutting off middle. Watch out. L upside guys. Cutting off middle. Low T1, one shot. Oh, he long slid into me. He's T1 now. On top of T1.
Detail the concise comms out the Florida Mutineers. Now let's go to the other side of the board and have a quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
I can try to get. Back. Hey, watch out. Wait, we go back. Yeah, I'm already check on you. Yeah, sit down, time. Absolute. He's in barn. Watch out. Sit down. I saw him. I don't know the barn. I think it was top. I spot back water. Back on me. He's in the back. Back barn dead. I got net up. Yellow mine. Dude, I got it there. Last time. Last guy. Tank. Yep. I'm playing. We should play for fight. I need a top. Left tank. Just he's one shot. Absolute. Dead. Good shit. Get that time and sit down. I'm getting time. He's gonna kill me, dude. A-plat. Someone get that time? I tried. A-plat killed me. I'm in a corner. There's not A-plat, sir. Yo, they're playing the right guys. They're playing right heavy. Let's go to the left. Go play, Brennan. What was A-plat Caesar? Are you? He's in A-search. Yeah, I'm bottom. Are you? You trying to get stop? I'm here with you guys. Just tell me here. Yep, I'm playing from left. I'm trying to get stitched. One was gate. Yeah, someone go top. Yo, top. Yo, Rich, back right time. Back right time. Dead. Back Lamar. Watch out, back Lamar. Literally bullet. Go play. I'm playing life. I'm in A-search. I'm gonna go right. I want with Lamar. Look for me, A-search. Right. Go ahead. I want top. I don't see anything, Lamar. I don't see anything top, guys. Wait, back window dead. Lamar, back Lamar in the castle. Back Lamar. On top, Caesar, right corner. Watch out. Yo, castle Lamar, let's do. Yep. I'm trying to flush back time. Keep time. Alright, shit, Brandon. Yeah, one shot, wait.
Chance, it is not quite in the barn, but we're burning grandmas right now as this map is getting real close indeed. OpTic with a slight lead.
That is the darkest thing I've ever heard on a CDL broadcast, but we will take it. I gotta say, by the way, two things that are standing out. Firstly, Dashy 27 and 17. If there's any problems in the slaying department, if you think Florida can crank it up, he is the guy to slow that down and make sure he picks up base for his team. And they're picking up the spawn kills as they have Florida effectively stuck in the back. So big moment, but Awakening can see through the bushes to take him down. Second thing worth noting, Florida's comms are very interesting. I don't know if they do that for every map, but I'm hearing like C1 callouts, T1, like they had a letter number hyper detailed sort of like organization, and whether that's just Bocage specific, I'm not entirely sure, but certainly Florida putting in the extra time.
We'll see if they can get the extra time and get back into the lead, because currently is Texas with control. Is the contest towards bottom barn. Vivid winning in a big one on the outside. Here comes the wrap, and they're going to try to take care of Scump. Last player up in position here. Oh my gosh, he gets two, stays alive. And with that, 30 seconds remaining here on bottom barn. It's plenty to play for here, still on the hard point.
Well, Vivid up top now, trying to see what he can do. All of his teammates have fallen around him, and well, finds the nice little contest spot at the top of the stairs, and Scump is checking everything but above him. So Vivid getting great use out of that cheeky little contest spot. And on that rotation, though, you see Dashy 32 and 19, playing up top as well. And it looks like he's going to rotate to the back to make sure you lock in those back spawns for this River Hill. Again, OpTic, when they get here, they can turn this into a full 60.
This is it, locking it in now. It's on Scump, roaming mid-map, finding the kills elsewhere. iLLeY's on time. You've got Dashy on that back position over towards L. Now Vivid trying to make the entries. Shotzzy up top. He's going to find one. Glide bar from Skies trying to soften up the defenders. Where will it go though? Look to get the back. Yeah, takes care of Dashy at the back. Takes care of that. You've got Awakening now hitting the wrap as well. This could be a good push out of the Mutineers, but they've got to get it going a little faster than this. Here goes our Mountain Dew featured player Awakening. Trying to get the break on the point. There's the first. Tags are in. Got to deal with all these players everywhere. All the corners imaginable here on Røkkr. And it's OpTic still holding it down. Awakening with another. Oh, baby. Will this be the break? Anyone there to get it? No, that's going to be another good hold coming out of OpTic. iLLeY with a top gate control chance. They're set up for next as well.
Yeah, I mean, Awakening's trying to get down tonight doing that little dance, but it is still a little bit scrappy. Honestly, though, good investment, right? I think OpTic still come out on top of this hill, but again, that could have been a dire situation on P4. So use that glide and take care of the man in the power position back L. So the idea is sound, but now for Florida, the issue is down by 50. And again, it's going to be a scrappy P1. We know what to expect. I think Florida right now want to see if they can try to flip those spawns, have someone get in the back, cause a little bit of chaos. And I think the only path for them back into this game is if they can flip and get over towards P2 and try to lock that one down. But iLLeY and Dashy ripping skulls for the moment. Florida in the struggle bus.
Scary thing as well, you got 34 seconds on the in-game clock. So with Florida, they had a bit of control for a moment. Scump trying to cut them down. You have to consider that. We're in the red now. Serious change of pace here in the hard point on Røkkr. Dashy keeping them off the point. And again, this is for the win right now. OpTic Texas, a team with 2 victories to the game clock here on the cage. Slowly but surely, keeping these players off it. Final 15 seconds here. Again, you have to remain on the point if you are the Mutineers. Pull things back. For OpTic now, the operation is to keep them off the point. And it's a difficult one at that. Here comes Skies. 20 seconds in the game clock. Looking to hold this one down. Rotation's already covered for OpTic.
Well, they were never able to make that flip, so now their job is that much more difficult. Skies trying to go around the back, but he's getting pelted by stuns and still wins the gunfight. Dashy's got a few things he needs to worry about because iLLeY is by himself in the hill, and Skies found the right to take him down. So Florida only 18 seconds on the game clock, but they found their way inside.
Close spawns from OpTic. They're going to now make their way forward. Right into the fight they go, and it's going to be the contest. Once again, the contest is going to have to be stopped, killing quick. Viv is going to be there to get it. Back in the driver's seat we go for the Mutineers. They've got 4 down, and this is a sweet hold. It is possible, Chance. It's tough, but they could do it.
And now I think, look, both teams have to be worried about how much time is going to be contested because Florida are going to make this one close on this hill, but contest time will strip away the time. Being out of the hill will strip away that time, and I think right now, OpTic maybe making the call. Stay outside the point, run the clock out.
Final few seconds. If anyone from the Mutineers can get there in time to stop it, that's going to be huge. Should we go? Flying on the point, the guns are up. Shotzzy covering it? I don't think. Oh, wait a minute. Mutineers are there, but it's Scumpy. He does land the final kill of the Sky Cam. You saw him sneak in the back and absolutely drop a deuce on a couple on point. Oh, he got a little tense there, mate. I can't lie. That was a very close one. If Scump doesn't get 2 on point, next thing you know, we could be looking at a 1-0 Mutineers, but there we go. What an opening hard point. Røkkr never fails to disappoint.
In those situations, to me, always impressive because of like how uncharacteristic they are in Call of Duty for the game to end on clock. And funnily enough, that's like the 4th game like that OpTic has had, and I think a few other teams will normally have like 1 at a certain point, but OpTic are used to it. They are used to those spicy situations. They are keeping track of the game clock the entire time, so very much one of the best teams in that regard. And as far as the slang goes, Florida had a very small edge early on, but I think Dashy just kind of flipped that switch, put on the Dashy show, and Dave Patty might have been his main victim. Bit of a slower one for him, so OpTic take care of the slang, take care of the game number 1.
Highlights now on your screen as we get through what was a very exciting opener. And again, this was the ghost of Grandmas, as guys somehow managed to perfectly pick every corner, winning a big one on Shotzzy, and then this little move there from Scump. Unreal. He went on a 7 spree, I believe, to end this one in typical Skies fashion, but not quite enough to pull it away. And again, they had a good opening start. The lead from the Mutineers was wonderful to get things going, but not quite enough to close out. As again, OpTic reigns supreme here on Røkkr. A very clinical team when it comes to the approach of managing game clock. Rotations were all good. Breaks were pretty good chance. I mean, they look solid all around.
And it is interesting. I mean, I think any given year of competitive Call of Duty, like through the Cold War season, we maybe had 1 or 2 games that ever ended on time, at least as far as hardpoint is concerned. And again, that's like the 4th or 5th one just for OpTic on this map. So Røkkr on its own is just going to be like that extra level of like difficulty of in those final moments trying to juggle just, you know, that extra bit of information. But again, OpTic at this point, it is almost expected that their games on Bocage end that way. So certainly used to it and just playing around that final hard point perfectly. iLLeY, honestly, it's got to be strange as well trying to like break into a hard point when people are playing off angles like that, where guys are just sitting outside the hill trying to kill you along the way. So again, Texas at this point, seemingly their bread and butter.
Yeah, OpTic Texas is continuing to prove to be one of the finer teams in the league. Final moments here. This was the two-piece from Scump to save the day, and then nail it. Crossfire from OpTic there closes them out. You get those players off the point. It is done. The game clock comes to a close again. Here we go. The series, though, ahead of us chance. An exciting one indeed. Berlin Search and Destroy coming up in just a moment.
And obviously for Berlin, OpTic, we saw them win the championship on this map. We know that they have a very strong record, 5-2 overall. And we know sort of how they like to play it. On offense, they will just not really bully the B site, but take their time, be very calculated, find those opening picks, and they make adjustments after. So it is a map that they have been machines on. On the flip side for Florida, they're 2-0 on the map. It just dominated both times they've played it. But it's also been a month since we've seen them on the map. So I'd say for Florida, this is a bit more of an unknown factor. We don't know exactly how well they're going to perform. But obviously right now, as far as Berlin S&D goes, they're going against the best.
Certainly one of the best to do it right now. We'll see if they've picked up a trick or two along the way. It has been a while since we've seen these two teams. Actually, first time we've seen these two teams go up against each other in a long time. Yeah, so should be a lot of fun. Here we go, though, friends. Florida Mutineers, OpTic Texas, map number 2, almost upon us. A few moments there for our coaches to get in there and have a chit chat with the players before we rock and roll into Berlin. But while we do that, our top performers thus far in the search chance, both of them pretty impressive all round. I mean, Skies at 1.25, a minor difference there, but it's going to be a good one. This should be an absolute treat. Our Mountain Dew marquee match always delivers.
It's certainly a bit more of a standout for Skies, but I mean, this is kind of the funny thing, even for Bocage. Florida has 3 of the top 5 overall KDs in the league. It's Skies, Awakening, and Dave Patty that are all in the mix. So kills have never really been a problem, but I'd say there's been a few moments where closing out games has been. Same thing on Bocage, they played it fantastically, but just not enough gas in the tank towards the end. And I'd say that was obviously there's a couple more maps where they have the opportunity, but it kind of feels like almost a must win. If you get given one of your best, that is the only opportunity to try to take OpTic down, because now they're going against OpTic on one of their best.
Back and forth we will be going in this series again. Now the search and destroy upon us after this, of course, control, map number 3. But let's get through Berlin first and foremost. This should be a great one. OpTic Texas 5-2 thus far. The Mutineers only 2-0. We'll see if they can't get another dub here, or potentially a loss. We'll see. Those map records will be changing ever so slightly. And it's amazing to look back at the end of the season as well, Chance. At this point in time, OpTic are one of the best Berlin search and destroy teams. Who's it going to be in a week? Who's going to be in a month? What's it going to look like a champs? Oh, the storylines, the drama, you name it, is all coming here. Cannot wait to see how we go. But this is it. Berlin, map 2. Let's get it.
And I would say, we talked about OpTic on offense. They love to be hits. They love to take their time. But even if you're doing your homework, I don't know if OpTic will really stick with the same strats, or if they're going to take a new stage and try to mix things up and flex their sort of strat diversity. And well, off the rip, it is an A hit. Taking their time to a certain extent. You see 2 players dipping down low. And for Florida, well, they got 3 players here. Quick for the rat back, but not for the first bloods, though it does get traded out.
Trades are on. Skies with an advantage here on Shotzzy. Will he win the fight, though? Shotzzy, a difficult player to kill at the worst of times, and at the best, damn near impossible. Oh, you had an opportunity, Skies, but now you back on up, you give it the space, and it's a 3v3. Mutineers still opting not to hit the site too close, but the bomb may make its way out.
And you already see number 4, Vivid. He's kind of juggling back and forth of watching the B cross, but I think Florida have the right idea. They know these adjustments get made, but for the moment, it is Vivid completely by himself. About to deal with all of these players, and Shotzzy there to take him down, and now that's a free bomb plan. Dashy's got the cross, and it seems like Vivid sort of had the right idea, but too little too late, and this should be a very free round, bar Dave Patty going berserk.
Let's see it, Dave. Do you have the berserk in you? Corner checks. Oh, hi, Dashy. There's the first. Straight out he goes. He's about to get brought down again, but okay, we like the effort. Good effort from OpTic as well. That rotation chance and the kills there on a Vivid certainly sealed the round.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get it on time with Vivid quick enough to see what kind of pressure he was dealing with, but we definitely saw him in time enough to know that Shotzy's there to win that gunfight. The only hope and opportunity for Florida to clutch that one up is if Vivid takes at least one to the grave with them, but just another classic OpTic taking their time, feeling out the round, happy to make those mid-round adjustments, and at least in that moment, outplaying Florida.
So we got now for Florida on offense. This is now bomb in hand for Awakening. DavePaty with a snipe. Eyes on the cross. Saw at least one go by. Doesn't give the glint away. I like that. He doesn't scope in. So Shotzzy won't see that sniper up and about. I may come into play in just a moment. We'll see if that information pays off. Dashy over by B. Backing up iLLeY. Mid-map all covered there from Scump and Shotzzy. Opening trades go through. 3v3.
Still, though, unable to get this bomb down. Number 8, Scump effectively not watching the full cross if you're going through the actual train side of the room, but you can see it through the middle of the map. And obviously this bomb for the moment leaning towards B. In Florida, instead of making the call to wrap it out, they're going to try to force this one through. Awakening, trying to search for a little bit of aim assist, but where he can't find it, Dashy finds that next pick, and well, that'll leave Florida in the 2v, make it 1v3. iLLeY surging as well. It's your Mountain Dew future player to try to make something crazy happen, but he gets spotted down to 4 HP, and I mean, this is a round that just comes down to picks. Dashy and iLLeY putting in the work.
Oh, I was going to say, what a win it is. Scump with a nice shots at range there. Closes the round out. Awakening left with no option but to be dropped. Huge effort from OpTic Texas again as they are running the show on Berlin so far, Chance. And it has to be said, I mean, it's not a tremendous surprise.
No, not at all. And I'd say like an interesting moment, right? You called out the fact that DavePaty not trying to give away the glint, but I think he was chucking a stun over towards Dashy to see if anybody was there, but I don't believe it connects. And Scump was actually playing that spot and gets that first blood. And obviously on a pick heavy round, every pick matters. Scump putting in work. And as many times we've seen him over towards B, it looks like now very much spreading the map. And I suppose if you're spreading the map, that just gives you a ton of different options of where you want to take this bomb later in the round. But no intel yet. Admittedly, DavePaty in an interesting spot. A couple players with options to make a play, but they know where Vivid is.
Skies with that snipe. Versatile team like the Mutineers. Basically, everyone can get it done. Here comes the hit now towards B. Shotzzy's going to be the one in first. Trying to slow, steady cross. There's the shots from Skies. Nice tag right into the head. iLLeY's now trying to pick it up. Coverage from Vivid. Gets himself 2. Scump last player left alive just like that. Oh, baby. The fight's on. Awakening trying to stay alive. He may catch him. Nope. The hip fire's there. Skies up next. There's the pistol. And no way you're going to let Scump get away with a kill like that. Mutineers bounce back.
And to me, that's just a nice counter strat, expecting like the B push eventually. Like if that's what OpTic's bread and butter has been, that is way too many Bs. You have to be ready for that push. And obviously Sky's wrapping back. Vivid always playing over towards that B site, but also had a little bit of that help from the third member as well. So nice little stack on defense, able to deliver for the kills. And I'd say if nothing else, Shotzzy getting real bold with that bomb, trying to push forward.
Mutineers now on offense. 2 nades up. Will it catch iLLeY? Oh, no, just about. They do manage to slip through. Actually, maybe tagged by the barrel there. That was a good shot with the nades. Trying to finish the kill. That was going to be Awakening there. Shots are on through. Coverage from Dashy up top. So he crosses. He may be in trouble. Awakening, oh, he just found the tiniest of windows to work through. And now he's pinned. The rest of OpTic's defenders now making their way forward.
Oh, the good dude. Where is Shotzzy even on the map? Number 7. He's playing out of docks. That is just the perfect angle to find that first blood. And even Scump, him and Vivid having that little flank battle and the picks on picks on picks. OpTic again in this style of round, just completely taking care of business. And iLLeY knows exactly where Skies is going to be. Skies reads the pressure, but only for the first. OpTic Texas, another clean, easy, efficient round. And really off the back of just good comms, good coordination. Shotzzy and Dashy working together to find that first blood.
A huge, the picks as well, the nade spots, you name it. Shotzzy, be cool if we could see that angle again. Been teaching us all season long. And of course, we saw that very, very sneaky A-bomb coverage they had, the round-winning moment, of course, against Atlanta FaZe at Major 1. That win in everyone's books. OpTic now attacking once again, 3-1. Looks like we're hitting towards A this time. First time I've seen this hit just so far, and already the cross eyes are on. Dashy's got at least 1 in his sights. A-bomb stacked up on the defense, though, for the Mutineers. This should be a fight.
I don't know exactly how quick OpTic are going to play this, right? If Dashy's wrapping back, waiting for that flank to come through, the players near bomb should be taking their time. Shotzzy might have to do a little bit of a dance with a sniper. Maybe he's making some noise and just getting out of dodge. And again, Scump is left by himself to sort of play that flank. But now that B site, I mean, number 3 Skies is watching the cross, but unless he hits this shot, this bomb might be going down for free.
We will see. Awakening. Oh my gosh, the time. Oh, the timing. Terrifying. 40 seconds remaining. Wait, did they finally catch wind of something? Scump knows. He's got to be on the other side. Bomb's being planted at B. So, Skies is having to make the play forward now. Shotzy's going to get it down. Here comes Skies. Shotzzy, quick demolishing the doors. 40 seconds on the bomb right now, and here we go. Who's going to get the first blood? It is Awakening. Finally takes care of Scump. Skies now looking to do what he can towards the B bomb. Here comes Vivid, though. This could be the difference maker.
And Shotzzy by himself on bomb, by the way. He's going to have to make the first play. Dashy watching the wide flank. He's able to pick up the first, but Shotzzy still needs to win this first gunfight. He jumps out and gets it. Sniper taken care of, but now the pressure's coming from the back. Shotzzy deals with the next, and you see number 6 in that clutch spot, but we get to see if Shotzzy gets sniped. He can. Just for the hit marker.
He was going for maximum style points, and that is cheesing right now. Yeah, if he picks that snipe up and hits that, man. One of the most dangerous players in the world for good cause. Man alive. What a great round from OpTic.
Yeah. Hey, Shotzzy, the guy that wins them that round. I will say, though, we've actually seen a few times where OpTic get the bomb down towards B and they end up giving up the retake. And one of the main factors why is Dashy, who's responsible for the full flank, like plays around the tower or in the back left. He starts to wrap back over towards teammates and he's gotten caught a few times. This time he starts in like the clutch spots and then he wraps back to watch the full flank. And well, that time he finds a kill. So I think Dashy making a nice little individual adjustment on this map and helping Shotzzy deliver.
Good shots out of Shotzzy once again. The opening kill going his way. Scump's got the wrap on these players on the inside of train. Skies knows something's up though. A lot of corners to check. The angles he's got. If Scump, as soon as he sees that shot marker appear on his screen, he's gone. E-bomb site might be a bit of an engagement here, and there it is, Skies. Caught unaware. 2v3 right now. It's on Awakening and Dave Paddy. Dave Paddy does win the fight against Dashy over by the B-bomb site, so now things get real weird. Mountain Dew feature player Awakening, tagged up, in trouble. Smooth moves. Will it save Demon Joe for now? No, big win. 1v2. He can get this done.
Well, Scump does dip away just to readjust, and I think he had the angle there, so they still know that they have Awakening pinned in the backside of this train. Scump not giving away anything for free. Maybe the good news for Awakening is he does have this bomb, and angle from Shotzzy. This is where they want it. That door's closed, so we can't actually wallbang him through, but he will see him if he jumps out of this window, and that'll be free. Shotzzy up in his perch, loves his brand new home where if you can win championships from there, you can also win a round.
Yeah, that was it. He was in position there just in case the bomb goes down. He's got eyes on that. Insurance policy in place. OpTic Texas running the show in Berlin time and time again. Decent win out of Awakening there. I mean, not able to really make too much of that round, but it's so hard to win back-to-back consecutive individual fights against players like this. You know they've got each other covered. At 5-1 as well, the strats are deep. The playbook for OpTic Texas right now in Berlin is a big one. Skies, can you change that? No, misses the opener. This is map point. You gotta go big.
Windows are open. That might be an opportunity for nades to go through, but Vivid's already used his, and it looks like no one else for the teammates. So there you go. 4v4. Bomb down effectively for free. Again, Shotzzy has important 1v1s around the site, but you already see that late flank. Dashy's so wide, and Shotzzy wins this every time. Yes, he gets traded, but only 30 seconds left in the round.
30 seconds, 3v3. Snipes for Skies right now. This could be big. Oh, God, it looks so good. Now it's all down to Dashy, though. Plenty of time to get this done. Dashy's not in a position to really contest this. He might not be able to get on top of the bomb in time. Got to check a position. 17. There's the shots to Dave Paddy. Oh, my word. The angle from Dashy, the damage was there. Skies was tagged up. The defense remains true. Bomb defused. Mutineers stay alive.
Yeah, and I missed how Scump fell, but I think, you know, Shotzzy gets the blood and gets out or gets picked after that. But really, the only thing Scump and iLLeY have to do at that point is just buy as much time as possible. If there's, you know, 5 fewer seconds on the clock, right, then Dashy can just play around the time more so than being forced out the challenge. But either way, fantastic retake by Florida. Again, when they're doing their homework, that has to be the main game plan. They know where the spots are going to be. They know what they have to make the adjustments for. And at least in that round, they deliver. But down 5-2 for Florida. They got a long way to go.
Yeah, this is going to be one hell of a comeback if they can get it done. One more for OpTic. Shotzzy trying to get the party started. Pressure, a lot of it, towards the A-bomb site. And it's all onto Shotzzy really here. He has to do this alone. Here we go, Chance. Silent plant. Shotzzy. Will he spring to life? Or will he be a bit more quiet? Oh, dear. He might be able to find a few out of this. I've got no ideas here. This could be huge. Here comes Scumpy. a lot louder than Shotzzy was, but that's going to be the opening blood. Here comes the fight.
This guy's gonna wait for the next two. They are both trapped outside. It is not fun to shoot through that, though. An Awakening there to take him down. Gets the next one as well. The bomb is cleared. Dashy, last man standing. They know where he is. And frankly, he just does not have enough time. Pick a corner or just take him down. Big Wake making the big play. And that is just a spicy moment, right? Just the quickness to even get out after you plant the bomb to make sure you don't get caught. As much as Shotzzy likes to levitate, right? If you can't ever quick chow right after. Florida Mutineers seemingly, based on the setup, stealing that round away, but in devastating fashion towards the end. And back to defense they go. The game plan might be roughly the same. They're expecting at this point, I'd imagine, Scump is sort of playing his life on the flank, maybe out towards A, but the B hit is Old Faithful. Or maybe I'll eat my words. Funnily enough, it's the guy with the bomb that's leaning towards A. They might be mixing this up. They might show all this pressure towards B and try to get like a cheeky plan off at A. And it's Shotzzy that has it in hand, and here we go.
Oh, traded bombs down. Oh, dear. The plan may have fallen apart. Now you have to recover that. Dashy with a nice pick. That's going to be a 2v3. Viv is down. It's all on the Skies. 1v3. They have no idea now. Maybe the bomb's down. Skies is trying to watch and seemingly everything. He hasn't moved from this B position. Less than a minute chance. He's got to go recover that. So OpTic have got to recover that. I don't think he knows it's down.
No shot. I mean, I don't think it's such unconventional play to have Shotzzy almost by himself playing that like late flank with the bomb angle. So I don't know if that's exactly how OpTic wrote it down, but they get all the kills. And after they pick the bomb up, I mean, Skies truly has to world star to try to clutch this round.
He's got to hit a shot. He has to hit at least one hit. Here comes OpTic, iLLeY, Scump, and Dashy making the play. Forward they go. And no, Skies is taking a blind eye to this one. He's let them get in. This is going to be nearly impossible. Just a little too late here. A stroke of unfortunate luck. He's going to see that bomb plant and, oh man, here we go. They're going to put themselves in either corner of the bomb site. Dashy is the fullback. This is going to be seemingly impossible for Skies.
And you have to sprint as well. I know you got the sniper, but you just have to play at a lightning pace to even try to clutch this round. And I think, honestly, if a route like this, you're kind of just chalking it up, trying to hunt down a player. But he can't even find a weapon on the ground. Maybe able to find Dashy in the window. Doesn't make a difference in OpTic Texas on Berlin. Stay strong. That's 6-3 victory.
A 6-3 victory. A little bit of bad luck from Skies. Unfortunate timing, but we saw plenty of weird timing there on Berlin. But that is 0-2 with OpTic Texas taking the lead here in our Mountain Dew marquee match so far. Mutineers close, but no cigar. A little bit more work to be done there on the Berlin Search and Destroy. But hey, a very, very exciting map nonetheless. Wow. Okay. Chance. Quick look across the stats. It was a very even effort for most players across OpTic. And again, huge stuff out of them when it comes to, you know, those in-game decisions. That's one of the most impressive things about the team, you know, whether it's those unconventional strategies being used or whether when really the good gets going, they make the game plan work out.
And the first bloods were on point as well, which obviously makes your late round decisions that much easier to try to figure out what to do. But again, OpTic Texas on this map, they love it here on Berlin, putting in the work. And I mean, now 2-0 in the series, I mean, 99% of the time, I'm going to be saying now OpTic get to go into Tuscan control. That's a free win. Funnily enough, Florida, great slaying team on this map. They have the #1 overall KD on Tuscan control on top of the #1 overall round win percentage. So Florida's certainly happy to be here for the map 3, but the fact that they're down 2-0, I mean, it's not like we're calling Florida the best control team in the game. OpTic still have that title.
We will see. Best control team in the game going against a team with a good record on the map. We'll find out just how this one goes down. Tuscan control coming up after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it. OpTic running the show thus far in the series as they have managed to get themselves on match point here, going into Tuscan control. Florida Mutineers, a little bit of work to do still though, Chance, but hey, as far as this series goes, man, on paper, it's a banger. In the games, a little one-sided.
And on paper, well, this Tuscan control as close as it could really be, right? Florida had the overall best KD, and honestly, by a decent margin, they have a 1.14. I think OpTic right now is a 1.06 or 1.08, but there you see the battle on offense, neck and neck, and Florida on defense ever so slightly better. Now, keep in mind, Florida, I think as far as like playing top 3 teams goes, they played London for their first series of the year, haven't played OpTic until this series, haven't played Atlanta FaZe. On the flip side for OpTic, of course, I mean, they've played FaZe on this map like 3 times, so OpTic have definitely had tougher competition. I think that definitely has impacted that round win percentage, so I still think OpTic have the edge, but that being said, for Florida, it is as good as it gets. This is where they wanted to be in this series, minus the fact that they're down 2-0, but at least they got that Tuscan control.
Yeah, the Tuscan control could be the saving grace, the start of the reverse sweep, as many Floridian fans would love it, but we will see. As we now load into the map number 3 here in our series, the penultimate of today. We're going to go to one more after this. It's sure to be an absolute doozy. Of course, Breach playing Toronto Ultra. We'll see how that goes after this. But hey, Florida Mutineers, OpTic Texas, map number 3. Got to get through it first. Here we go.
And one of the biggest things for me, by the way, Florida on this map, the majority of their wins, they're doing in a 3-1 fashion. For OpTic on the flip side, I mean, they still win it a bunch, but I think like 4 of their 6 round 5s that they had, well, one, the fact that they are round 5, but 5 of their 6, excuse me, have gone to defense. So OpTic have played much tighter games. They're very good at getting defense for that final round. So that's why I think it's important to highlight that Florida on this map, they bring that slaying power. Should it come to a round 5, they might be one of the very few teams that actually get defense against OpTic. But as far as this opening break goes, not a ton of pressure on the map. OpTic honestly in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, sweet spot. The second segment of A is gone now. Florida Mutineers, they'll put that in the back pocket, save that for a rainier day. But so far, all good here. It's clear skies aside from all the smoke from the fires here on Tuscan. Our Mountain Dew feature player Awakening trying to make his way in towards B will be brought down again as the pressure there is being completely dealt with there by the OpTic Texas defenders. Vivid church play now for him. Oh, does win it against Lee. That's huge for now. They're going to finish the job at A and now starting to set their sights on B.
Oh, nice reads as well with the stun, just giving that extra little bit of intel. So Vivid played those 2 gunfights as well as you possibly could. Now, he is still effectively on an island, doesn't really have that team support, and doesn't have the timing either. iLLeY there to take him down, and right now, Florida just spread across the map, and if you're playing it like this, that means you need to collect these kills, and I think iLLeY basically has this back end secure. Is Florida kind of debating on how they want to take this down?
Coverage there. Oh, Shotzzy does lose the fight to Awakening. That's one way now in. TJHaly push working out as well. Unbelievable timing on the sponsor from Shotzzy, but Dashy's got that covered. Here comes the hit. There's the first. There's the second. Big Bruce, eat him alive. Awakening's up next. Shotzzy now. Oh, he's off, man. He's going straight on the hunt. Look at that minimap. 3 players up now for the Mutineers, and Shotzzy, he can catch at least 1 hit. And it's Vivid. No, cannot gun him. Massive stuff out of OpTic Texas already. 18 lives to Mutineers, 24 to OpTic.
Yeah, that was a lot of time to set up that push right there, just to sort of sprint into the pre-aim of Dashy, and I tell you, that is probably one of the worst ways to go about it. Dashy is not going to miss. Now, number 4 may have an opening to get through, and Scump does get taken down, so hey, you got pressure out towards B, an opportunity for Vivid. I mean, definitely needs to make things mixy, but try to get a couple kills.
A couple of kills. Starts with Dashy. There's the first. Scump's up next. The stun check's going to be there. Here comes the rest of the squad trying to get involved. But you can see the cutoff there. And OpTic, oh, they did a good job. That's a huge win from Scump. Saves the play. Vivid was the last player up in that spot. Now it's looking much, much better for OpTic Texas. DavePaddy, 1-4 thus far. Checking his corners. If he can get involved, this could be huge. As the remaining members of the Mutineers lining up for the hit towards B, he's the point man. He's the forward scout. He's got to find something here for the team.
Well, Shotzzy on the flank. Oh, that timing was awful.
No.
I think Skies was trying to read it, but at least you get the trades. But at the same time, you only got 2 players alive on the push, and maybe Skies will be quick to try to group up. But I mean, you're having to burn an extra 15 seconds just to try to group up for this team push. OpTic just in full control of this game, and now you got iLLeY shooting through walls. 10 seconds to go. Florida's got to chalk it. Down by 9 lives. The team that has fantastic slang suffered in round 1. Down by quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll see how they rebound in round 2, but that's a great opener there from OpTic. Mutineers. A tough string of events. A little bit of bad timing, a little bit of bad luck. Huge efforts out of Dashy. The shots were great. Of course, we're at the top plat to that long church alley push. Not going to miss those easy shots. Not Big Bruce. Mutineers, we'll see what they've got now as they now have a chance on defense. Offensive rounds on Tuscan chance, not super easy to win, but hey, good old stab at it. Looks like a 3-man hit, maybe 2 over towards B now for OpTic Texas. Will the Mutineers read it?
Well, best of luck to Vivid on this one. He's going to be dealing with 3 players, and well, he at least gets the first, so sort of does his job, but awakening the next man. Scump is there to drop him, and again, good utility. The stun just gives that intel. Scump furiously calling out where they're going to be, and goes for the chow, gets taken down, and Shotzzy on the flank gets red as well, so that is a B push attempt. And keep in mind, OpTic and Florida, the 2 best teams in the game on offense, but defense reigns supreme, at least for the moment. Florida shut that down.
Mutineers lock it down, Skies. A little bit of luck coming at the top of that ladder. Manages to find at least 1. 50 seconds now in the round remaining. Scum's spotted. Back to Old Faithful we go. Now OpTic Texas, the opening gambit didn't quite work out, so you're going to hit towards the A side now. DavePaddy starting to get things going on this 3 spree. Can he find any more here? Life count still huge now for the Mutineers. 27 of the 20 of OpTic, and they've cleaned out A. Now you're trying to keep them pinned in. This is the setup right now for the Mutineers. Every avenue is pretty much watched outside of the players making their way towards B, but time is not on their side. Here goes OpTic. They're committing towards A, and they've already managed to make it work out. Dashy throws 2 sweet kills with an 8.
All about those tax nades, man. That is the game changer in Vanguard. And while you find that opening break, and now you got Shotzzy to try to be the opener. He gets taken care of, but there's 2 important things. Obviously, OpTic can get the clearance to start capping A, but they're still down by 6 lives in this round. So I think up 3 overall, but it's getting a little bit spicy. Florida clutching up on defense, at least seemingly for the moment.
Huge kill out of Vivid just to hold this one down. iLLeY's up next, brings him down as well. This is Vivid. Now he's making his way forward. 3 now in a row for him, starting to burn the clock in a big way for OpTic Texas. The kills are going the way of the Mutineers. A great defensive round from them, 22 to 13. Will there be any more? Last ditch attempt now to make themselves onto a point. Oh, it's a big win from Awakening on the bottom side of the map. He wins the fights on B. It's a 5 spree for Skies. It's 4 for Vivid. It's a great turnaround from the Mutineers.
And as good as a round it was for OpTic on defense the first go around with Arrow at +9, I think they gave away a couple freebies at the end and now find themselves down by 2 or 3 kills. I mean, Miles, it's March 19th. I hate that I'm talking about kills still, but that is the name of the game. So Florida with a super quick turnaround just to try to keep this thing balanced out.
Yeah, it's still balanced for now, but we'll see. That patch is on its way, friends. Can't wait to see how this impacts the game and changes everything. We'll see a real shake-up in control. Nades up. iLLeY shouldn't be tagged by that. We're going to see the opening kill go to DavePaddy as the sprees for Florida Mutineers remain intact. That's 5 for Skies, 4 for Vivid, 2 for Awakening. We'll see if they can't get streaks again. Handy dandy here on Tuscan.
And this is just incredible patience from Vivid. He's been waiting for this kill for 1.5 years, but then Shotzzy can't quite break through the wall. He could break it open just to give the intel, and well, Vivid just gonna back off, not trying to take that gunfight because his team is busy just winning the fights over towards A. Just another thing that's honestly comical of how difficult it could be to break open certain walls.
Oh, mate, we've never quite got that good at it, but we'll see towards champs if these master breakers can get the job done. Over towards A, though, we're going to see the 2-man stack for now. Close out the second segment. The third's on its way as well. Vivid is still over by B alone. DavePaddy with a 2 as he makes his way inside church. His crusade continues on the 3 spree. Can't get it done anymore as the outside of the map's going to become unsafe, Skies. This is to get streaks. This is for the glide bomb. Vivid brought down finally. As Awakening, our Mountain Dew featured player, clambering his way. It's right into the fight. iLLeY spotted him. Big wake though with the shots. Massive stuff out of Demon Joe. Skies still on the menu for streaks. Will he be able to close it out here? It's Dashy. It's a 1v1. And if he wins it, he gets himself a glide bomb. There's the check. Oh, he's a little antsy. Has to be said. Will his teammates be able to make their way forward? Chances over to B we go.
Oh, he was just taking his time, though. You need to play for these streaks. A cruise missile could be massive, and where his teammates falls, he's got to be posted. No one can overcommit, though. Scump cannot afford to give away a freebie, and it looks like Scump is not going to be pushing through P5, so OpTic playing the delicate game. But here we go once again, not just for the break on B, but just to get Sky some streaks.
Yeah, still. OpTic with a life count up by 1 so far. Nice pick from Dashy. Looking to get one more. Here comes the hit. Through we go. Counts a couple of them. 1, 2. The second one gets dropped. That's a 4 spree now for Bruce. Sky's desperately trying to find this next kill. Shotzzy, though, making him work real hard for it. And Skies can't buy a kill. He's getting really frustrated by this. You can feel it. Pressure is on. And now he's checking his corners. He might get picked up here. And that Demon Joe's going to get it. Dashy's on a 5. And oh, my word, Chance. They're heavy investment for streaks here. It's costing the Mutineers time.
I mean, hey, look, they're only down 1 life. I mean, if you find the opening to win the round, but still just trying to get these streaks in. There you go. You got the glide before he falls. And, well, now you get your teammates out on the point. Dave Patty nearby, but you see Vivid gets taken down in L. That has been the biggest thing for me, I think, on the attacking round for Florida. Constantly there to take Vivid down anytime he gets his way towards the back. So OpTic holds strong on defense. But, again, say for Florida, nice little small victory just to get that glide bomb.
Will they be able to get the kills, or will the glide bomb be a Pyrrhic victory? We'll find out. Less than 30 now on the clock. Awakening making his way forward. Got to check a lot of corners here. Very difficult to approach B. There's a couple of avenues. Long lines of sight. The AR's ringing out. Mutineers stack up. Now they go forward. Oh my. Awakening gets on point. 15.5 stops the clock. Here comes the aggression. Massive kills out of Awakening. A few more to be had. Throw his shoulders. Throw his shoulders. Awakening finds 3. Helps his team get forward. But Dashy and Scump of Spawn finding the kills once again. Less than 10 remaining in the round. Oh, baby Vivid, you got to go. If there even is a chance to get on the point in the final few moments, that could have been it. And now trying not to lose their lives desperately. What a great attempt it was from the Mutineers. Awakening. What a set of kills that was.
I mean, a nice little spree, but I think the way it stands right now, the sort of tail of the tape, I think OpTic are up by a single kill. Whatever the case may be, if I'm off by 1, it is effectively tied up, and, well, that is the name of the game. OpTic have been incredible on this map, and a big reason why those defenses for the round 5s need to keep it up in the kills column. And, of course, OpTic, one of the best teams in the game, if not the best, at actually making a break and winning rounds on offense, but even if they're the best, it's only, what is it, a 32, 33% rate. You got to make sure you slay.
We'll see. Mutineers, the game plan here is 2 back-to-back defensive rounds, but the kills are going to be the difference maker here in round 4. Scump on a 3 spree. You're keeping the kills going for him, but capturing a first segment gone. Scump, he's doing the do-si-do. His partner, Dave Paddy, steps on his toe. Game over. That's going to be the end of it. Dave Paddy walks away with 2 kills, and you've got the A side of the map all safe.
Just a game of swings right there. You see OpTic pick up 3 and Florida off spawn, respond with a 3 of their own. Now, you do number 7, Shotzzy in prime position to not really spawn kill necessarily, but he'll be spawning them out and at least making sure his teammates in the point have less directions to look, but the direction up pop, and well, now Shotzzy gets spotted and versus Awakening. Mountain Dew future player for a reason, takes him down 4 in the feed. Florida going for the spawn traps. They're up by maybe 2 kills overall at this point. And they've got the complete setup. Florida making that ditch effort to try to get that final round for defense.
This is their round to lose now. Potentially their map as well. Slow, steady approach now on towards the A site for Dashy. He's trying to back up Scump. Was getting the capture for a few moments there. Shots is going to get 2 now. Okay, opens up that side of the map. Awakening Dave, Paddy, and Skies lining up through church side. Slow capture. 35 seconds on the clock. Second segment gone. Bang! Sweet shots out of Dashy.
I mean, I just hope to dear God that Awakening wasn't challenging that with the sub. I know he flexes a little bit, but a bold challenge, and well, Dashy will take those free too. Shotzzy, by the way, on a 4 spree, and OpTic, if they've tied the lives in this round, means they've got a very small lead overall, but still delicate. And honestly, for OpTic, maybe the more important thing is just trying to win this round, let alone the kills. Shotzzy on a 5, plenty of map control, a little bit of pressure. iLLeY is going to fall, so you have to spend another 10 or 15 seconds to gear up for this next team push, but they do have quite a bit of map pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure waiting for anyone there from the Mutineers to make a move, but it's going to be a solid defense now from the Mutineers. Again, don't forget, Skies with the glide bomb, able to flush those players out of point if they do decide to jump on it. Now a minute to play with. OpTic are not giving up anything. They have not called for a ceasefire. They just don't want to give any lives away.
They're also getting iLLeY in position. He is taking his time to wrap through P5. They're going to try to coordinate this break, make a move through P5, and then maybe jump through the middle of the map. And, well, Vivid forced to back down. Maybe the moment to strike.
Shotzzy and iLLeY on one side of the map. Scump holding the long line of sight over by the backside of Church. And this is Dashy. If you can find a pick, this is great. You've got 30 seconds to work with now. Here we go. Tags are in. Not enough to get the kill. TJHaly somehow stays alive. That is unbelievable. 20 seconds down to work with. 15-15 on the life count. Mutineers, they should have bought themselves this one. That was a decent attempt. And in the day, though, they're going to hold it.
Show us the kills. Show us the kills, please. I got to do the math. I'm trying to do it in my head. What would that be? +6, -5. That's it's literally tied.
Oh, my. 15,
I don't know what I think it just flip-flops when it's tied like this, by the way. I think that might be the case. I don't know if there's actual tiebreaker rules. I was talking to Study about this earlier. I think just because it flip-flops, OpTic might have defense, but I also don't know if there was a team kill or an unfortunate death or something that came through, but I think OpTic get the defense.
If OpTic get the defense, we'll find out in a moment if the maths was good, and also if that's the overtime, if it flip-flops, and it has flopped indeed, and I know Mutineers fans are flipping right now. That is massive. They now have to win an offensive round in order to stay alive in the series. OpTic Texas, dig your heels in, lads. Try to hold the line.
Yeah, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I am guessing with this. I'm not 100% certain, but as far as Florida goes, not happy to be on this side of the thing, but hey, you still got that glide bomb, still an opportunity to make something happen, and not really any time wasted. They are blitzing right now at their opponent. Church control is theirs, still securing A, and right now just pushing that pace.
Yeah, it feels like they didn't really care. Like, okay, cool, an offensive round. Yeah, let's just go win it. Massive opening here. Vivid is just on a tear. He is terrorizing the streets of Tuscan right now as OpTic finally deal with him. Here comes Awakening, your Mountain Dew featured player. Puts Dashy on his back. You've already got the A zone basically taken care of there. It's a slow one from Skies, but he's going to get it done. Don't forget, streaks still in play. TJHaly gets brought down as the three-man hit towards the backside of Tank. He's going to clean that one up, and here we go. Plenty of lives either side. Mutineers with a slight lead. Lots of time to work with as well.
I'm not sure if Skies is like just too cracked what was going on, but he did waste a few extra seconds there. Maybe he was just trying to let his teammates get in position, but he was juggling that game clock and, you know, burned an extra 5. But whatever the case may be, you know what the situation is. You have a glide bomb. Get that map pressure, call it in, find that just one strong opening. But you need to clear him out of the buildings first.
Here we go. And this is going to be one hell of a tense moment on Tuscan. OpTic's defense, pretty solid so far. Here comes the glide. This should get everything going. Off the back of this glide kill, we'll see exactly what happens. iLLeY's going to get away with it. Back L taken care of. Here goes the Mutineers. Scump's going to get the first one up. Vivid on the back, taken care of by Shotzzy. Oh dear. Over to Skies now, trying to creep his way forward. But again, the defenders have held true. Scump gets another one. That is unbelievable. Life count dissipated. All even. 20 lives each.
I mean, they use the glide bomb perfectly, but just either the comp's not quite there, just not able to win the gunfights, and with or without the glide, not easy to break through on B, and now you have to do it without the utility. Shotzzy, though, catching players towards the middle of the map. Number 4, Vivid again gets to back L, and he finds the first one, but again, gets taken down. OpTic take care of him every single time, and well, now Shotzzy gets to roam on the flank and cause all sorts of problems. And this is just too tough now to get through. OpTic with map pressure on defense, only 50 seconds to go. This is looking like a clean 3-0.
This could be OpTic holding it down. iLLeY on a 3 spree. Here comes Shotzzy once again, hitting through P5, maybe able to catch these players out. TJHaly saves the train for now, as here we go. Vivid makes the back L, another big win, and here we go, onto the point. Stops it at 40. We've got 3 players stacked up here. First segment gone, watching every possible angle. Nades coming through. This could be huge for the Mutineers. Couple more players still making their way now. The reinforcements on point. iLLeY brought down. Oh my sweet, gentle Jesus. Could this be the cap? Second segment gone. 2 players on point. Dashy, you've got to save the day. You've got to find these kills. Dashy gets it. Oh my god, he wins the fight. 11-9. Scump's there with the kills as well. It's not over yet, as OpTic may have saved it here.
Matt, the one time Vivid was able to pick up 2 kills, but all that for 2 ticks, it's great, but now you have to fly even faster. Dave, able to pick up that first kill, but he's tagged up. You have to be perfect, but you only need 1 tick. You can get the stack, you're flying forward. 3 kills go their way. Couple bodies on point. Awakening the first one here, but who's in the corner? It's the guy up top. He gets dropped. Florida able to get it on the point. No response remaining, but it's the contest. Shotzzy the last one here, and he picks up 2. Just to stay alive. I don't know how they do it, Miles. By the hair of their chinny chin chin, they take care of business. They get the 3-0.
and they have all the cuts. I don't know how they do it like magic on Tuscan Control.
Oh my God, you see the frustration from the Mutineers, and OpTic, they hold the line once again. 2 sensational breaks from the Mutineers. The stack, the second segment, you name it. Incredibly close work, but OpTic get it done. Your Mountain Dew marquee match comes to a close, a 3-0, an incredibly exciting one at that. But oh baby, what a series that was. Look at the stats.
I mean, I'm desperate just to see a replay for that moment, but I think the standout player, no standout players, honestly. It was literally for OpTic on the defensive end, just taking care of Vivid time and time again when he gets to back L. And the only time Vivid was able to pick up 2, that is where they were able to blitz towards the point and at least get those first 2 ticks. But I mean, whatever that defensive effort was on the final little push, I was almost convinced for a second. It looked like Florida had it, but we get to see a replay. We get to see exactly how it went down.
We got the last 30 seconds here again, and it was Dashy's he got like a 2-piece with a sub. He picked up 1. This was the nice 4 out of him. He gets brought down. Dave Paddy, you see the stack immediately come through. Scump's doing what he can. Dave Paddy's throwing hands on the point. And Shotzzy bringing him down again in the end. Actually, this wasn't the 3-stack, but oh my God, it's just like, it's so close, man. It's so close. Unbelievable stuff out of each team.
Yeah, and it was just too quick on defense. I mean, every single player for OpTic, like outside of Dashy up top, but at least on the final swarm towards the end, just able to catch one player. And I mean, even for Florida in those final moments, like the positioning you need to have on the hill has to be perfect to like dodge the nades and be ready for the angle from TJHaly. But as tough as it can be, you see there, just a 3-0 victory for OpTic. I think that map set about as good as it could possibly be for Florida. And you sort of see why, how dangerously close it actually was towards the end. And I mean, even for the Bocage, you know, a 17 or 27 point game, whatever the case may be, I think Dave Paddy had a bit of a slow game. Number 1, like Florida are right there, at least for that map set, to being one of the better teams in the game.
That's one of the greatest tests they've had against the top team as well. So, hey, man, yeah, it was a good series all around. A very, very exciting finish to our Mountain Dew marquee matchup desk. What a series.
I mean, OpTic Texas get through it. And honestly, you know, for Florida Mutineers, they were very close maps. They played pretty good in the respawns. But, you know, for the Florida Mutineers fans out there, that is Florida's best maps. All 3 of them. Bocage Hardpoint is their best hardpoint. Berlin SD is their best S&D, and Tuscan Control. They were 5-1 headed into the series. So while it might seem like, oh, Florida can beat some of the top teams, well, OpTic went toe-to-toe with them and came out with the 3-0.
Well, it was their best maps, but it was also some of OpTic's best maps.
Sure.
I mean, OpTic does have a very large map pool compared to these other teams, but they were 8-1 on Tuscan, to be fair. So Florida definitely kept it really close. But at the end of the day, it was a 3-0 in OpTic's favor.
Absolutely. Well, we have the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with none other than Shotzzy. Let's bring him on in. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up? I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Talk me through the final moments of that control, because that was insane, dude. I swear they were a sliver away from getting it. What were the comms like in that moment?
The comms were definitely, I feel like they're actually really calm considering the moment, but for some reason I got god-dated from someone in their spawn. I was literally plat just holding it, and I got god-dated, and I thought like, oh no, we lost that, because I'm pretty sure all my teammates died after that. But then I think someone actually ended up pulling a 2-piece, and then I killed the guy on hill, and then we decapped it, and then from there, obviously they had to rush to point, and we won the game from there. But that moment was definitely crazy, and it was not hectic, which is actually, you know, really good from us.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That's incredible. It was actually iLLeY and you that slid in that last second. We're just all on the edge of our seats like, oh my gosh, does it sliver, and then you all traded out. It was honestly probably one of the better controls I've ever seen in the past couple of moments. And I know last time we talked to you, you talked about how y'all were kind of testing maps. You're trying to expand your map pool. Do you feel like you've succeeded in doing that to where you're comfortable on most maps across the board?
Yeah, so now that we're up 3-0, I'm pretty sure we're guaranteed winners. So our next 2 matches, we're definitely going to be expanding our map pool. You know, obviously Berlin and Desert, we really want to get good at. So that's what we're going to be trying to do. And yeah.
All right, well, Shotzzy, I'm getting ready to let you go and enjoy this win with the team. But before you do, is there anything you want to say to the competition and the fans?
Good luck to the comp. I think we're first in the standing, so that's obviously really good for us. And just good luck to everyone else that we play.
Well, congratulations, much love, and hope to see you soon. Well, that's going to do it for that interview. I think Shotzzy said thanks. Our next match that we have is going to be Toronto versus Boston. Search and destroy specialists coming in. Boston are on the rise. Toronto, we've only seen one match so far in the Major II qualifiers. But on the other side of this break, we're going to break it down and get into some keys to victory before we get in our final match here in day number 2.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Gunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. I'm legendary.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We got to bring the energy for this last match. We have the Boston Breach versus the Toronto Ultra. Should be an S&D battle. Both these teams trying to get better after the Major 1 performance. And I want a Game 5 series in this one.
Oh, absolutely.
I really want to see these guys duke it out. And, you know, I'm excited for Toronto Ultra. This is a team that has been on the up and up, winning 2 hardpoints in their last series versus the Minnesota Røkkr. And that has really been the story of this team. If they can win hardpoint, they can make deep runs in tournaments.
Well, we got to talk about it, right? They placed top 4 at the OpTic Major, winning 2, 3, and 5. In the last series, we saw them up against Minnesota Røkkr last week. They won both hardpoints in a convincing fashion. Gavutu hardpoint 250 to 189, and Tuscan hardpoint 250 to 151. But when it comes to Toronto, keys to victory, they need to prioritize hill setups versus a good breaking team. Boston is 3rd in break percentage this season. They're going to get in your face, and they're going to get aggressive. Set up Cammy to make plays in S&D. 0.72 KD this season in the game mode, but overall, actually, he does have a 0.98, so hopefully he can step it up there and lock down the control. But Toronto is 6-4, Boston 3-8 this season. But we saw them win a control in their last series, so Boston is on the rise, so Toronto Ultra cannot be sleeping on this team.
Yeah, you know, we took a look at the maps before the series. It's Bocage, Desert Siege, Gab, Berlin.
Yeah.
And, you know, on maps 2, 4, and 5, Boston had the definitive edge. The only map where there's a really massive edge, though, in this series is the Gavutu control to the Toronto Ultras. So shout out to Carson, that key to victory. That is going to be the swing map in this series. Toronto Ultra has to win that to have a fighting chance, in my opinion. But let's talk about the Boston Breach a little bit. What we saw in the last series was Chef Tony absolutely taking over with that auto in his hands. He was popping off. But also a player you just talked about in the commercial break, TJHaly. He's the one who needs to step up in this one, right?
Well, especially yesterday from what we saw from him in the Tuscan control, he went demon mode. So hopefully he can bring that today, because the last time Boston Breach and Toronto Ultra matched up against each other, it was Methodz kind of having his way, and the rest of his teammates, they weren't able to find their footing. They end up falling to Toronto Ultra. So this is a rematch from the OpTic Major, so there's a fire under all their seats.
Absolutely. Now let's get into the game fuel keys to victory for Boston. Most informed hardpoint team, 5-game hardpoint win streak, have won 7 out of the last hardpoints. And also, like, statistically in this match, they don't have the edge on Bocage hardpoint, but they've been great on that map recently. So even that map could be in their favor. Then also elite search and destroy situational, 2nd in 4v3 win percentage, 2nd in 3v4 win percentage. So if they get first blood, they're playing great. Even if they don't get first blood, they're playing great. That just means they're a good search and destroy team, and they execute their plans well. And also post-plant strength on strength. Toronto 2nd in plant win percentage, Boston 1st in neutral retake percentage. So even if they get that plant down, Boston is able to neutrally retake it. 4v4, 3v3, doesn't matter. They're in a great spot. So this is a Boston Breach team that has been getting a lot better. Ever since their run that they had at Major 1, Nero has been playing great. So, you know, if you get the young guys going in the series, they definitely have a great chance to take it.
Yeah, and overall, Toronto Ultra has been struggling in respawn. I think their overall KD right now, all of them are negative. But this is, again, a top 4 team. This is a lot of talent across the board. We saw in the player cams, Insight and Vance were breathing. They were getting locked in for the matchup. So it should be a grueler for sure.
All right, it's time to get into the pick'ems, everybody's favorite part of the show. Who are you picking for this series?
I have so much love for both these teams. I think both of them are very top 6, top 4 caliber, but Toronto Ultra, I just haven't seen it from them just yet to push them over the edge. I'm going to be going with Boston Breach after that incredible showing yesterday.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going with the Boston Breach in a 3-2 fashion. I mean, they've been impressing me with every single match. TJ and Methodz, the vets, have been on point. Capsidal as well. He's been frying once again. So Boston Breach 3-2. But that's enough for us. Let's get into this last match, and your casters are going to be the wonderful Lando and Studdy.
Thank you so much, Ant. Yes, it is going to be an amazing series. The best way to kick off to end out the day, right, for a good old CDL Saturday is a rematch from the OpTic Texas Major, Toronto Ultra versus Boston Breach. Jay, I'm going to ask you right off the rip, who you got in this series, buddy?
I think I'm going to take Toronto, man. Just the way that they came out versus Minnesota, they came out and won 2 hard points. That's something that they were able to struggle with all throughout Major 1, and they still got a top 4 placing. They already beat this team without winning hard points, so they already had the game plan there. And then obviously, just based off of what they did versus Minnesota, they played great in those. So if they can come out and take a hard point here, it's going to be really difficult on the side of me if Breach are going to win this series.
Yeah, man. And as we take a look at all 8 players, it looks a little bit different. I mean, Breach are laughing. Toronto Ultra, they are all out focused. Bance is closing his eyes. Insight was doing the same. I know aLLeY was talking about it. These guys are laser focused coming into this game, and it really is a big match for both of these teams. Obviously, Boston, they currently sit at 2-0. A win here, you like their chances at winners without a doubt when it comes down to that Minnesota major. On the Toronto side, a loss here would be difficult as they have got FaZe tomorrow to worry about. But all those things out of the way, it is time to take a look at our maps and modes, and we are kicking things off on good old Bocage, Jay.
Yeah, and what Nameless said on the desk, he thinks that the change, at least the turning point in this series, has to be the Kabuto control. For me, it's going to be that Desert Siege Search and Destroy, because on one side, Boston is sitting at 2-0. On the opposite side for Toronto, they're sitting at 1-1. But the way that Toronto Ultra beat this team previously is 2-3-5. The Search and Destroy is going to be so huge, because this Bocage, I think it's going to be anyone's game. Right now, Boston, they have played this hard point the most out of any other one, and this is their least success hard point win ratio possible. They're sitting at 3-5 on this map. Every other hard point, they only have 1 loss. And then on the opposite side for Toronto, this is a map where they're sitting at 3-2, so they're a little bit more comfortable here. This is gonna be an absolute bloodbath to start the series.
Well, Toronto, you like them based off of the win records, but the positive for Breach is they've got player number 5. They have got good old Big Cap, the king of the cage, will look to reside and claim his throne versus Toronto as Cammy from the skies. We are getting all kinds of close and personal off of P1. Obviously, we know Bocage to be a mixy and fun map, to put it lightly, but last time we saw Boston on this very map in mode, Jay, it was that man Big Cap putting up the CDL record in kills, 54 on Surge.
And that's big work. You're going to need that same performance out of Capsidal. But just out of the vets so far, throughout stage 2, they have been at a whole different level. Like Methodz and TJ, especially in that match versus Minnesota, you heard aLLeY talk about it. TJ gives you 40 on the Tuscan control, and then Methodz, he was dominating in the hard points. So like if these guys can consistently keep putting up those numbers, you know what you're going to get out of Capsidal. It all just comes down to if Nero can step it up quite a bit, and this team has the potential to definitely be top 4. Oh my God.
Capsidal rather. I don't even know what his name is anymore. He's that dominant. We can't even keep track of this guy sitting inside a bottom barn as he'll eventually get dropped. But he and Nero with some explosive starts as Toronto have got the spawns, but it's Breach who currently locked down the time. 40 seconds still left over at field as the Ultra look to try to reassess the situation and maybe try to attack this bad boy. And I gotta say, man, one guy who I think can maybe contest for that kill record is somebody like Tobias. Somebody like Clayster, the Great Dane. The speed is absolutely incredible. He'll be doing his best to try to keep up with the pace of somebody like Capsidal. But how about Cammy? A 7-4 start, now sits on the 3 spree, trying to catch a few players off spawn, and maybe has some words for TJ from range. A neck and neck game so far as Cammy falls in the backside of the spawns. Breach now have the ability to focus on what could be another crazy hard point.
And look at number 4. Here comes Kleenex right through the side door. TJ does win a huge gunfight. But now this is the next non-defense for the Toronto Ultra. You have Insight trying to flip these spawns. He does get taken down beautifully. Red coming in from TJ. Now it's Cammy's turn. From the back window, he gets traded. And so far, the kills have been going back and forth for Boston. They're controlling the spawns. Now they're starting to push out and get a little bit more map control to ease up that hard point for their teammates to eventually get on it and not be contested.
Oh, Nero dies on 5, and just like that, and that's the way the Bocage works, my friend. 4 up and 4 down, just like that. Snap of a finger, and the entire lobby is out of it. A great little break there for Toronto, and this is where things can start to get scary for Breach. They've got to make sure that they can get out of their base, and somebody like Nero is going to try to guide them there. He's already at 15-8. Mr. Engagements right now for Boston. We talk about players who really need to step up and maybe rise to the occasion. Well, we're talking about Cammy from Ultra. You got guys like Nero from Breach, both of them leading the way right now for their teams.
And now we find ourselves off the rotation towards P4. Boston do not have spawn, so they're trying to work their way around the backside, through that water side, through low trenches. but CleanX and the boys on the Toronto side are fully set up for it as he cuts off 2 players towards the middle of the map. Insight finds a player in the back. They secure the spawns. They secure the first 20 seconds of this P4 hardpoint. Boston, they cannot allow for Toronto to run away with this game here, as that's going to be another clean 4 dead. Ultra are just putting them on him early.
Yeah, very well coordinated. And I know while Insight really only gets 1 kill in those string of team fights that we had left, he arguably gets the biggest one, right? The one for spawns that helps set up the team. Gotta show some love to your AR players, because it feels like at times they can just get so difficult on a map like this. So many close quarter fights, but right now it is the Ultra sitting in a nice spot after our first 4 hard points. As now we head toward water, over toward P5, the last one of our first set of rotations. Nero, the first one there, as he tried to break things forward. Not going to be successful in that venture, as Ultra reached the century mark, and they're set up nicely as well.
And that's a flawless rotation coming in from the Ultra. Boston, they tried to not allow for them to get a lot of time towards that B4, but they basically held it down for a full 60. They tried to contest it towards the very end, and that's what allowed the Ultra to push through that trench side to get around the back and keep the spawns for this P5 hardpoint. They're able to just keep on adding to this tally, growing this lead a little bit more as the setup is on point. Inside holding down top tower. He finds TJ. That's going to be another 3. Last player middle gate is going to be Methodz. That has been 2 hills back to back, where Ultra are just playing this flawlessly.
They have been, man. It has been great hard point over these last few minutes. Out of Toronto, as Vance nearly makes it a smooth little double kill as the final 5 seconds do dissipate on the first set of rotations. Let's step aside with the team that currently finds themselves in the driver's seat. Let's go to Liston with Toronto.
Low barn. He's gate and truck door. Absolutely. He's pushed through Nero. There's one's top barn, cap. Top barn, cap. Probably by me like P2. Yeah, top barn, roof, cap.
In top barn.
Okay.
Weak on the roof now.
I'll challenge him.
I'll take trench by the way. It's already trench. I'll wrap. Yeah, wrap deep someone.
Okay, absolutely.
Cap died.
He's dead.
Teach on the right of me, I think. Where you got, Toby?
It's already a hole, I think. Yeah, low barn.
On the right. Low barn.
Absolutely.
Teach stables. Teach in stables.
One ledge, going hole.
Oh yeah.
He's still spawning. Teach stables, bro. He's shooting me. I'm.
Teach weak. Big dog, cap.
Since P2. It's P2 tank. Push up P2 tank.
In barn still.
Spawning. Nice play. Nero on ult. He's gone there.
I spawned here.
Yeah, one touch, flank stables.
Yeah, I'm hitting the back. He's absolutely, he's one off a streak or something. Nero, he's pushed trench. Nero, one's ult. Stunned. Still. Slow as fucking down. Slow as down. Nero's in the back of me somewhere, bro.
In stables, Nero.
Nero, dead.
Nice, big door. Close.
I'm going for a
big door.
It's in his middle. Absolutely, man. I'll pull out an nade. Drop a nade on time. He's pushed out the top, cap. Cap's top barn. What? Nade the fucking. He's gonna be close. He's gonna be Zigger side. Zig. Nero one shot in kitchen. Nero's in kitchen. Look for one.
It's gonna be low.
Yeah, gate. Nero dead.
Nice. He's fucking close hole. In
barn. Absolute barn.
They're gonna be close.
I've got barn. One's hit me. Truck door. Cap.
I'll hit the back here.
As always with Toronto, smooth and calm communication, a little bit of frustration from time to time as they have really struggled to shut down Nero so far at 30-18, despite what seems to be the most kills in the lobby. Ultra still with the advantage as we head toward bottom grandmas.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I've ever heard Ultra sound frustrated in their comms, and it was just basically off of what Boston were doing. Off that P1 hardpoint, they didn't flip the spawn a single time. They were just able to get 4 dead every single time, and then chain it to that P2 and continuously hold it from the front side. That was great work from Boston to now only be down 30 points. They had this rotation towards P3. This is exactly how they get back into the game.
Insight sits in a power position, but of course it's Nero. Who else other than the rookie at 32-19, having himself a game? He's been like, you know what, my good old buddy Capsidal has been getting all the love, and now it's my turn. And speaking of love, Toronto, they've got a lot to give. They actually flip spawns. Despite getting 4 down, they flip spawns, but it doesn't seem as if that really matters. Vance looked away for a second, and just like that, the drop of a hat breach are right there knocking at the front door. Ultra still locking things down. 20 seconds still left in this hardpoint breach. It looks as if it's just a matter of time before they break as Nero puts in 2. He and Capsidal quickly on the rotation. A quick turn of your head really for Toronto, but they deal with it the best way that you'd like them to. Up by 50 as now we head in toward barn, and Ultra once again have got spawns. Somebody from breach along with Nero is going to have to go off if they want to make this one a close game down the stretch, Jay.
Yeah, this is the way that Boston get back into this one. First go around in the very first rotation of hard points. Ultra basically held this down for a full 60. Boston could not find the opening to get in. But you see number 6 slowly trying to approach the backside. You have Capsidal and Methodz trying to work through middle. They're able to find 2 players. Cammy off spawn. But still, you have a lot of line of defense here still for the Ultra as they find every single kill. They secure the spawns. 30 seconds remaining on this P4 hardpoint. Boston need to get in this, or Ultra are going to close out this map number 1.
Yeah, this is a scary sight already. If you're Breach looking at the opponent's score, you just got to stay focused. You got to stay lasered in, but it looks as if it's going to be another 50, 60 points once more over at Barn as Cap tries to erupt inside of bottom. He gets taken down, and how about the nice work from CleanX and maybe some extra love there to Methodz as well. The shake of the head, intentional or not, it doesn't matter. Ultra are flying high as once again they are set up quite nicely for next. It's Breach with the spawns, but Toronto once again showing that pace and showing that aggression. The Great Dane, he is hungry for some Boston players. Breach thinks that the hard point is open, when in reality, CleanX is here from the skies, takes one down with the pistol. 217 to 129. Breach continue to issue themselves over and over again in the hard point. And now they get some time to soak up these seconds. But as we said, it is Bocage. It's just a matter of seconds before Ultra get there and rotate for new.
Yeah, Boston need this final 20 seconds, but you see Ultra, they're still putting pressure on it. They're not going to allow for them to get this remaining junk time, as we are going to find ourselves to those rotation, the 3rd rotation to this P1 hardpoint. Last go around, Boston did a great job of just trapping them in the back. They're going to have the same answer here. 1:30 left on the clock as well. It can eventually come into play.
And it's just wild. Like, it's just wild that Nero's just casually sitting at 40 and 28, right? Despite his team getting outslayed the way that they are. They've called upon him, I guess, just to run and slay and fry. And while he's done that, the rest of the team have yet to really pick it up. A great job so far at P1, but how long is that going to last? As Cammy on the other end having an equally great game at 35 and 29. Eventually gets dropped, but Boston down by 50. A lot to think about, a lot to consider, as it could be a flipping of the spawns. Considering how these final 30 go, a lot of long wraps out of these Boston players as they have got spawns set up for next, but Ultra, they can get scarily close to a W if they can lock down the final seconds that remain at P1. It's a race for spawns, and a nice job done both from Insight and Bance off of the rotation. Breach players continue to fall in stride, but the last man who remains here is Nero. He gets taken down as well. Ultra not far away from closing this game out. It's back and forth we go. Bance as well doing some damage through mid. Breach, it's gonna have to be a perfect hold if they want to bring this one back.
Yeah, Boston only down by 44 points, so if they can get a good chunk of time off of this P2, that's exactly how you want to get back into the game. But Toronto, they find 3 kills in the feed. They're still just keeping Boston off of this time. 36 seconds remaining in this hard point on that game clock. Ultra, they're not too worried about it. They just want to try to keep them off of this, probably contest a little bit, but you want to make sure that you secure those spawns to that P3. They find 3 in the feed. Last play here is going to be Nero. They break in. They can still close it out here.
They absolutely can. A team that has struggled so mightily in hardpoint may be relying on one, and here on the cage versus the king of Big Cap. The nice little spree in a row for CleanX. They've got a lot of players sitting on 40+ kills. Bance ends up getting taken down. Final 5 seconds over at field. Boston will reach the double century, but as you said, Jay, they've got to get going. They have got to get running. CleanX now on 5. Cammy reaches 40 as well. Final 10 seconds now for Toronto. It looks like this could be the final hill.
And Toronto, they're set up for it. Capsidal trying to do everything he can to contest this. He does find 2 kills. This is going to allow his teammates to get into the play. Capsidal finds every single kill in the feed to flip those spawns for Boston. 40 seconds remaining here. They cannot close it out, but they can get pretty damn close.
They absolutely can. Cap to the rescue. Finds the whole team, and Nero, he finds one as well. That's good. Look at the kill feed. Look at the kill feed right now for Boston. They are climbing their way back. They're not going to be able to secure the game here, but Nero continues to fry, nearly at 50 kills. A back and forth game, but Boston, by brute force, have brought their way back into this one. 10 seconds away from a tie. Toronto have got to walk away and go toward next. Capsidal turns onto 1, but it's not going to be enough. Toronto have got the rotation. 5 seconds more, 3 seconds more. Methodz does everything he can to try to break on in, relies on the pistol, but that may not be enough. Nero's here. Nero is here. Boston break on in. Boston have broken over at Barn. 5 more seconds needed. Are Boston gonna do this? A back and forth game as Toronto look to contest. Nero stays alive. A 1v1, and Boston will bring it back. Up Bocage down heavily, but they will dig deep and walk away with the opening hard point versus the Ultra.
I'm at a loss for words.
What a game, Jay.
I am at a loss for words. They needed to play perfect hard point from that P2 on. They find themselves getting their remaining junk time towards that P2 hard point. Once they do that, they were just instantly sprinting in towards that P3. It all falls on Capsidal though, baby. Big Cap lets it be known. I'm still the king of the cage, even though my teammate put up 51 kills. Big shout out to Nero for stepping up when his teammates were not putting up the best performance. He was carrying them in that game to just keep them close. But once Capsidal gets that 4-piece, they flip the spawn. Toronto Ultra, now this is where they start getting stagnant pushes. One by one, they were just going and they were just allowing Boston to just slowly pick them apart. Then you find yourself to the rotation towards that P4. If it's not on Methodz, like Methodz makes his way, finds that 1 kill. If Methodz does not put himself in that position to pick up that kill, it doesn't stall out enough time for his teammates to eventually get back into play. TJ and Nero walk in, they find every single kill, they hold it down to the very end. What a hard point to start this series off, Lando. I'm at a loss for words, man. I can't believe it.
That was absolutely wild. We've got to take a look at the last 30 seconds of this game. I mean, Jay, it starts off, I know we didn't just see it, but Capsidal with the incredible 4-man wipe of Toronto. Walk us through what were the final moments of this game.
So right now you're probably thinking Toronto, they have spawns, they do a great job of just controlling the map, but Methodz, he hits the route through that little shack, he finds that kill onto Insight, finds the second kill onto Bans. That stalls enough time for eventually Nero and Cap to work their way in towards Barn. They get every single kill. Toronto is still having those spawns towards the back, but Boston, they know what's going on. They have the awareness. They slay every single player out on the side of Toronto Ultra. Insight and Cleanex try to do everything they can to break in, but Boston, that was tremendous ice in their veins from such a young team in those final moments. I really thought that the Ultra, especially at that P4, were going to walk away with it. They were up by like 80 points. The fact that Boston just brought that back, this team is hitting whole new levels. Insane start to the series once again.
It is, man. I mean, what? They just continue to impress us. I know that it's early on in this series, but little moments like that, right, that you look at and you can see the progress of this young Breach team, as you call the partner. Excellent ice, right, out of one of the younger teams that we have got in the CDL and the Boston Breach, taking it to the veteran roster of the Toronto Ultra. I mean, what, man, that's got to sting. That has got to sting. Yeah. If you're Toronto, they're up big. I mean, you and I, we kind of felt it. It felt like the game was over. It felt like Toronto had got everything going for them. It was just a matter of what? I mean, just kind of going through the steps, going through the final rolls of a Bocage hardpoint, but still not enough. Capsidal goes big, and like we said, man, it was just a matter of time where the teammates caught up with Nero, drops 51 and 38. It's not officially king status, but I mean, he's right there.
He almost just broke Cap's record. He just said that last week. That's an insane stuff coming in from Nero, but we got to take it back. We got to go look at the game-changing play of that map number 1. It's going to be our scuff play of the game. None other than Capsidal on the mic. Hooks up the first kill onto Bans, right? You have a player from Toronto who tries to attack the front. He finds the second kill as well. And then you just keep the pressure on. He finds the third. And once you pick up this third, you're going for the fourth. The losing challenge, your one shot doesn't even matter. He picks up all 4 kills, allows the spawns to flip on the side of Boston, which eventually allows them to set up beautifully on that P3 and close it out on that P4. Insane stuff. Now we're going into a Desert Sea search and destroy. And before the series even started, I said for Boston to stand a chance in this series, they need to walk away with at least a map 1 or map 2. Map 2 needs to be guaranteed. But now the fact that they're up 1-0, they're undefeated on this map. When you take a look at our top performance in Search and Destroy, Capsidal sitting at a 1.2, Insight sitting at a 1.19. Both of these guys are great Search and Destroy players. But when you think about what Capsidal is able to do Middle Palace on a map like Desert Siege, 2v1 clutches, the guys got some serious ice. Ultra need to slow them down and need to clutch up in this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, they've got to slow down what is an absolute momentum train right now out of the Boston Breach. We talk about the amount of confidence that gives this young team. And I mean, what, Jay, when we talk about young players, rookie players, it's all about the confidence, right? Starting things off early, having little maps like that where you have a clutch, you make a big play. Capsule and Nero just experienced that perfectly. And now, as we said, they're going to do their best to try to take it to this Toronto roster, which, as we said, did beat them at that OpTic Texas major. It was a rivalry game for Zinni, right? His first encounter in taking on Toronto goes down to a crazy game 5, round 10. The glide bomb just seconds away from taking Insight off the defuse, but it wasn't there. And Breach went out top 6, and we left with questions. We left on what this Boston team could do. And ever since then, they have been immaculate. A 2-0 start so far, and a huge opening hardpoint W there on Bocage. And what I think is probably going to be one of the wilder hardpoints that we have on 100%. The entirety of the season. It feels like Bocage, I know we talk about it, it can be crazy, it can be mixy, right, is the overall title, but Bocage just gives us so much entertainment. Yeah. Props to Bocage. It's fun to watch, man.
It definitely is, man. And one player that I still want to talk about has to be Nero. If you remember what he said in his interview, when you're starting off a map the way that he did, he was like 15-7. He says in those situations, he's basically unkillable. And if he's shooting like that versus a team like Toronto Ultra, 51 first map, I'm telling you, Nero's probably in for one hell of a series. His best series yet.
Yeah, man. And that's the guy that we talked about a lot. I mean, you and I, we were watching a lot of the Boston scrimmages preseason. We were watching a lot of, obviously, Methodz' streams, as Boston was very heavily in the content game, right? And it felt like every time we watched, it was Nero going off, whether with the AR, whether with the SMG. It felt like he was going to be the star player for the roster. And while it hasn't been a bad season by any means, it's just from a stats perspective, from an in-game series perspective, we haven't had an explosive overall series. It's been moments, it's been maps. But as we said, and as you mentioned, right, in that interview that he had with, I think it was at the major, he was like, if I'm feeling confident, if I come out great in game 1, nobody's killing me. And nobody stood a chance in that opener. A great W for Boston. And I don't know, man. I feel like in a Desert Siege, Search, Destroy, we're talking about Cap, we're talking about Nero. Not just Cap could be lethal in Bottom Palace, but I feel like Nero could be there right alongside of him.
100%, man. Just the pressure that those two SMGs are able to put on a map like Desert Siege, that middle map control is everything. We know the aggression that comes in from Nero and Capsidal. I want to see them sort of play this like the way that we watched earlier in the NYSL series out of Neptune and HyDra. Like they were just an army of two running around the map. And you can just tell that just based off of that first map, confidence has to be through the roof. You're not worried about losing gunfights. As long as you have a game plan in front of you, just go out there and execute it.
Yeah, something to consider as well. Boston Breach off of a few nice victories, one versus Minnesota, their first 3-0 of the season. Prior to that, a W versus the Seattle Surge. They won it in a 3-1 fashion, and that game 2 was on Desert Siege, the map that we're about to have in front of our eyes. And it was not just a W, it was a dominant W versus the Surge as well. It was a 6-1 win on Siege S&D. We'll see if Boston can make up that same type of magic as they're undefeated coming into this map as well. On the other side for Toronto, I know that at the major they had some great moments on Siege as well. Yeah. See if they can keep that up coming into this next S&G. But one guy, I know we're talking about a number of different players, Jay, and for the folks who are watching at home, we're remaking the lobby. We're getting really in-depth in the conversations when it comes down to this Search Destroy. But one guy, and it was mentioned in the Keys to Victory, who did have a great Bocage hardpoint game, who hasn't been the greatest in Search Destroy, is somebody like Cammy. If he is able to turn up, imagine how great the Toronto Search Destroy record could only go up from there.
Oh yeah, like Cammy, he's a huge piece to this team, man. His S&D KD right now is currently at a 0.7, so he definitely needs to step up. The fact that he's sitting at a 0.7 and they still got top 4 at a major is insane to me. But I think the player for me this map, the one that I really want to focus on the side of Toronto, has to be Insight. He's so impactful with his sniper. He needs to try to shut down a couple of these plays on the side of Boston Breach just with the information he's able to pick up.
Without a doubt, my friend, the tone setting type of round.
Oh, okay.
And that's a nice first blood to take if Boston. I was trying to set it up. I was like, okay, I see Clinix on my screen. I just instantly start thinking about first blood. It's not gonna be the case. TJ will answer early, and with a nice pick, they're onto inside as well. Not just for one, but for two. A great start for TJ, as he will have to make the sacrifice, but it is a worthy transaction in the end. Nice shots from Clinix. We'll see if he can make it a double. Tosses out the nade. As Nero not able to stay alive. Bance, meanwhile, now brings it to a 1 versus 1. Bance versus Capsidal, 40 seconds.
And the bomb is going to be down towards A. Pretty sure Bance puts himself in a position to at least spot Capsidal as he was trying to jump towards that top train. But Capsidal, he's actually going to throw him off guard. He's going to wrap this right through B-bomb. Wrap his way all the way around back trains, and I think he's going to catch Bance off guard. There's no way he's going to be able to read this play.
Surely not. Surely not for Bance. The rookie versus the veteran.
Oh my!
And they just ran right past each other. It felt like it was perfect for Capsidal. 15 seconds left, and he's got to grab this bomb and plant it down very fast, and it could come down to timing. He goes for the rotation. How does Bance not see him? How does Bance not see him? 3 seconds. Are they going to finally meet up? They're not. You've got to be kidding me, Jay. How do they run past each other twice?
I don't even know what kind of round that was. That was the worst Call of Duty timing in history for both of these players multiple times. Like, Bance put himself in a great position to at least spot him in the first go around. Capsidal makes a great play, works his way all the way around the backside trains. They basically give each other a high five as they just walk right next to each other, go towards the opposite bombs. But Bance just played it beautifully. He didn't even have to shoot his weapon to close out that round. Toronto takes the first.
And it was also a 2v4 at the end of the day, right? For Toronto, yeah. TJ pops off for the opening kills, and well, you don't have to get it done with the weapon, I guess, if you are Bance. Clever plays. Oh, and Clinix. Nice little angle toward the top. A Cap's there to read him. Watching over his teammates as they hang out toward the top side of Palace. Toronto not happy about dropping for first blood in the opening attack, as now it's Bance to try to get things done. He drops. In the meantime, it's Insight. Was able to find one on to Nero. Ultra again working from the man disadvantage. We'll see if they can do it again.
And Bance puts the bomb in a terrible position. Basically in the spawn of the opposite team. But with Gammy and Inside shooting like that, what goes from a 3v2 is immediately going to be a 1v2. All left up to Capsidal once again.
All up to the rookie. Last time had some very unfortunate timing. Finds one on a Cammy. It's a 1v1 again. Insight versus Capsidal. 25 seconds of Cap's like, you know what? It worked out pretty nicely for Bance last time. How about I just stand still and let the round come to me? Insight skating on top of the train. Oh, I thought for a moment, it's because of the Codcaster, I thought Cap was right there. I thought it was Insight's for the taking, and he will secure the round. Back-to-back clutches out of Toronto. Man disadvantages and 1v1 victories. 2 rounds to 0 in favor of Ultra now.
I thought once Bance puts that bomb in the opposite spawn, like, that's got to be a guaranteed round for Boston. But when Cammy and Inside were able to find both of those kills, force it to a 2v1, Capsidal, he does a great job at least finding one. But then in the nick of time, Inside, he knew exactly how he wanted to play that round. He grabs the bomb, he gets Capsidal to jump off of that sound cue and repositions himself beautifully to close out the round.
Boston, a team that's seen a lot of success after finding first bloods. In fact, they're number 2 in the CDL. Yet to see success after that opening pick, as Ultra finally having a solid beginning to a round. But just like that, Boston hits are back with 2 of their own. It feels as if these first bloods don't mean a single thing. Stats, you could throw them out the window. Cammy left between a rock and a hard place as he gets dropped as well. And now it's all up to Insight. I don't know how we got here, but we're here, Jay.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of S&D this is. Man advantage does not matter. 2v4, we're going to put ourselves in a position to close out the round. Now it's all left up to Insight. He is on a 3 spree, though. So he's probably going to try to play his life, or at least work that super deep flank. As the bomb is going to go down for Boston at this 8 point. 45 seconds is going to get put on the clock. What can Insight do on this long pinch?
And he does sit on the 3 spree. Something to think about. You could see him try to play for streaks. Or he could just try to take his time, 30 seconds, and as that clock continues to tick, it just makes things that much more difficult. Still with the defuse to think about in his mind. A lot of work for the sophomore. And I feel like just at this point, you're just looking for a pick.
Play life.
Yeah, it's not going to be a defuse. It's not going to be around victory and decides to challenge, loses that 3 spree. Really has 2 different opportunities if he wants to play for the streak, if he wants to go for the round, and really he won't walk away with either.
Yeah, it was a difficult round for Insight, you know, to try to go out there and clutch it. He was working his way all the way around the backside, turns into a 2v1. They get that bomb planted. He just wastes so much time on that deep wrap that by the time he gets that bomb, he basically has no chance of defusing it without taking out both players. Would have liked to see Insight, though, just play his life there because basically not a winnable round.
Yeah.
That 3 spree would have been, you know, they could have definitely impacted the game later on if he was able to pick up that glide bomb, but Boston, they stopped the bleed and they're able to take the round.
See if first bloods will matter this time, as it will be Toronto. Keep that in the back of your minds. Cammy finds the first one on the Methodz. Instantly, TJ dropped. 4 versus 2 for Toronto. Nero answers.
Okay.
Now a 2 versus 3. CleanX has some information on the Cap. Tosses out the stun. Well, Capsidal's going hunting. That bomb has been planted, so he and Nero are going to have to do some work. There goes Cap, now all on to the other rookie. Nero, a difficult job to do, and, well, sayonara.
Just off the map. Ultra doing a great job of just opening up with that first blood, and then they find the second kill. Majority of these rounds have been 4v2s in favor of the Ultra. If they had just been able to clutch up, do what's needed. It gets me a little scary, though, at least so far in the Search of the Shore. Whenever I see a 4v2, I'm like, all right, they have the man advantage. What's going to happen now? And once Nero found that 1 kill, made it a 3v2, I'm like, okay, is Cap going to at least force it to a 2v2? He does not. In the 1v3 situation, Nero, he's not able to pick up that kill, so he just gives up his life. Ultra, 3 rounds now from closing out this game number 2. Gonna have Boston on the attack. This time they're taking this bomb over towards B.
The first serious attempt at a B play. And Breach taking their time. Vance, meanwhile, in a excellent spot. He's got all kinds of cover. Maybe some trash to his left, but it's going to work out quite nicely for him. Oh, he doesn't get the kill. Yes, he does. Didn't look like it was going to be a successful elimination. He's able to find one as CleanX now brings it to a 2 versus 2. A nice kill there versus Capsidal as the bomb still sits in the bottom side of market. CleanX looking for information. And at the very least, he will earn it. Cammy, while he drops, look to give all the words of inspiration. The Great Dane that he can. A 1v2 and bomb planted. We'll see what CleanX has got. First engagement, some tags on the Methodz. Goes for the challenge and is not able to win it. A nice little 2v1 for Boston as Methodz will clutch it up.
Yeah, there were a lot of trades that went down towards that B bomb. They forced it to a 2v2, but then Methodz, he does a great job of just wrapping back towards trains, knowing the player that Insight is, tries to work that late flank. He takes him down. Then now in a 1v2 situation, you get that bomb planted. CleanX tries to work his way around the back. Methodz with great shots to close out that round to now put Boston down 3-2. Now they're going back on the defense. Just stay alive at this point. Like, don't get first blooded. Don't give Ultra the man advantage.
The last thing you want to give to a team who's got all kinds of experience, especially with each other.
There you go.
There you have it. DJ finds it. Nice little headshot there on Debance. Again, another frustrating moment for Ultra getting first blooded on the attack. Capsidal sits right behind this little potted plant. Nix is going to have to be careful. Capsidal, in the meantime, will have to as well. 40 seconds off of the clock and really nothing yet to be done if you are Toronto, as they may be relying on CleanX to try to make a play here.
Yeah, someone's got to try to make a play, but Capsidal, the great teammates coming in from Boston to take him down. Inside does find one on the Methodz, though, and that's the second kill from Cammy onto Nero. It was a 4v2, is now going to be an immediate 2v2, but look at TJ. TJ in a great position, not able to win the gunfight. Now it's going to be all left up to Cap in a 1v2 situation.
All up to Capsidal. Oh, the nice shots. He's able to find one onto Insight. That was bombed down as well. Cap goes for the challenge. Cap's here. Oh, he gets taken down. 2v4 after 2v4. What is happening on Desert Siege, Jay? Half of these rounds have been 2v3 or 2v4 clutches. This time it's Toronto who sees the brighter side of that. My goodness.
I don't know what's going on. Like, Capsidal hits the nade. It's a 4v2 at that point. No one has to peek. All you have to do is allow them to plant this bomb or force them to plant this bomb. Don't give up any free kills. But that's another 2v4 clutch coming in from the Ultra. This is what makes them a great team. Just overall, their search and destroy gameplay has always been insane, but they are always great, even in a man disadvantage.
They absolutely are. Vance, a few early tags there onto the Røkkr. Big Cap weakened, but not successfully dropped. Insight decides to bring out the sniper, while Bance, it's all kinds of comfortable. Again, this plant is just so interesting. Bance falls, but it's Insight who instantly replies with the snipe. As we said, brings it out and is able to make it work as he and Cammy combine for a few. Capsidal, in the meantime, is able to find Cammy also. 45 seconds left in that bomb. As we said, somewhat of an interesting position. The Cap and Methodz looking to make the routes. They're able to sniff out Insight. All on the Kleenex.
30 seconds left. Kleenex trying to do everything that he can. Just force these players to pick up this bomb. Boston still have to try to plant this. Kleenex puts himself in a great position. Not able to pick up that kill, though. The double challenge comes in. Methodz unfortunately takes down Capsidal. Now only 10 seconds left. He's going to go straight for this B bomb plant. He should be able to get it down. Can Kleenex get there in time?
And Kleenex should know this. But Methodz, he's not going to go for the plant. He's actually going to try to bait out Kleenex. Is it going to work out? Oh, no, it's not. It's not going to work out. Methodz had him dead to rights. Another second on the clock. And it would have been a round for breach. What are these rounds? What is the search and destroy game? I know we keep saying it. I don't know what's going on. This is wild.
Got to be the most sloppy search and destroy that I've seen all year long. Like 2v4s left and right. Doesn't matter if you get first bloods. Like, this is not a good performance from either team. Obviously, a little bit better on the side of Toronto Ultra because they keep getting all these clutches. But Boston, they are just letting this map get away as Kleenex finds another first blood, gets up with his life.
No, do not let Toronto get a first blood.
Look at number one. Look at Bance.
Okay. Bance is just somehow part of the breach. He's now part of the Boston lineup in the spawn in a fraction of a second. As Nero will lighten his load now to a 1v3 with bomb down. Best of luck. But it's been one of those search destroy games. Who knows what is gonna happen? Toronto, after numerous clutches, after numerous wild plays, will leave this Desert Siege search destroy as some happy campers, as they will bring things down to a 1-1 heading.
1-1. If you're Boston Breach, I'm completely just forgetting about that map, man. Like, you cannot allow that many clutches to come in on the side of the Ultra. I'm pretty sure Capsidal, he still puts up 11 kills, 9 non-traded. He had himself one hell of a map. But they were just right off the rip of the game, it was a 2v4. Like, this game should have been totally different. Boston should probably be up 5-4 right now. We should be going into a round 10. But Ultra, they just had the clutch gene in their veins. Now tie the series up at 1 apiece. And I thought it was going to be a 1 apiece at this point. I thought that the Boston Breach, they were going to be able to come out and take the search and destroy. Ultra were going to answer at least in that map number 1. But now this gets a little bit scary for me because the way that Toronto were able to beat Boston last time at the Major was 2-3-5. Boston, their best game mode at a point in time was search and destroy. Just right there, they just allowed way too much clutches to happen. You cannot allow that to happen versus a team like Toronto Ultra because they're just going to capitalize on it. Now you're tied at 1 apiece. You're going into your worst control map where you should have potentially been up 2-0 in this series. Definitely a tough pill to bite on, but still a great series from both of these teams. Toronto Ultra, they do what they do best, clutch up in the search and destroy. Now we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, it's a fun search destroy for fans and for viewers, but from a coach's perspective, from players' perspectives, obviously a former pro like yourself, a frustrating Desert Siege, but at least it makes it that much more fun. But as we said, folks, it is a tie game now coming up into this game number 3. It has not been a strong one for Boston previously, but if we know anything about stats, if we know anything about numbers, you can toss them out the door when it comes down to this series. When we come back after the break, it is time for some Kavutsu Control.
game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
And he'll have some words for Crimsix. Forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of the paint, and that's going to be 5 in a row.
There's 2, there's 3.
Hi everybody, and welcome back to the final match of this lovely CDL Saturday. We've had a 4-game day. We're getting ready to hop into game number 3 of the series going on between the Toronto Ultra and the Boston Breach. Here we go into this control, and let's go ahead and take a look at our top performers so far in this mode. In particular, it is Cammy leading the way for Toronto with a 1.06 KD, and I mean, what? It's unfortunate because TJ at a 0.99, not bad. The problem is that he is the lead control KD for Boston. You don't want to have your top KD for a certain game mode, Jay, not be above a 1.
Yeah, it's not. This has not been a good mode for the Boston Breach this entire season so far. Not been a good map The last time that they did win a Gewurztraminer control was in the very beginning of the season. They have lost their last 5 Gewurztraminer controls, and the majority of that comes down to the slaying ability. When you play this map on the side of Boston Breach, their overall team KD is at a 0.89, and the opposite side for the Ultra, they're doing a little bit better at a 1.02. So just based off of what we saw in that opening hard point, the player that I need to see step up once again has to be Nero. Didn't have the best map number 2, and so far starting off good with that first blood.
Yeah, nice little start there from the Røkkr. As we said, slow the search destroy. But if you're just joining us, Nero had a performance in that Bocage. 51 and 38 was the ending stat line after a crazy Breach comeback on the Bocage. Down heavily, but the young roster managed to build it back on up as we are into this round number 1. Toronto on the attack and having a pretty typical start to an attack after they do get wiped away though. Over at the bottom boat, Breach will clear them out, but one player has managed to sneak on through, that being CleanX. So he'll do his best job to try and stop the time. Hops off the objective and decides to go for the slays instead. Doesn't work out either which way as the Breach get a nice little 3-for-1 trade. As now Bance looks to try to stop this clock as well. No ticks officially in yet for Ultra, but now is their best chance to do it.
Yeah, Breach had him in a trap for that first minute of the game, but Toronto are finally able to break out of it, get that first segment tick towards his A point. But you see Boston, they're not trying to give this up. They're up by 1 live currently, as Toronto have a couple players towards this A point. The second segment is about to be completed, and I think if you are the Boston Breach right now, you probably want to give this up. You have number 6 in the back of the spawn that's causing problems, but Nero finds 3 in a row to take them off of that A point on a 4 spree, starting off 6-1. This is the guy that I said need to step up, and so far he's answering early in this round number 1. This should be a Boston Breach hold on the defensive side.
Yeah, Nero said, you know what, screw the S&D. I was dominant in the Bocage, and I'll be dominant on the Gewurztraminer as well. Right now sits on a little spree. We'll see if Nero can keep that one up, but 8 seconds left. Toronto, I guess you could say a veteran-like play to already be thinking about kills as they will go into round number 2 down by 4. I don't believe we saw one come in at the end. So a lot of the times you will see, right, a team try to get a little bit mixy, get a little crazy at the end. But the reason why Toronto will put in such a difficult position is because the nice little 3-piece out of Nero.
Oh, he's disgusting, man. Let me tell you, I could just tell by the confidence that he was playing with on map number 1. It's only a matter of time before he continues to put on a terror on the side of the Ultra players. There's now Boston on the attack. Capsidal has yet to find a kill. You see early pressure coming towards this A point. Number 7 though in TJ, trying to make sure he doesn't allow anyone to go for that late flank, because that's what a majority of these teams have been doing. You pretty much stack towards that middle of the map. If you don't find those kills, you put it all in that guy going through that late flank to at least slow down the pressure. But they take care of him. And right now, Boston, they're just putting a lot of pressure towards B and A. This can get scary for the Ultra.
Yeah, man, Capsules is sitting in the backpack while his teammates just absolutely slay. Everybody's sitting on some nice sprees for the moment. His Methodz hanging back. Oh, now actually it ventures into top boat position. That's going to get a red alert from everybody on Toronto. It feels like in league play, whenever you're playing Gewurztraminer, everybody always just hones in on the guy that sits top gun. One more kill away from the glide bomb. As Capsule does get his first kill, unfortunately. Nothing going to be granted off of that Breach. Still playing for these streaks, specifically Methodz. Looks to try to find it, challenged and taken down. No streaks for Methodz, and really no real progress yet for Boston. Is very similar to that round number 1. Breach eventually will get their chance to now break on in at that A objective. 2 ticks through, 1 more to go.
Yeah, the second segment is completed, but just Bance, that should have been Matt Bance trying to be the player on the side of Toronto Ultra to cause some problems in their base. Takes down Methodz as Insight takes down TJ. So now you can collapse on his A point. That's going to be a clean 4 dead. Now, if you are Boston, you have to still worry about the positioning of Bance. He's trying to pick up this kill on the Methodz. He does so, but now this allows Toronto Ultra to set up and basically put them in a trap, try to get it a little bit closer in this kill, in the kill lives, as they are currently down 5.
Yeah, and as we said, Breach, right? They don't get that A capture, so just seconds away from having another minute added on to the clock, but now they're back to square 1, and they've got themselves trapped at the back of the base. Maybe the entry there for Capsule. How
nice
about
shots.
the long-range shots? Pixel perfect. They're at a Zenny. Down by 3 lives, but Breach find their opening. Off the nice headshot from Methodz, Nero's able to respond with one of his own. Van's still causing problems in the base, but it will be the A zone captured. Another minute to work with, but it's Breach hot and heavy, already making their way into B, and Capsidal finally turning up. Now on 4 in a row. If he could be the lead man, how great that would be, but instantly 3 taken down off of the point, and it comes down to one last push, possibly for Breach now.
9v9 in the lives column. Capsidal does take down 1, so Boston is still up by 5. But TJ, he's trying to be the player to at least close out this round for the Boston Breach. He's trying to find the timing to allow his teammates to try to win a couple of these gunfights towards top ring. Capsidal, he does find 1. If they can take down CleanX, this is where TJ can be so impactful on the map. He is going to get spotted by Bance. Pinch is going to be here. Does he read this player onto Insight? He does, but the pistol is not good enough to take him down. 15 seconds remaining. Boston take control of top ring. They could potentially have one more push here, but if I'm Boston, you want to make sure you keep this lead, the kill lead, in your favor, as they're still up 5.
Oh, they may toy with it. They'll send Capsidal out. As he falls, Methodz finds 1. They actually thought about going for the objective, so who knows? Maybe Breach had something up their sleeves. They were thinking about maybe trying to go for something. And we've seen teams do that previously. We've seen a few teams kind of bait out, right, that they're trying to go for lives, when in reality, they hop on the objective. While the strategy may have not been as solidified as we would have liked, Breach, they at least go for it. And while they don't secure the round, it will be a responding one for Toronto. Defenses so far in Gavutu, really the name of the game on Control specifically, Jay, is all about who can win the attack, and maybe it could be Toronto's time.
Yeah, even if they don't win this attack, you just want to keep the kills close, because they're currently down 5. TJ finds that opening kill towards that top ring. And already Boston putting a lot of pressure towards the middle of the map. They find a couple kills. Now it's time to put some pep in your step. You see number 7 and TJHaly starting to work his way around the late flank. But as he does that, all 3 of his teammates die towards top boat. So now this opens up for the Ultra to start slowing down this time, or at least extend this time by capturing A.
Oh, and Insight unfortunately gets taken down by a barrel. He gets sent flying while it's CleanX. Nearly found 1. Nice little job from him, but now it's Cammy's turn to try to pick up where he left off. It's a continuous headbutt here over at the boat. Is a nice close quarter fight. Gets won by Capsidal. Back and forth we go. CleanX now wins one over at B, and based off the spawns, it could be Toronto, who now deem their efforts at this B zone. Nice work from TJ to be able to stay alive. The 1 tick done at A, and a lot of work still to do if you are Toronto, as Nero continues to be an issue. Does die by the nade, but his presence is felt, and that very well could be what decides Toronto and leaving B and making a business decision to go back now over at A. Got the 2v1 fight as Capsidal staying alive. Overall traded off the 5 spree. But again, it is just a matter of trade after trade. Toronto, 25 seconds left. They've got to get to this A zone.
Boston are just doing a great job at just keeping the kills stagnant. No one is getting 2-piece. They're trading every single life. As Boston, once again, they are just keeping up in the slaying department. They're up by 4 lives. They're currently up by 5 throughout this entire game. But here comes CleanX. He's going to try to stop this clock. Finds 2 kills, able to get on this A objective. He's going to push out towards green, try to get a little bit more map control.
And maybe try to make things a little uncomfortable when it comes down to lives. And how about the little patience play right there from Breach? You still have 2 players, both, I think it was Capsidal and Nero. They both wanted to go toward green. I think it's the vets who hold them off and say, nope, don't go for the challenge. Let's allow for Toronto to come to us. Great call and great patience being displayed from this Breach team in that moment. As Toronto given the map positioning to now make their way through green, but as you see, based off the mini-map, Toronto, they die here. Things could get very, very scary, considering that Methodz now sits in their base, ready to take them down. If they can come off of that respawn, but they're able to win the fights if they have to. Nero's still here. Nero is still here, but Bance still lingers in the back of the spawn. A nice double kill comes in from Breach right when they have to get it. But still, it is Bance and Insight who sit in the back of the base. It could become a matter of lives at this point. As Bance decides to make his presence felt, he and Insight, who are both back here, do win their 1v1s. 11 versus 11 in lives. Breach hanging out over at P1. Who's going to walk away with these fights happening on either side of the map?
And Toronto Ultra, they're setting themselves up beautifully. The first tick of aggression is already completed at B. They can eliminate this player from top ring. That's going to be the best case scenario, as Capsidal trying to do everything that he can to cause some problems, get them off that point. He does a great job of doing so. Last player up is going to be Cammy and Boston. They hold the line on the defensive side. They should be able to close this one out. And that's going to be Boston walking away with a 2 live advantage. I'm pretty sure a team kill does come in on the side of the Ultra. Insight does kill himself. So there's no advantage right there in the lives, even though it does say that Boston are up by 1. Pretty sure that team kill, or at least the killing yourself, is going to not allow in that kill. So Boston are still up by 5 kills. They take you 2 defensive rounds, but you cannot allow the Ultra to put you in that trap and take that kill deficit. I mean, take that kill lead in their favor.
I gotta say, we gotta show some love to our analysts, right? Who are doing a great job at counting these kills and control. It is not an easy job, but it's not something that I would like to do. Much love to all of you guys. You guys are absolutely killing it. I know that update's coming soon, but we'll see what Breach can possibly do in this attack. We've yet to see it so far, and it's not looking good right now. You said the Boston cannot afford to get put in a box, and that is exactly what they are in right now. A great spawn trap now prepared for Toronto, as Cleanex cannot wait to sink his teeth into anybody who wants to make their way past that 30-yard line. Insight locked in, ready to go. It's Cleanex on the other side, and right now for Boston, it's got to feel like an uphill battle.
See the way that Boston is playing. They're just not trying to give up any free kills. Bance finds one onto Nero before he does take down Cleanex. So Boston's still up by 1 kill. There to keep it in the tallies, just like I am. Capsidal finds that kill onto Bance. So if Toronto does not put on the pressure, Breach will be able to have the defensive round in this round number 5. That's why they're playing this so slow. But look, Cammy does take down 1, but look at number 3. Insight trying to do everything he can to at least even up the numbers. 10 seconds left. He finds 1. Tries to find the second. He does get taken down. And if he would have picked up that kill, still would have at least kept it even. But I think that's the play. That's the play. Ultra, they had to have just gotten defense. They must have just gotten defense. Tons of pressure coming in from the backside, from the front side for them. They knew the plan that they needed to do. They were down 5 kills. I'm pretty sure they outslayed by 6. So Toronto Ultra, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, guys. They should have the defensive side.
Don't worry about it, Stud. It's all good, buddy. We'll see what happens. Vance was spitting out comms. I literally saw spit literally just fly from his mouth. He was fired up.
Wow.
And it will be Boston on the attack. You counted right, buddy. Look at you.
There we go.
Here we go. Here we go, Boston. Breach fans not excited about that, but Toronto make the plays. It was like S&D coordination toward the end of that round 4, but they've got their wish. Nobody yet to get an attack, but now would be the perfect time as Nero, great little first blood, as it is a 3-0 start for Breach. Nero advances his position, and Insight has gone hunting for somebody who's trying to make their way to B. Breach get aggressive, but 2 players decide to hang on back, so that clock will stop. First tick is going to be through. Now it's time for Ultra on the retake, as Cleanex not just finds 1, but he also took down Methodz with the nade as well. Great job. They're coming in from Tobias. But as we said, that A zone continues to roll on through. Second tick is in, and it's a 1v1 win for Big Cap.
And you just see Ultra, they have 2 players in the spawn right now on the side of Boston Breach. They're finding every single kill in the feed. Now Boston are in the trap. Methodz does a great job at least finding 1 to get up towards this cliffside. As TJ finds a second with 55 seconds left. They need 1 segment to at least spend this time at that A point. TJ doing a great job at winning those gunfights towards top ring. This is going to open up that B point now for Boston to stop this clock.
See what they can do with it. Cleanex, the first man to try to make a play over at P1. He gets taken down. Meanwhile, it's Insight who wins arguably the most important gunfight, the 1 player who is hanging out in the objective. The clock continues to tick. 35 seconds. And with that clearance, it may allow for Boston to decide to push over at A. Methodz still here. He continues to take down Toronto players. And recognizing such, they will focus solely on him. Great job for Breach to adjust off of those deaths, make their way into A. But now they try to put in the hold again. They try to put in that full Nelson. They're going WWE out here as Cleanex again, right inside of the base, and Breach. Is it going to be a nightmare type of situation again as Cleanex right on the flank, right in the spawn. You cannot get away from this guy. He is a nightmare to deal with on GvU2, finally silenced. And could that be the opening for Boston?
They need to try to get out, but still there's a couple of Toronto Ultra players, one side on the cliff, one push up towards that lower beach side. Vance staying alive, doing everything he can. Just waste time on this clock. 12 to 5 lives remaining. As Toronto, they're just seconds away from closing out this map number 3 and taking the commanding lead up 2-1. CleanX finds 2 on the flank. No more respawns for Boston.
No more respawns left, and this one is done. Breach a 2 versus 12, 30 seconds left. It's just not going to happen. They've made no progress yet at that B zone. Big Cap already thinking about the next map potentially. A 1v10 would be the greatest clutch of all time, and unfortunately for us, despite the clutches in Search, Destroy, and Control, it is not going to happen. Toronto answer back in a big way as they will get the job done in round 5. It took them to go to go the distance. It made them go all the way to a round 5, but again, Jay, the coordination in that round 4 to be aware of the lives, to make those plays, to make those hits in spawn, made the ultimate difference there to give them that defense. And my goodness, that Toronto hold, that full Nelson they put the breach in, they were never able to figure out how to get out.
Yeah, Boston, they just simply couldn't figure it out on the offensive side, man. Ultra, they did exactly what they needed to do. This one's got to be frustrating, though, if you're on the side of Boston Breach, because you outslayed for the very first 3 rounds. You were up by 6 kills, but then that final round where you're on offense, you just allow Ultra to put you in the spawn trap. Once they went 3 dead right off the rip, you've seen all of Boston start turtling up in their base. They did not want to allow that kill deficit or that kill lead to go in favor of the Toronto Ultra. Once they allowed Insight to make his way through the back, Insight takes down 1, but they do a great job of just evening out the numbers. Then eventually they leave the opening for CleanX to work his way through Cliffside. He finds those 2 kills. That was a game-changing play of this entire map, because we know on a map like the GvU2, so far in Control this season, defensive heavy in Control. He clutches up, finds those 2 kills, stays alive, does not get traded as well. And then they do what they do best. They put them in the trap on the defensive side. It was just difficult for Boston Breach to try to break out of it. And now I'm pretty sure that puts Boston Breach at 1-6 on this map. Only time they won it was in the beginning of the year. But every single time that they've lost it after that has always went down to a round number 5. They just simply could not get the defense. And 6 different times now. It's unfortunate for Boston.
It is, man. That is going to be so infuriating. Especially if you're Dens and Zed who are watching this game. You know, you're obviously on the edge of your seat. You're taking on a European squad. You're hoping you can get the dub versus the Ultra after they took you down at the Major. And it happens just like that. Back-to-back W's for Toronto. And as you said, Jay, the woes and Control only continue for this Breach team. You mentioned the GvU2 record, now 3-9 in Controls so far throughout this season. I want to say I think that's the worst record that we have in the CDL. I know coming into Major 2, they did have the worst record, but we will wait to be confirmed on that. But now it's time to focus in toward this next hard point, and we are staying on GvU2, brother. How do you feel about this map for both of these teams?
I like it for Boston. I feel like this later half of the series is exactly how Boston want to attack this series. The last time that these 2 teams matched up, this is a map that they were able to take them down to start off this series. So Boston, they're going to be really confident on this. They're sitting at 3-1 on the opposite side for the Ultra. They're sitting at 1-3. Hasn't been a good map, though, for the Ultra side. I mean, when you talk about this map for them, their overall team KD on this map is a 0.95. One thing that they tend to struggle on is just certain hard points. They're money hills. They're just allowing breaks to happen. If you're the Ultra, you need to stay disciplined. You cannot solo push like the way you did in that map number 1. You need to make sure that your teamwork is always on point so you can close out here and not force it to that game 5. Because I'm telling you, if Boston get it to that game 5, they have that Berlin search and destroy, which is basically bring that bread and butter.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I apologize. I got a little bit distracted there, Jay. Bance is, he was getting a little crazy. It's like there's 2 sides of Benjamin Bance. It's either the crazy Bance or the one who's just totally calm and cool and collected. I have no idea which one we're going to get coming into this next GvU2. But as you said, it's been a struggling one so far for Toronto. Not a great record. And we'll go take a look at our hardpoint top performers. That is excluding the first map. And as we said, I mean, it is a matter of both teams not having a ton of success, right? When we talk about, I should say for the Toronto side, not having a ton of success in the slang category, right? A team that was 0-8 and their last hard points coming into that matchup that they have versus Minnesota. They're obviously able to take both of those. They drop the opening bocage. The numbers don't look great, but it has been a much better series from this guy on our screens. I mean, what, at the end of last season, he was without a doubt a top 3 player in the game. You expect him to maybe come out and maybe not necessarily drop the same numbers on a map like Bocage, but with that AR in his hands on a map like this, you just feel like it is a perfect position for someone like Cammy to go off.
Yeah, Cammy needs to step up, man, because so far he's been their best player in this mode, but Cammy has a whole different level that he can reach. He was an MVP candidate last year for a reason. Need this guy to step up here to at least force it to that game 5, because Boston Breach, they really enjoyed this map. Like we said, it all comes down to this. I think it all comes down to this P1 hardpoint though, because one thing that Toronto Ultra are really good at doing is breaking into hardpoints, certain hardpoints to say the least. If they can start off with a good chunk of time off of this P1, then that forces Boston Breach to hit that early rotation towards P2. This P1 is going to tell me everything of how this map is going to go.
Yeah, man. You may not say it. Toronto, great at breaking. Boston, the number 3 team in the CDL in breaking as well. Both teams look to do that, especially at P1. Not normally are you focused on the first hard point in a rotation, but on this map, you absolutely are. All 5 can play like Money Hills. Well, it's Breach off the start. Insight tries his best to get right into the mix. It's the trades favoring the Breach, as they will have 30 seconds to play with.
And the break off was beautiful on the side of the Breach. They right there, they're delayed push that P1 hard point. They know that nades and stuns are definitely going to come flying over that top gun. They wait that out, and then eventually they pinch on it, as they are able to get every single second of this P1 hard point. 15 seconds remaining. He's going to force Toronto Ultra to now start thinking about their rotation. They take down Capsidal. Now they Lex down in defense. Hey, have to take down TJ. They do that. Now they have the man advantage off the rotation. They should be able to properly set up for this P2, but Nero's causing problems, takes down 2 of his own.
Yeah, great little job there for Nero. And I think in the middle of that play, he also somehow manages to earn them spawns for next. That's going to be something that will continue to go down as Nero, an excellent start to this game, now sits on 6-1 to kick off Gavutu. Who cares about the spawns? Who cares about who is in the hill versus who is not? It is Nero's game, as he will now earn a streak already on Gavutu. 65-0, and Toronto starting to panic, as they're gonna have to set up for this next hill already with that in the back of their minds. They have chalked this final 20 seconds. Well, it was Methodz trying to deal with the entire lineup of Ultra. He will do his best to hold off this one for as long as he can and set up Nero now for his 9th. Can he make it double digits? Slides on through. And this is a hard point where if you're Toronto, you cannot afford to give this one away. Breach are out and almost halfway there, for God's sake. And you've yet to put a second on the board. Here come the Breach with the preferred spawns. Nero, give him 10 in a row. How about this guy having a series?
Oh my God.
12! Make it 12 in a row for Nero. He is snapping right now versus Toronto, as Breach will eclipse the century mark, and all of it is based off of this guy. He cannot miss. Ends off of 13, 104-0. My God, Breach coming out. They want to go to a game 5. Sheesh.
Any day, Ultra. Any day we want to spawn in, because Boston are running away with this. They have been in control of the spawns, in control of the rotations, and once again, they were able to dominate this P3, and now you have Methodz off the rotation, finding 2. Spawns are here, though, for the Ultra. It can only get scarier if they do get put in that trap that we see Atlanta FaZe do to a majority of these teams. They take down Methodz, so this should allow Ultra to finally get some points on the board. But I said it in the beginning of the map, man. Just based off of that P1, it's going to tell me how it goes. And Boston, they have been playing perfect hardpoint since then.
Yeah, that tells me a lot, Jake. That tells me a lot. 125-0. Incredible work for Nero, who just continues to succeed. 15-2. Capsidal trying to break into the hill, but honestly, just put Nero on the screen. Thank you very much. Thank you, hot hands. All right, that doesn't do anything, but still. That man, I mean, what? He is coming out with the fire, Jay. In these respawns, he's been unbelievable. 51-38 in the opening hard point. He looked great in the control. Obviously didn't have a great search destroy performance, but he is coming out and showing us the type of slang that he can provide Boston. And that is just one of the more scary layers that Breach continue to show us that they have got. This young team has got some slayers. They've got some amazing potential as well, as we get prepared for our final hill of the first set of rotations. And I sound like a broken record, but it needs to be a break for Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto need to get in, man. They need to stop the bleeding. Right now, Boston, they've been in control, or at least early on the rotation, to 4 out of the 5 hardpoints in our first rotation of hardpoints. But Boston, they are going to have those back spawns. Toronto able to break in from the front. Capsidal trying to do everything he can from top green. He does get taken down. But which is such the lead that Boston have right now. Ultra need to flip the switch. They need to start dominating some of these hard points. 25 seconds remaining on this P5. You had to get someone early towards this P1. Good early shots coming in from Insight on a 3, so potential for some streaks.
And we said they need to break. They're able to do that, but it looks like Boston could get the final 13. Nope, Insight wants the challenge for it and loses the 1v1. So another positive for Boston is that 100-point lead will remain intact. It's a great call, my friend. Last time around, it was Breach who looked great at P1, as you said. We'll see if Toronto can right the wrongs or if Nero will just continue to dominate. 18-6 as Methodz falls in middle. It is not the primary line of defense that the Ultra have got to concern themselves with. It is this man, Nero, having a game. Ends up getting taken down, but he sets up his teammate now for a 1v1. Tej versus Cammy. A big 1v1 to take, and it looks like Breach now will have the numbers. 30 valuable points, but Toronto cannot afford to give this away. They continue to fight. But it's Methodz covered up clutch again. 185-59 Breach. I mean, it just feels like it's over already in map 5, Jay.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. The way that Boston have been playing, they have just been dominating this map so far. They're trying to force it to the game 5. Let's go to a quick listen-in with Boston to see how they reacted.
Left. Yo, come left from me.
No, he did not push off.
Let's do the first.
Cleaners going mid doors.
Okay,
I'm pretty low new.
Okay, Cleaners is mid doors. That was him.
I'm pretty mid top boat.
Okay, top 3, top 3, top 3, top 3.
He's on the take. Top 3 Ben weak.
Nice, top
Top 3 Ben one shot.
Kimmy's on the take. Kimmy's gonna be mid. Already touched mid.
I spawned mid.
Kimmy, one shot point. Our shot point. Kimmy, one shot.
Okay, I'm trying to cut the rest top right now.
Yeah, I'm pushing him. Actually, no, I can't.
Top Jamie dead.
I need time.
I'm flaking ring. I got one.
Much time, guys.
No, I choked.
Oil dead.
Top 3. There was one time.
Let's put our hole.
Kimmy dead. One shot.
Nice.
I'm cutting the rest.
I'm going your top boat.
Okay.
They're small tank.
Top Toby.
I killed him.
Close. Make sure we're getting right to.
Close.
They're gonna hit
Mid tank.
Yep.
Mid take.
Mid take weak.
He's stunned.
Come on, right here.
Okay, one's mid take. And top boat, it's Cleanex.
Okay.
0B2 top boat on you.
I'm absolutely watching hole. Hole jumping at you.
Nice, 0B2 top boat. I'm up you.
I don't see a mid tank.
I'm gonna push out here.
I'm up you now.
They're gonna flank this. Are you oil?
I'm oil.
Okay.
The top ring.
Going tower.
One shot.
Going ring. More going ring. I'm premium ring right now.
Okay, I'm stunning it.
Ring. Top ring dead.
Nice. I got this time.
Last 2 at all, I think.
I'm staying out ring.
Yeah.
Above
you, oil.
I'm main top ring.
Dead.
I need top ring.
Mid tech with Jamie. Mid tech with Jamie. Dead. Nice. They're all gonna go deep right ring.
He's ring clear. Nice. He's pushing down close.
Yeah, I'm stunning. I have the cross to you.
Okay, one's little beach on me. He's wall banging.
Kevin, one shot time. Watch your weakness.
He's absolute time.
Yes, you're here.
He's absolute tank.
Go pitch here.
Kevin doesn't like I'm vote.
Okay.
There's one shot.
I'm netting it. There's 2 in time.
There's really big tank.
Hands in the back.
I know. Top. Bring.
I'll get him.
Give me top ring. Connect is still out.
Cammy down. Yeah,
Nice. You're going top right tower.
They're missing nades on me.
Back house. They're going top right tower. They're flooding deep. They are flooding deep.
I set him deep. Just tower. I'll push it up. First cut. First cut.
I'm pretty near deep.
I'll hold the first cut.
They can pitch
deep on me.
Deep
on me.
Deep dead.
I'm looking for one more. Probably pinching maybe. I ring.
Fucking map. First cut. Dead.
Oh, these guys are.
Close.
These guys are terrible.
Let's go.
These
guys are egos, bro. Let's go. Fuck. Shit up.
Come on.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, baby.
There you hear it. The winning comms at a Boston Breach as they have sent this bad boy to a game 5. They're calling out Toronto. They want the revenge. After the Major 1 loss in game 5, we've got ourselves another game 5. Jay, this is becoming one of my favorite rivalries that we have got in the CDL. But how about that game? It is technically a 100-point club. 250-99. It started off 125-0, but another excellent game from Nero and another pop-off performance there at aBeZy.
That was perfect hard point out of Boston, man. From start to finish, they started off that initial P1. They chained it to the P2. And then once they chained it to P3, Nero's already on a 12 spree. He already has the glide bomb, the work grip. When you're up 120 points on a map like Gavutu, you should be able to close it out in a dominant fashion. They were just in control from start to finish. Ultra really could not stop the bleeding. The only hill that they had a successful rotation on was towards that P4. And then the second time around, they were able to get a good chunk of time off of that P2. Boston just dominated this game from start to finish. Now we're going to a game 5 Berlin search and destroy. Both of these teams, they do enjoy it. On a little bit more on the side of Boston Breeze. They're sitting at 3-1. On the opposite side for Toronto Ultra, they're sitting at 2-1. But this has been one hell of a series, man. If I'm Boston, I'm completely forgetting about that search and destroy game 2 and just focusing on this game 5 because this has been one hell of a series between both of these teams.
It's been amazing. It has been an amazing series. We thought it had the legs to get to a game 5. And it has. We are ending out CDL Saturday in the best way possible. Folks, when we come back after the break, it is a rematch from Major 1. In that series, it went the exact same way. Boston won the hard points, but it was Ultra who won 2, 3, and 5. Will it be another game 5 win for Toronto, or will Zinni and the Breach get their revenge? Make sure to tweet out the stream and make sure to get hyped, because when we come back after the break, it is time for Berlin Search and Destroy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Fantastic way to close out the day. Let's go and recap you on what you just mentioned. You saw the timeline blow up, and it's for this very reason our Mountain Dew tactical play was the spree that we saw out of Nero. I mean, what a performance it has been in these hard points for this guy, Jay.
Just the positioning that he was able to put himself in. Like, he was dominant from start to finish of this map. Methodz, he kind of catches up towards him in the kill department towards the later half of this game. But just the way that Nero starts off hard points, man. Like I said, at least based off of that first map, remember him in his interview. When he's playing like this, he's basically unkillable. And he showed it once again on that Gavutu hard point. Starts off 12-0, basically 120-0 to start that game. You have the glide bomb to work with. Like, they just played that hard point flawlessly. Now it comes down to the search and destroy between both of these teams, where just based off of that map number 2, Boston made a lot of mistakes. The coaching staff has to be livid right now just based off of that map number 2. But the confidence and the momentum is definitely on their side off of that map number 4. We're in for one hell of a game 5.
Yeah, we absolutely are, partner. I know you said Zed was tweeting out like question marks. Like, what are we doing on Desert Siege Search and Destroy as we fly in for our final map of this series, a Berlin S&D. And when we talk about the rematch, right, there's been a lot about that, right? Methodz versus his old team at the major. They were not able to escape with the W. It was in a game 5, round 10 that overall closed it out. The big thing, though, was that there was a game 2 search destroy in that series that arguably changed the entire tide of the game, and it was on this very map. And Jay, it went down to a round 11. So we talk about revenge type of games. This is a map that these teams played at the major. Toronto took it. We'll see if they can do it again, or if this Boston team, as we said, can continue to surprise us, if they can continue to show us that they are one of the better teams that we've got in the CDL. Oh, and Capsidal, a great start there with the first blood. Is he gonna finesse for the second? No. The nice return there for Bance, and he's got the bomb as TJ takes one down in middle.
TJ takes one down, but look at number 8. Nero works his way all the way around the backside through that trains area. He should be able to at least spot one player here pretty soon. He spots Insight, gonna be able to take him down. Now it's gonna be a 3v1 left up to Bance. He is gonna be able to get this free B bomb planted though. But number 7 in TJ, he's gonna know the positioning of where he decides to run after this bomb is planted. He calls out the cross. Now it's time to collapse.
Yeah, and believe if you're Boston, right, you've got all 3 angles covered, so they gotta know that he went to the library. Just a matter of time when he starts to show himself. Methodz holding down the tank as he will shut down Bance, and it will be a great and early start to this search destroy for Breach. And as we talked about, right, off of a 100-point club victory, I mean, these rounds that you can get early for Boston are huge. Keep that momentum flowing.
And it all starts with Capsidal. He puts himself in a nice little corner back alley. Even though he does get sniffed out with that stun grenade, Cammy does not check that corner, so he does find the first blood. It does get traded, but while all that action is going on at A, it allows his teammates to push through that B bomb. TJ works his way through middle, Nero through the late flank. They both take down one, force it to a 1v3 for Bance. Like I said, they had the cross called out. They knew exactly what he was going to try to do. As Boston, they were able to take that round number 1, now going on the attack.
It's a nice sight to see, right? Boston, a clean search destroy round. Didn't see hardly any of those on the game 2 Desert Siege, but now they'll have their first chance at attack. We'll see if they can make it 2-0 as Cammy, great angle toward top fire, just a little late on the reaction as he was looking elsewhere. Tags up both Boston players, but they will make their way into the site, but he makes them weak enough for CleanX to go ahead and take him down. Does catch the backside of Capsidal. And now it brings us to a 2 versus 4. Ultra with numbers, but Nero with information and the kill. Now down by 1. We'll see what Breach can do.
45 seconds left. Bomb is going to be down towards this B site. What Nero and Methodz are trying to do is at least even up the numbers, trying to find a kill, or at least some information that they can work off of. As Insight still holding down this B bomb. Bance has the cross with that sniper. He's going to be able to spot one player here pretty soon. Can Methodz try to line up the shot? He does. Force it to a 2v2 situation. This is where you have to collapse on bomb. They take down Insight. Now it's immediately a 2v1. What a play out of Boston.
What a play out of Boston, and what a moment there for Methodz. They totally break through that Ultra line of fire. But now it's all on to Cammy. The guy we talked about constantly in Search Destroy has got to go big. Both Boston players hanging out over at this site, and they will clutch up in the end. A 2 versus 4 was the story of the Desert Sea Search and Destroy, and it will remain the story in this game 5, but in favor of Boston. Let's take a look at this again.
That it all comes down to Methodz finding this kill onto Bance. Like with that sniper, you are gonna peep that little bit of a glare on the side of Bance's screen. And then he also spots Insight as well. Great timing from Methodz, just sliding there at the perfect time as Insight was trying to slide to that back window. As Boston, they clutch up. 2v4s this time around for the Boston Breach. As they go back on the defense, Methodz on a 4-3 potentially for some streaks.
A great start for Zenny. My compliments to the chef. Great work from him, and Insight, even with the sniper, does not want to take a look at Methodz from across range. And Automaton can look like a sniper from time to time. Did he just get hit markers?
Yeah, he shot Capsidal. I think he shot him in the leg.
I think he did. Caps was like, what the heck, bro?
Oh,
meanwhile, CleanX is there to take him down. I'm not sure if that had any impact or not. Regardless, Nero and TJ reply back with 2 of their own. Florida Ultra again at man disadvantage, but they've got that bomb down. Now it's up to the retake for Breach. As CleanX may be the one to make the ultimate difference in this round number 3.
Yeah, I love this play coming in from Boston with CleanX. He's going to be the X factor. He can shut this all down. What you have to do is just turn right. Turns right. He's going to spot one. Spots a second. Not able to take down TJ. But this allows Bance to start putting on that pressure. He takes down TJ. Now left up to Nero. And then 1v2. 19 seconds left. He finds the first.
No shot.
No shot.
No shot. Nero hops to the defuse. Oh, but CleanX is here. Nero stays alive for a moment, but it will be the pistol that saves Toronto in the end. It felt like for a moment, anybody but Nero. If you're Toronto, to be in a position like this, it was a great play set up from CleanX, and it'll be up to him to lock up this round and hold off what could have been another spree of rounds for Breach. Toronto get on the board.
Right there, if I'm Boston, when you're committing to that 3 flank, you have to push it immediately. You cannot allow a player like CleanX to make that late flank to re-pinch you guys and basically break your entire setup of how you wanted to retake that bomb. Would have liked to see them be a little bit quicker, but Toronto Ultra, they were able to capitalize on it. They take the round. Now we go into the defensive round for Ultra. And look at Bance starting to sneak his way up into P2, gonna crack the door open. And this should catch a couple players on the side of Boston Breach off guard.
Oh! Thought Nero may have found the timing, but no, it is Bance. As you call the partner, a great first blood for him. CleanX trying to escape with 4 HP. Sees Capsule in the window. Not going to matter. Both teams trading players. And with that, it will be a successful plant for Breach. Oftentimes, it does work out so well for the attacking team if they can get that bomb down. A difficult retake. Now prepared for the Ultra. Insight sitting on a donut, going to be called upon to jump in there first. Oh, and a nice angle there for Tej. Rips off Bance. It's a great nade from Capsule as well. The retake falling apart for Ultra. Cammy, 18 seconds left. The all to do. And it will be a round for Breach. A successful plant, a successful hold, and their 3rd in this game 5.
That's just good work from Boston. Obviously, they started off the round by getting that first blood. It's immediately turned into a 3v3, but then they get that bomb planted. They had beautiful teamwork right there. It was such a great setup. You had one player who's sitting in the back of the spawn, one player on the train step, watching that hallway flank, watching the bottom secret door flank, and then TJ just putting himself towards that glass window. Once he finds that first kill, you know that all of Toronto Ultra, they're going to try to retake this from their base. There's no way Bance is just sprinting into that bomb by himself. They set it up beautifully for Capsidal to find that nade kill, and then in a 1v3, they were able to close it out. Boston, so far not making any mistakes in this game number 5.
And the problem for Ultra, right there, 2 guys who were so great in Search Destroy last season are not playing well at all. Cammy and Insight struggling. They were not just the best Search Destroy players for Ultra, but the best Search Destroy players in the league. Number 1 and number 2, and they have been a non-factor. But somebody who has been is this man Nero. an excellent flank, catching Toronto off guard, as that'll be Capsidal for 4 in a row, and he is feeling himself. He wants a shot at the Great Dane, but Methodz will take it instead. Boston is coming out with the fire, with the flames. Everybody just wants a shot at one of these Ultra players. Everybody wants a shot at the defuse, as Breach now up 4 rounds to 1.
And Toronto Ultra, so far, every offensive round, they have went towards this A bomb. And right now, Boston, they're just making those mid-game adjustments. They send 3 players super aggressive towards that B site. They take control of P2. They find that opening kill. Then they eventually work that late flank. Nero does a great job at finding that player towards top warehouse. They spot Bance. They force it to a 3v1. And this has been beautiful search and destroy from Boston. Just based off of what we saw on map number 2, you completely left that outside the window. They are not letting any clutches happening this time around. As Ultra, they need to stop the bleeding. Cam and Inside need to step it up.
Yeah, man. 1 in 10. 1 in 10 combined from these two. They've got to turn it around, or Breach will happily add another round to what has been an overall dominant performance so far on Berlin. Methodz aware of the flank. The Bance tries to make, and he'll win it. Great plays there for Methodz. Holds true. Holds down that ADS and gives Boston Breach another first blood. Nero will tag on the second. Insight at least gets off of that donut and will add on to 2. 25 seconds left, but the problem right now for Ultra is that they have got to get these players out of these power positions. Breach are set up perfectly. And the explosion! TJ tosses out the nade, and it will take down Insight, and he'll find the second as well. Boston on fire in this S&D, now up 5 rounds to 1, and they are not looking back.
I told you. Berlin S&D for Boston Breach. This is their bread and butter. Every single round has just been clean. They're working that B bomb. You get it planted. Now you have to worry about your flank. You secure the guy that's going on the ultra late flank through that train side. Now you have the man advantage. All you have to do is hold that push from P2. They do exactly that. TJ and Methodz put themselves both in a great position to at least clutch the round if their teammates do die towards the middle. But Boston, 1 round away from closing out this search and destroy. Ultra need to show some life here.
And they're finally able to start off a round hot. Kleenex walks with the first blood. He and Bance combined for 2. Kleenex goes for a heat check at top fire, and while it is the appropriate place, it may not be the appropriate time. A 2v2, but Cammy with the read onto Methodz now gives Ultra the primary position. TJ falls, and Ultra finally able to reply back.
And that's just good work from the Ultra to stop the bleeding. It was good shots coming in from Cammy, though. Once he spots Methodz in towards the window, Methodz has a little bit of a behind that was sticking through that wall. Big booty's in. Does get taken down, forces it to the 2v1. And then eventually they read TJ. They know that he's on the flank. They take him down. Ultra staying alive just a little bit longer in this game 5. But now they have to figure out what they're going to do on defense, because Boston, they have just been switching it up every round. We attack A, we're going to attack mid, we're going to throw you guys off guard, play slow towards B. This time Capsidal with that sniper is going to be able to line it up onto Cammy with that first blood.
Oh, and TJ takes down the second as well. It is all on to Insight and Kleenex. A 2 versus 4, which has been the story of these S&Ds. Can they rely upon it again? Kleenex with the potential to make the play, but is he going to run right into the line of sight? He will. Capsidal, the answer, as it will all be on to Insight. A 1 versus 4 for the game. Shuts down. Methodz does not have an answer for TJ, and it will be revenge for the Breach. Taken down at the Major versus this very team. Methodz able to find the W that he has been so desperately waiting for versus Toronto, and Breach continue to show us that this roster has got layers. They have got layers. And Jay, with this W, Boston now 3-0 to start off their Major II campaign.
That's beautiful on the side of Boston, man. Obviously, the last time that these teams have matched up, Boston were able to do the dirty work, take both hard points, but then drop that game number 5. This time around, though, they take both hard points and they dominate the game number 5. Early into this game, man, like the very first round, I'm pretty sure they gave, on the side of Ultra, they gave that 2v4 clutch to Methodz and the teammate at the time. And that's usually the tone setter. Like when you're losing some of these clutches, it just throws your momentum completely off guard. You could just see that Boston was starting to get momentum. They started 3-man pushing on defense through that B-bomb aggressively through the middle of the map. There was nothing that was going to slow down this Boston Breach team. Just the way that they finished that map 4, basically 120-0 to start. You can just tell that Boston, their guns were shooting a little bit better. Their teamwork was on point. The chemistry really showed on this Berlin game 5. And Boston, like you said, man, continuing their stage 2 dominance puts them at 3-0 now.
Yeah, and they look great. I mean, obviously we don't want to get into these conversations too early, but they very well may have just locked themselves into a winner's bracket position at that Minnesota Major. A great start for Boston here at our Major II qualifiers, and it felt like it was a team effort all the way through, Jay. Obviously, the Desert Siege Search Destroy is really the only lapse that we talk about. Of course, control still needs to be worked on, but we talk about great performances across the board, players who are starting to figure things out, really get on a hot spree. And then your man that you've been talking about, Nero, has a series in these hard points, a major reason why Toronto, or rather why Boston were set up in the first place.
Like, imagine if Nero doesn't drop 50 in that map number 1. We're probably talking a totally different series here, because Toronto, they were able to win that map number 2 and then win map number 3. Could have potentially been a 3-0, but they were able to clutch up in those final moments in that map number 1, which gave them the momentum to fight longer in this series. Then they get to the game number 2, just chalk it up. The control, they choked it by 1 kill. It is what it is, but let's bring the Des back in, because I know aLLeY, she was happy as hell that she chose Boston Breach to win this series.
Hey, I did too.
On one hell of a show.
And I called it in a 3-2 fashion, so I did too. All right,
okay.
He did.
But no, that was a hell of a series. Honestly, it kind of went according. What did you say?
I said boom. They lost the 2 middle maps just so we could get boob in the map layout again. I'm telling you.
Fair enough. It was 2 Bs at the end, all right? So, but yeah, I mean, Boston Breach, they just look so good in the hard points. That clutch at the very end of map number 1, what we saw, you know, Capsidal gets the big 4-piece on P3, and then talk to me about what happened through the rest of that, because it was insane.
Well, so Cap goes bottom grandmas, and he's just literally easy reading Toronto Ultra right now. They were down. It was like 230 to 170 at that point. He gets the 4-piece bottom grandmas. They get the rest of that time, and then it was just a matter of getting into barn, and they just played the trade so well. TJ playing his life in the end and finding that final kill. Cap pushing out to play for spawns. It was a nail biter at the end. I was literally pacing the room. You're gonna ask me unless I was sweating. But the thing for me is the fact that Boston Breach, if they don't clutch at the end of that, that's a 3-0 on the side of Toronto Ultra.
It's so true. I mean, they had a competitive control, right? So they are getting better there. Flawless game 4, flawless game 5. They look so great. So let's talk to Nero in the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight and see what he has to say, because this guy was putting on one hell of a performance. Nero, congratulations. And you got to tell me, were you trying to beat Capsidal's record on that map number 1 bow cage?
Of course I was. I mean, at the beginning of the series, it's crazy, because when Paul tweeted out that his overclock, or his controller wasn't overclocked, I had to check, and my controller wasn't overclocked.
You watched my video?
Dude, I know that by the back of my hand.
Oh, okay. But yeah, man, you put on such a great performance. One follow-up question to that is, like, what have you been doing to individually perform better? Because, you know, we've seen you at the Major, you played pretty good, but you've had a couple hot and cold series, but in this one, you were just on point. So is there anything you've been really focusing on an individual level?
Yeah, I've been focusing on obviously playing my life, because I've been having a couple rough maps where I go triple neg and I have 50 deaths and 20 kills.
Yeah.
So they were just trying to preach to me, slow down, use your tacks, because I have a problem with that too. I don't use my stuns or nades, and they give me a lot of free kills, and obviously communication. I've been working on that a lot, because obviously it's the pro level and the AM level are 2 completely different things, and communication is the most important thing. So
I would agree with that. It's a big learning curve.
Yeah, and I think you've really kind of proved yourself. I feel like the expectations might have been lower than most of us would have hoped, and you've exceeded all of them. And I gotta ask, the Desert Siege was a little painful to watch at times, to be honest. And then obviously didn't get the defense and the control. I want to know what it was like for you guys to kind of regain heading into that game 4 and to put on a clinic on the V2 hardpoint.
Yeah, so basically, the coaches, they were like, obviously you guys troll, but don't worry about it because we were winning literally every single gunfight. So we knew in the hard point that the plan was just to challenge him pretty much. And obviously we literally won every single gunfight, and we just that made it easier to even get like hold hills because we were killing everybody. And then the S&D, we were just doing our thing.
Yeah.
Well, Nero, thank you so much for the interview, man. Good luck going forward. I hope you guys continue this trend. You look absolutely fantastic, and have a good evening.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
All right, one hell of a Saturday, aLLeY. 4 matches.
Wow.
We called it Game 5 to round out today to give us, yeah, right? It's a good game. But we had a banger to start it off today. We had London versus Atlanta, and this was like Atlanta's revenge game, right? Like they needed to make a statement, and today they made that statement.
Yeah, no, Atlanta looked terrifying right out of the back. They were hitting form once again, and it was really Arcitys for me that stood out in this series, especially map 1. I believe he was like 30 and 15, while everybody else was kind of even across the board, just proving again why he's possibly the best AR in the game.
Yeah, they were, thinking about losers bracket, and they said, no, we need that winner. So let's talk about the match that we saw after that. We had the Paris Legion versus the New York Subliners, and PaulEhx comes in, and by all means, statistically, like, not the craziest series, but his impact to the team was felt because everybody was popping off.
Especially in that opening hard point. He had 2 minutes and 40 seconds in a hill. Everybody was just like, Paul, sit there. We're going to let the subs go crazy. Crims got your back, and it worked out so well for them to get 2 hard points under their belt after no 13 loss streak. I think they were feeling pretty good if you're New York Subliners.
Yep, and then after that, we had Florida Mutineers, who were coming off 6-0 map count, 2-0 in their matches here in the Major II Qualifiers versus the best team in the world, OpTic Texas. And OpTic Texas showed us why they're not one to be messed with. They win it in a 3-0 fashion, playing the Florida Mutineers on all of their best maps. And one player who's been having an MVP season so far has been Dashy.
Absolutely. Dashy, once again, has been probably one of the most consistent players for this squad as well.
Sure.
But it was a lot of big plays out of iLLeY that stood out to me, too. He got a lot of important 3-pieces when it came to these hill breaks. And Florida, even though they pushed OpTic Texas to the edge, OpTic Texas were able still to close it out.
OpTic Texas are still the team to beat, and I'm pretty sure they're still at the top of the standings. So let's pull up the Major II standings right now, because I know there's been some movement. We have a clear-cut team on the bottom. We have Paris Legion on the bottom at 0-4, only have 1 match remaining. OpTic Texas and Boston Breach sitting on top, undefeated, aLLeY.
That's actually insane to me. The 2 walls going at it. We hopefully will have a little bit more clearance as the days go on. But London Royal Ravens sitting at 3-1. They're still not top 4 contenders. Toronto Ultra 1-1 and Atlanta FaZe 1-1. I guess all eyes are going to be on those 2 heading into tomorrow.
Listen, the standings matter, but the points matter even more. Now you can see here, these points matter for everything, especially for champs at the end of the year. OpTic Texas with a whopping 125 points sitting on top. Atlanta FaZe doing some climbing as well. They were in 3rd, now they're in 2nd. But you can see LA Thieves get toppled by the Boston Breach. With that win, Boston Breach move up to top 4 in the CDL point standing, just showing even if you are a middle of the pack team, as long as you do what you need to do and beat the teams in the bottom half, you can remain.
We're still getting to a point where I feel like the difference is getting a lot wider. Even though between 3 and 4 it was already like 40 points, the top 3 teams were within like 5 points of each other, tied up. So now Texas OpTic with that win goes up 15 points. That is huge if you're a Greenwall fan.
Well, this is only day 2. We still have one more day this week. Sunday, it's usually the best day. So let's check out the schedule for tomorrow. We're kicking off we're kicking off the matches at 3 o'clock Eastern. Make sure you guys tune in, same place, same time. Seattle Surge versus LAG. We haven't seen LAG play in quite some time, so I'm excited for that one. Seattle Surge have gotten a lot better. Following that, we have the Minnesota Røkkr versus the LA Thieves. You saw LA Thieves yet to get a win here in the Major II Qualifiers, so that's going to be a banger of a match. And then we have the Mountain Dew marquee match, Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe, which is always a treat. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, and then also make sure you guys get your tickets for Major II. We're going to be going to Mystic Lake in Minneapolis for the Minnesota Røkkr Major. The last Major was absolutely incredible, sold out crowd, and from what I'm hearing right now, tickets are selling super quick. We have a lot sold already. It's going to be a packed house, so make sure you guys show up there. Go get your tickets from March 31st to April 3rd. Hopefully I'll see you guys in the crowd there. But that's going to do it here for day 2 of week 2 of Major II Qualifiers. It was a day of 2s. It was a lot of fun. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same place, same time.
too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy.